Asylum. Dragon Reign Book 6. By Kit Bladegrave. Chapter 1. Tristan. Mud seeped up between my toes as I stared out along the river, rushing down its banks. Crisp morning air filled my nose, along with the scent I'd waited for all morning. Sitting in the pre-dawn darkness, waiting. Not far, leaves crunched underfoot, and I slowly shifted my massive body, crouching lower on my front legs as I waited patiently for my prey to appear. Closer, so much closer now. I tried not to think of anything else except the hunt before me. The moment I returned to the castle, Boris would be waiting to give me a lecture on sneaking out again during such precarious times. Being king and alpha was not always enjoyable, hardly ever really. And being less than 100 years old made it even harder. I was still seen as a child by many, despite having helped defeat the enemy over 6 months ago. None of that mattered. I was a pup, and my advisors, as well as my second, would continue to treat me as such. Hence, sneaking out to enjoy a few carefree hours, letting my wolf free to roam the riverlands and find my own breakfast. They rarely gave me privacy to get out to hunt anymore, not since this new threat had yet to show its face again, putting us all on edge. There'd been no sightings, no rumors, nothing since that shadow rose up out of Cassius' corpse. I wanted to believe it was a good thing, but that was a fool's hope. A war was coming, worse than the last, and it was going to drag us all down, push us further than we ever wanted to go. My parents had always said the time of peace wouldn't last for long. I hated to admit they'd been right after all. The buck stepped out of the shadows, and I lifted my nose, readying myself to attack, when the sound of more rushing steps met my ears, and I caught the scent of Boris and the rest of my guard. A growl rose from my chest as the buck's head lifted suddenly, and it took off back into the trees. "My king," Boris bellowed after shifting back to his human form. I considered hiding among the tall grasses for a few minutes and watching them frantically search for me, but the tone of his voice told me something was wrong. With a grunt I shifted back, rising high above the grass, and waved my arm over my head. "Here, Boris, right here." "What is it?" I asked, disgruntled as he and the others rushed toward me. "Did you need to bring the entire guard with you?" All 10 men and women surrounded me immediately, and if I'd still been in wolf form, my hackles would have raised. Boris grabbed my arm and pulled me into the trees, the guard following, until we were well out of sight. Sweat beaded his brow, and his eyes landed everywhere, watching. Always alert. "Tell me what this is about," I demanded. "We have word from Boshan and Gregornath," Boris told me in his deep, rumbling baritone. "We have trouble, and we need to get you back to the castle straight away." "Craig and Forrest? Are they all right?" I asked. Boris started to guide me through the trees again. "Boris, answer me." He hesitated but shook his head. "Not here. We will be faster if we run." I glared at him fiercely, informing him this conversation was far from over, but shifted, landing on my front legs, and shook out my dark red and brown waves of fur. My guard did the same, and together we sprinted for the castle. I sniffed the air as I ran, but there was nothing to help explain what might have happened. With each step, my worry grew until I was growling and snapping my jaws at the wind rushing past my face. As we neared the castle gates, I spied more soldiers than normal atop the wall, and the moment we were through, the gate was shut and sealed behind us. I barely shifted back when Boris ushered me inside, not stopping until we were in the council chamber, and we were not alone. Forrest. If I was considered a pup amongst my kind, he was still a baby in dragon years, and yet he, like me, was stuck with the mantle of king. The past few months had worn on him though, and he no longer appeared the young, excited prince I remembered. Now, he looked like a man about to drown in a tidal wave of fear. I reached for his arm and pulled him into a brotherly hug before setting him back on his feet. Figures moved behind him, and I glanced up to catch his guard pacing by the far wall, peering out the windows every so often, as if afraid of an attack. "Why are you here? I assumed you would be busy rebuilding still." I motioned for him to join me at the table. He did so and held his head in his hands, muttering incoherently under his breath. "Someone better explain now before I start biting fingers off," I snarled. Boris stood at attention, along with the rest of my guard. "Don't blame them," Forrest said as he straightened and looked me dead in the eye. "I'm the one who told them to wait to tell you here instead." "Tell me what?" I asked, emphasizing each word with a growl. "Craig and Kate, they're missing." I couldn't have heard him right, but he didn't say anything else. "That's not possible." "Exactly what I said, but neither of them can be found." "Lucas said he saw Craig go into his chambers that night and stood outside to guard his door as always," Forrest explained roughly. "When he went in to wake him before changing his shift with another guard, the room was empty. They've been searching for days but no sign of him, or what happened. There wasn't even sign of a struggle." "And Kate?" He shrugged, and I saw a flicker of pain slither across his eyes before he answered. "She was at her new home in the Darra lands. Same story. They saw her enter, but then she just vanished. Like she wasn't even there." I glanced past Forrest to see Boris speaking quietly with the dragon guards. "And you? Have you seen anything strange?" "Nothing. I have sent word to Drake as well, and Lucy. Whatever took Craig and Kate, I have a feeling it's not finished." He rubbed his hands over his tired-looking face and smiled bitterly. "Here I prayed that the shadow was only that, a shadow that we'd never see again. We need to find them." "Sire," Boris stated loudly. I glared at him. He continued, undeterred, "I respect your wish to jump into action for your allies, but we know nothing about this new threat, and if it's coming after monarchs, the last thing you should do is leave." "Why?" "Clearly it has no regards for guards or walls," I argued. "I will be no safer here than out on the road." He opened his mouth to counter, but I stood and rested my hands flat on the table. "I will not be kept locked away like a child. I am King of Torolf, alpha of this pack, and I am leaving to help seek out Craig and Kate. We will double the guard at the castle, ensure our people are safe, and then I will leave." Boris' lips thinned in annoyance, but he bowed his head. "As you wish, sire." "Good. Forrest, if you wish to remain here until we are ready to depart, I will have accommodations made, and we can set out in the morning." "Thank you, that would be most appreciated. The past few days have been long, and I have not exactly slept soundly since." He sighed. I led him from the room to join me for a drink in a more private part of the castle. We walked through the ancient stone halls, our guards trailing behind until we reached my chambers. I waved them off and we entered, after which I closed the door soundly behind us. "Now then, do you have any good news to deliver or just this?" I asked with a quirked brow as I poured out 2 glasses of ale. "You have not taken a queen yet. A dragon such as yourself should have them lining up to wed you." He sneered, sinking into an armchair by the hearth, holding only burning embers now. "Oh, they are, but I'm afraid none of them are quite who I dreamt of having by my side." "No? They're not good enough for you, or they're not Kate?" "Both maybe," he said as I sat across from him. "I'm happy for her and Craig. Really, I am. It's just, she's a fiery woman and strong. One day I might find those same qualities in another, but I doubt she'll be wearing heels and a gown," he added with a laugh before his eyes darkened. "Tristan, I can't sense them." I lowered my glass from my mouth without taking a sip. "Neither of them?" He shook his head. "Nothing, not even a whisper. It's been less since we defeated Cassius, but I knew where they were, knew they were safe, but now it's like we were never connected at all. I feel empty without their presence, hollow. It's unnerving." I refused to say the words aloud, the same ones I saw were clearly on his mind. They were already dead. Whatever took them killed them, and all we'd find was bodies. But it just wasn't possible. Kate was the Vindicar. I'd seen her power, seen her with Craig and Forrest as they fought. Whatever stole them away would not kill them easily. "We'll find them, I swear to you we will," I told him firmly. "I don't even know where to begin," he whispered. "There is nothing left behind, no trail to follow. How do you track someone when they simply vanish into thin air?" "My kind are trackers by nature," I reminded him. "If there's a trail to follow, I'll find it." "And then what?" I gulped down my ale and set the empty glass on the table. "Then we get them back, and hopefully get some damned insight into whatever's doing this. I'm tired of not having answers. If this thing wants a war, then I say we show it exactly what it's up against." He lifted his glass in a toast, then took a long swallow. "Lucy and Grayson have been researching around the clock for anything on a shadow with fiery eyes. And nothing. They're still working on figuring out what Cassius did all those centuries ago to awaken the darkness in the first place. Killing so many seemed to have unleashed it, but where was it before then?" His harsh tone was enough to indicate this was still a touchy subject for him. I felt for him. I could barely handle my own life, let alone coming to grips with a past life that had suffered and died trying to save the world. There were ghosts in Forrest's eyes that shouldn't be there, but he'd told me before how Malcolm's memories were always with him. He dreamt about those days, which only made it harder for him to get over Kate and move on, since he repeatedly saw Celandine in his sleep. Perhaps remaining a bachelor king was for the best, for both of us. There was enough to worry about without some woman driving one insane day in and day out. "If you need anything, just let one of the guards outside your door know," I told him as I found my feet. "I can help you prepare," he suggested, but I was already shaking my head. "You need rest, especially if we're to begin the hunt tomorrow morning. Sleep, Forrest. I'll send someone to wake you for dinner." He rose and made for the door, thanking me again before one of my servants offered to lead him to his rooms for the duration of his stay. Several of my own guards accompanied them, an added precaution to ensure no harm came to the Dragon King while under my roof. "I do not like it," Boris said the second Forrest turned the corner. "You don't have to," I muttered with a growl. "You think I do?" "Running about the realms will only draw attention to yourself," he argued hotly. "As your military commander, I do suggest you reconsider this course of action and do what?" I whirled around, furious, feeling the wolf wanting to break free, but I held myself back as everyone in the hall froze around me. To let others take risks that their own king isn't willing to take himself? The Demon King and the Vindicar are missing. It is the duty of every monarch to lend aid in finding them, Boris. I will not sit idly by, twiddling my thumbs in this dank, depressing castle, waiting for them to be found when I can do something about it. We've sat still for far too long, I added, pivoting on my heel and storming off down the hall. Too damned long. Since the battle with Cassius, I hadn't been able to stop thinking what could have happened if we paid attention to the goings-on in our realm, as well as the others. Would we have seen the signs sooner? Realized Ragnall had been possessed? So many chances to save more lives, but we missed them all because we'd been too caught up in our own problems, afraid to look outside Torolf. No longer. Peace had most certainly ended, and if it was a war this darkness wanted, then it was a war it would get. Taking 2 of ours had been its first move. I grinned darkly, thinking of the havoc I would bestow upon him the second we found his hiding place. My inner wolf howled with excitement at the idea of a new hunt and fresh blood. Soon, very soon, the beast would be unleashed.
Sabella. Rain patted the window hard as the storm raged on through the night. Each drop of water slamming and exploding into the glass. I watched, fascinated, pressing my hand to that glass. It was cold, so cold, just like how I felt all the time now. Cold and darkness. It crept into my mind over and over again until it was all I could see. Lightning lit up the sky and the massive thunderheads rolled in from the east. Or west, I couldn't keep it straight anymore. Hadn't for a while now, actually. Everything was fuzzy, like I could reach out and feel that fuzz along the edge of my thoughts, but then there was nothing there at all. Just endless voices and visions and dreams, nightmares that never ended. A door opened behind me, but I refused to turn away from the glass. "Sabella, time for your morning meds," Nurse Beth said as she entered my room. "No pills today," I whispered, intently staring at the water dripping down the glass. It gathered with more drops along the way, growing larger and larger until it slipped out of sight. If only I could be like that, just dripping away from this life. I wondered what it would be like. "We've talked about this," she insisted gently. "You have to listen to Dr. Tim more, or he's not going to let you have the room with the window." I growled in annoyance. "He won't take it away from me." "He won't if you do as instructed. The pills make you better, remember?" She rattled the paper cup. I turned to watch her approach. She held it out to me with a plastic cup of water. Don't make it difficult. I told you that wasn't my fault. She sighed heavily and held out the cups again for me to take. Sabella, you know you can't always blame your actions on the voices in your head. You were making such good progress, remember? What changed? I rested my forehead to the window, turning my back on her. You wouldn't understand. They never did. They never listened to me, not anymore. In the beginning, things were different. I was different. I saw things, but I knew the difference between reality and the dreams. For as long as I could remember, this home on the hill had been my sanctuary. Where I was safe. Where I knew I could always find my way back to who I was, or at least who they told me I was. Sabella Doe, no last name. Never a last name. No parents, no siblings. No one but myself, and the voices and visions to keep me company. Sabella, please take your meds. I don't want to put you in solitary today. I shuddered at the idea of being locked in that room, no window, no way to see the storm moving in. I whipped around and took the cups, throwing back the pills as fast as I could and chugging the water. I opened my mouth to prove they were gone and she nodded, satisfied. Too bad they didn't work, not anymore. Nothing did. She was still talking, but I wanted to watch the storm. Thunder shook the stone foundations as it rumbled closer and closer, like a train thrown off its tracks and rushing toward us. The harder I stared, the more the shapes of the clouds changed until they weren't clouds at all. I blinked, trying to clear my head, but it was too late. Far too late to stop what was coming. I drifted, blowing like a raindrop in that storm outside, caught in the crazy whirlwind of shadows and screams. I winced, but when I opened my eyes, I wasn't in my room. Voices whispered behind me, strange growls and utterings in words I didn't understand. The skin on my arms prickled, the tiny hairs there rose, and I smashed my hands to my ears, wishing it would stop. More screams and then two voices I did understand. No. Let her go. Get your hands off her, I'll rip you to pieces, the man growled, furious as he yanked at the bars holding him back. Kate. The woman, she struggled and cursed, but the things that held her, nightmarish things made of shadows with flaming red eyes and sharp nails that dug into her arms. She winced and flailed, but they didn't let her go. The man, his face shifted behind the bars, and I staggered back, afraid of what he turned into. But I couldn't run, couldn't get out. I shut my eyes, humming loudly to myself as I tried to drown out the woman's screams and the man's bellowing that sounded inhuman. I hunkered down and felt the world shift around me. When I opened my eyes again, a wolf stood before me, huge with knowing hazel eyes that pierced straight through me. Its fur was dark, reds and browns, its chest was white, stark against the rest of it. And on its right shoulder a strange bare patch of skin that looked jagged and torn. I wasn't sure why I did it, but I reached out a hand to touch it, wanting to feel how soft that fur was beneath my fingertips, then the wolf took off as if startled. I chased after it, ignoring the tree branches swatting me in the face. This was real, it had to be. I ran faster and faster, but never gained any ground. The wolf was there, I could just see the flicker of its tail as it darted in and out of the trees. I screamed as the ground was suddenly gone and I was falling into nothingness. I thrashed as I fell, trying to catch hold of something, anything, but then my body was stuck, suspended midair. Beneath me I heard the screams of the dead, so many reaching hands trying to get to me. I clutched at nothing, screaming myself hoarse as a wave of darkness rose in the far distance. I wanted out of this place. I needed to leave before it reached me. I turned myself around and around, but then I was falling again, except I didn't land in the dead. Something soft was beneath me and I heard Nurse Beth saying my name over and over again. Dr. Tim was there too, but I couldn't see them, couldn't see anything except the darkness. We need to leave, I yelled at them, trying to get free, but there were straps holding me down. No. You don't understand. It's coming for us, we can't stay here. We can't. Sabella, you need to calm down, Dr. Tim said sternly. You're going to hurt yourself. But it's coming, it's going to kill us all. And the woman, he's hurting her, I cried, tears streaking down my cheeks. Please, please just make it stop. I slammed my head back into the pillow, wanting to forget what I saw, what I could still hear echoing inside my head. Whatever had that woman, it was going to hurt her, maybe kill her, and all I could do was watch. I mumbled her name under my breath over and over and over, until my body gave into exhaustion and I collapsed onto the mattress. Dr. Tim was giving orders to the nurses, but I didn't listen. I felt the bed sink, and his hand pressed a cool cloth to my forehead. Sabella, you have to remember, none of what you see is real, he told me gently. He cared about me, I knew he did. Told me quite a few times I was like a daughter to him, one he never got a chance to have. I liked Dr. Tim, but he didn't believe me. I shook my head, whispering her name until he sighed and said he was going to leave me to rest. Kate, I breathed into the stillness of my room as the storm raged on outside. Have to find her, have to stop the darkness before it's too late. I dozed in and out all day long and into the night. Beth came and let me out of my restraints twice to use the bathroom and try to eat, but I wasn't hungry. I whispered the woman's name a few more times, and Beth watched me worriedly as she left me in my room again, but this time I was allowed to walk around. The storm was gone, but there was another one brewing, I felt it. Deep inside my mind, I saw it coming closer and closer. If only they would listen to my warnings, we might all survive. Might being the operative word. I circled my room, running my fingers along the walls and trying to think about anything other than the woman. The wolf. I liked him. I knew it was a him, that look in his eyes said he was strong, a leader. And that look also said he searched for something. The wolf, I hadn't seen him before. I wanted to see him again, but never before had I been able to control where my mind went. What I saw or when. It just did what it wanted and left me to trail behind, kicking and screaming. I hopped up onto my bed, sat with my legs crossed, and scrunched my eyes shut as tight as I could. I thought of the wolf, his fur and those eyes. I pictured him before me again, running through the trees of some forest I'd never seen before, one that probably wasn't even real. I held my breath until my lungs burned and I was ready to give up, when I felt myself thrown. I hit the ground hard, with a grunt. Leaves crunched under my hands and twigs were stuck in my hair, but when I raised my eyes I saw him. He stood before me, those eyes watching me closely as I scrambled to my feet. It worked. I hopped up and down, clapping my hands to see him again. I waited for him to take off, but he remained exactly where he was. He sat down on his haunches and huffed at me as if trying to say hello. Hello right back, I whispered in awe. Slowly I reached out a hand to this beast that stood as tall as me when he sat. I bit the inside of my cheek, willing him to stay put, and sighed in wonder when my hand reached his shoulder. I scratched around the bare spot, amazed at the soft feel of his fur. I could have nuzzled against it and stayed there forever, but suddenly he was on his feet, ears laid back against his head as he growled. He stared at something behind me, and as I turned, he placed himself in front of me, protecting me. But the ache in my gut told me there was no protecting me, not from this. The only thing I saw when I turned around was the tidal wave, crashing through the trees and headed straight for us. There was no escape, not this time. I screamed as it swallowed us both up and didn't stop screaming well into the next day, not caring what Dr. Tim or Beth told me about what I saw not being real. It was real and it was coming for us both.
Chapter 3. Tristan. I jolted out of bed drenched in a cold sweat and reached out to grab someone. A young woman with messy red hair and wild eyes. She'd been right there beside me in the woods. And there was something else, but the last bits of my dream, or nightmare really, slipped further and further away as my eyes adjusted to the early morning gloom. I rubbed hard at my eyes, but the fear on her face stuck with me even as I forced myself out of bed and splashed water on my face. Shaking my hair out like the wolf I was, I gripped the edges of the counter and told myself to forget my dream. I had bigger concerns today. We would be setting out to search for Craig and Kate. Nothing had turned up in the Darra lands or near Boshin, but Lucy had sent word that whatever took them could be slipping in and out of the space between realms. I didn't understand that magic, never liked magic to begin with, but the bottom line was, we had a lead on finding Craig and Kate. somewhere in the seams between realms. Even though they were one land as they were before, the power that broke them apart remained and created pockets, hidden worlds within our own. I shuddered at the idea of dealing with more magic I didn't understand. Shifters shied away from it, always, ever since our kind was cursed by a seer all those centuries ago. A story no shifter ever forgot. The woman, a seer, had been infuriated when spurned by our king, and she was the one who laid the curse on us, a moment every shifter would face. The chance of being driven mad by their inner beast, to be consumed by it if we ever let our rage get the better of us. If we gave in, we would remain a wolf forever, never able to shift again. Never able to be with our own kind again. And I knew every name from our history that had given in, and never returned. Seers were a plague upon this world, and I didn't much care for any form of magic. It was magic that brought about Cassius and this new darkness. I doubted magic would be able to stop it. "Sire, King Forrest awaits you in the hall," Boris called through my door. "I'll be right down," I replied and dressed in a rush. The plan was to scour the far reaches of Torolf, and work our way back. Drake and the elves would be doing the same in his territory, in hopes one of us would come up with something of value. I had my hand on the door when that woman's face flashed before my eyes again, and a shiver ran down my spine. Not fear for myself but for her. "Just a dream," I told myself sternly. "Only a dream." I exited my chambers, pausing when I found Boris, along with 10 other guards waiting for me. "Is this necessary?" I asked, pushing past them and making my way toward the hall. It had taken several months to repair, after the final battle against Cassius nearly destroyed my castle and damaged the surrounding grounds. Just when I felt everything was getting back to normal around here, the world seemed to fall out from under me again. "You are a monarch and therefore at risk of being taken by whatever this new threat is," Boris stated. "It is my duty to keep you safe, and that is exactly what I'm going to do. You can fight me on it all you like, but alpha or no, I will do what I feel must be done to keep you alive." I wanted to fight him on it, but I remembered the oath he swore to my parents before they died. He would not let the same fate befall me. He had stood by me as I fought against every challenger for my position. I ultimately came out on top. I was the alpha and Boris my second. No matter what came after me, he would remain steadfast and loyal. I stopped and laid my hand on his shoulder, grinning at him. "You are and always will be a true friend, Boris. Don't ever let me forget that." He bowed his head, eyes glinting with appreciation. "I won't, don't you worry about that." We barked with laughter as we hurried through the castle, and met up with Forrest and his dragon guard. He appeared better than he had 2 days ago when he first arrived, but there were still lines etched onto his face. Worry, anger, and fear that he'd already lost 2 of the most important people in his life. I clapped him on the shoulder, and offered up an encouraging smile. "We'll find them, and now we have somewhere to start." "I wish I had your confidence," he muttered. "All I keep thinking is we're going to find them, and it'll be too late. Have a little faith. They're not lost yet, not until we find their bodies." It was the only real comforting thought I could give him. Boris told us he would make sure the supplies were ready to go and fetch us when it was time to leave. Forrest paced around the hall closing his eyes, probably trying to pick up a trail on Craig or Kate. My people bustled around, working at ensuring this place was well fortified for whatever was to come. We'd already moved most of the villagers closer to make getting them to safety quicker, but there was still much work to be done, especially when we had no real idea who this enemy was. I was staring absent-mindedly out the doors when a red flash of hair caught my eye. Heart hammering in my chest and palms sweaty, I shook my head, clearing away the vision that couldn't possibly be real. When I glanced again, the redhead was gone. "Tristan?" Forrest was staring at me curiously. "Nothing, just making sure we've thought of everything," I lied. His brow raising told me he didn't buy it. Damned empaths. "Something's on your mind and don't try to lie again. You're terrible at it." "Hard to lie when you can read emotion," I grumbled. "It's nothing, just had a dream last night, bit disturbing really. Throwing me off is all. I could use a few minutes of distraction." "What was it about?" I hopped up on the table behind me. A redhead. Forrest stared at me blankly for a few seconds, then chuckled. Dreaming about a woman, eh? Interesting, that's very interesting indeed. Perhaps your biological clock is trying to tell you something. I'm not even 100 yet, I argued. No reason to settle down. And this dream with the mysterious redhead, what happened? I didn't want to dig into it, but I saw the pleading in his glance to give him something else to think about, aside from imagining his friends dead somewhere. I was in wolf form, just standing in the woods, and she was there with me, I said, trying to remember the details. Her eyes, they were filled with awe, and at the same time, she seemed unstable, I guess? I picked at my nails, a strange sensation growing in my gut, worry like I'd never felt before. She seemed frightened, but not of me, and then there was darkness all around us, a tidal wave almost. I shrugged. That was it. And you've never seen her before? He asked. No, why? He shrugged, but I could tell there was more to it. No reason. Fine, hold out on me. I'm not. It's just after dealing with my past and the others, dreams sometimes have more significance than you realize, he told me seriously. You may not want to brush off this young woman so quickly. I considered asking him more about it, but Boris returned and said they were waiting for us. We'd go on horseback, well, at least some of us would, while myself and the others would track through the grasslands and trees, see if we could find any trace of our missing monarchs. I'd seen how close Craig and Kate were, and wondered what crazy fool would ever try to hurt her in front of him. He might only be half demon, but no smart man messed with the wife of a demon king. It tended to never end well. My nose was buried in the leaves, rustling along as I tried in vain to find anything to lead us to Craig and Kate, but just like it had been all day long, there was nothing. Not a whiff, not a scent. I hoped to even hit on a crackle of magic, but all was quiet. It was really as if they had just vanished into thin air. The strain was weighing on Forrest, and we all needed a break. The sun was setting, and as I shifted back, I called for Boris to set up camp. You're calling it? Forrest asked, annoyed. Just for today. We'll get some rest, regroup, and pick up the search in the morning, I promised him. Lucy didn't give you a helpful way to find these seams, did she? Nothing, just said we'd know when we found them. I reached out my hand as we walked through the trees while Boris and the others set up camp. The air didn't feel any different, didn't smell strange. Most magic gave off some sort of tingle, for lack of a better term, made my hackles raise, but all it did now was give me a bit of a chill, and I considered shifting back into my wolf form, so I could let the fire warm my thick fur for the night. I noticed you haven't stretched your wings all day, I mentioned. Forrest shrugged. Trust me, I'd love to be up there right now soaring in the clouds, but my guards would have a fit. My guards are afraid I'll vanish from the sky and be lost. He growled and smoke trailed from his nose. If they keep me pent up much longer, I'll be shifting in my chambers and busting out through the freshly built walls. If you hadn't noticed, I snuck out the other day when you came calling, I said with a laugh. Boris has put me on lockdown too. Why do you think I suggested I tag along? Aside from my being the best tracker amongst my pack. Nice to see you're still holding onto the title of Alpha. There's always going to be challenges, but for now, the packs are content obeying my commands. I think the threat of oncoming war has forced our petty differences to be put aside, for the moment at least. I covered my mouth as I yawned, unsure of why I was so tired all of a sudden. The day had been long, but I'd hardly run at all. Yet sleep tugged at me as we sat around the fire and rations were passed around, as was the ale. Talk was light, but there was no denying the underlying tension felt by every single one of us. As soon as the patrols were set, Boris insisted I head to my tent to get some sleep while I could. His eyes remained wide and alert as he planted himself just outside the flap. I shrugged out of my shirt and flopped onto my pile of furs after shuffling them around a bit. I was more surprised than I let on about not having to deal with any challenges these past 6+ months. In the beginning, there was one nearly every month. My family's pack was the largest and had been for centuries, but others sought the throne, the main alpha title. There were times I thought I would lose, that I would no longer be king. There were times I wondered if that was best. Sleep called to me again, and I questioned briefly if I would see the redhead again as my eyelids closed and I slipped into that blissful darkness.
Chapter 4. Sabella. I couldn't do it. The voices, they were so loud, I buried my own screams in my pillow. Night fell. Outside. But it was always night inside my head. Too much going on, and I couldn't get past the fog this time. I gritted my teeth and threw myself out of bed toward the door. Had to get out of here, had to leave to find him before it was too late. Flattening my hands against the door, I vaguely wondered how I'd be able to get out when suddenly the lock clicked, and the door swung outward, opening just for me. Just like magic, I whispered and swallowed back a mad giggle. I was losing it. I crept out into the hall barefoot, no need for shoes. I tugged my oversized black cardigan around me and moved like the shadows, swift and quiet. Swift and quiet. The voices muttered in my ears, and I shushed them as we neared the end of the hall. Too many people, I'd never get out, but no one was there. Gone. Vanished into nothing. I tiptoed around the corner, down another hall, the voices urging me on, the screaming in the background hitting harder with every step of my toes on the cold, cold floor. Like ice. I wished it was ice. I'd never been skating, never done anything normal. Not that I was normal, or would be. Or was I? I heard heavy panting and turned toward the front doors, freezing when I saw the outline of the wolf disappearing through the doors, his bushy tail catching the dim lights of the hall before it was gone. Had to hurry, there was no time to waste. No time at all. The man in the cage, he'd been bleeding, and the woman, her screaming had stopped. But it was the wolf I had to find, the wolf I had to warn to save him, save us all. The second I stepped outside, the cold hit me like a truck, and I shivered beneath the harsh wind. Cold drops of sleet slapped my face, but I couldn't go back. There was no going back. Only forward, only into the forest to find him. Pulling my cardigan tightly over my body, I raced down the stone steps, my feet protesting from the cold as I raced across the drive and into the woods. The ground was frozen, and it felt like knives stabbed into the soles of my feet, but I spotted the wolf again, weaving in and out of the trees. Running headfirst into danger, and didn't even know it. "Wait," I yelled, but the wind carried my word away as the sleet came down harder. Hair sticking to my face in icy chunks, I shoved them out of the way and squinted. Whisper sounded right in my ear, and I spun around, searching for them, but there were no bodies, not this time. Just the voices. Calling to me, screaming at me, cursing me. "You're going to die out here," they told me. Over and over, they repeated it, cackled it as I spun around in circles, dashing off whenever I spied the wolf. "You are nothing, Sabella, nothing but a mad little girl lost in a mad world." "Get out of my mind," I bellowed into the night, clutching at my head as I screamed. But the voices only grew louder, and every time I turned, I caught glimpses of the man in the cage, growing weaker by the second as he fought to break free. I saw the woman as the darkness swirled around her. And those fiery eyes filled with such hate, such evil, it made me choke and sputter. I stumbled, running blindly into the trees as fear consumed me. Breath ragged and legs burning, I pushed myself further and further. I ran until my numb feet gave out on me. Pulse pounding in my ears competed with the voices, until I couldn't tell the difference between them. I was cold, so very cold, tears streamed down my cheeks, freezing on my face, but then there was crunching behind me. It was out here with me. It was coming for me. Crying and begging for someone, anyone to save me, I scrambled back up and raced onward. The air on my arms stood on end, and the air crackled as if lightning had just struck nearby. There was no thunder, no light, just the crackle in the air. I reached out and saw blue sparks light along my fingertips as I ran. More giggles escaped my mouth until they burst out, and I was bent over double, still trying to run, as I realized the voices were right. I was going to die out here, all alone, the mad little girl no one wanted. Well, who the voices wanted. I never saw the ground disappear and screamed as I rolled down the slick slope, hitting tree roots and rocks all the way down. I landed in a heap, head throbbing and body in agony. Sleet poured down around me. I crawled, pulled myself along through the frozen mud and leaves, when a strange warmth passed over my body that made me pause. For a split second, the strangest sense of clarity struck me, and in that moment reality slammed home. I was in the middle of the woods, lost and alone. Hurt. And no one was going to find me. Then the moment was gone, and I collapsed to the ground, shivering and huddled in a ball, waiting for the end to come. That tidal wave of darkness, it was closing in, and the wolf, he would never know it was coming. I failed him. The notion confused me, but then the voices were back, and I whimpered as they seemed ready to explode right out of my mind. They circled me, taunting me, and I saw nothing but my own demise. "Help!" I whispered to the night, teeth clacking together from the cold taking over my body. "Please help me."
Chapter 5. Tristan. I thrashed in the furs until my legs became tangled, and with a furious growl, I threw them to the side and lunged to my feet, chest heaving in the darkness of my tent. Night had brought a cold wind with it, and the chill washed over my sweat-covered body, making me shiver. I'd been dreaming, but whatever it had been about left me the second I opened my eyes. Dawn was only a few hours away, and I was ready to lay back down to try and get more sleep, when a whisper reached my ears. I glared at the entrance to my tent, knowing it had to be my sleep-deprived mind messing with me, but there it was again. And then I smelled it. I huffed at the strong smell of magic, of fear. Without hesitation, I shifted and threw my head back as I howled into the night, calling for the rest of my guard. Forrest's answering howl met mine, but I was already barreling into the trees, sniffing out this new scent. It hadn't been there before, I swore it, but running through the trees now, my fur crackled with power, immense power, as if someone or something had just broken through into our world. More howls quickly rushed up behind me, but I never slowed. That voice, it had asked for help. I told myself it was Kate and Craig, that somehow they'd managed to escape, but the closer my racing paws brought me, the more I realized I was dead wrong. Whoever was ahead was someone I had not met before, and yet the hint of lilac on the breeze was familiar to me. As if I'd smelled it every day of my life. When the scent grew stronger, and I could see the crackle of magic racing along the ground ahead of me, I slowed my pace and waited for the others to catch up. "Wait, sire," Forrest whispered in my mind. I growled. Undeterred, he continued to try to get me to wait. "You don't know what it is," he said in my mind. "If we were going to be attacked, we would have by now," I insisted. "Besides, it's why I have so many guards with me, right?" He growled from behind me. Then he grunted, and I sensed my wolves spreading out to create a perimeter as I walked closer. At first I heard nothing and wondered if I'd been wrong and the dream had simply made me hear things. "Make it stop," a female voice pleaded, sounding like she was crying. "Please, just go away, just go away." Sleet started to fall from the sky but didn't reach my skin. I shook out my fur as I inched forward through the brush and lifted my head to better appraise a small, huddled shape on the ground, curled up in a ball. The clouds parted for only a second, but it was enough to let a stream of bright, pure moonlight pour down and show me what I never thought I would see in person. The redhead. She was here, in my realm. She was real. The clouds shifted, and the moonlight vanished, leaving us in darkness, but I made out her shivering body. She was soaked, had to be freezing. What the hell was she even doing out here? I took another step and cursed when my paw crunched on a few sticks, the crack echoing around us. She lifted her head, and I waited for a scream, but her eyes zeroed in on mine. Dark grey eyes that reminded me of a storm, and they were as wild as I recalled from the first dream I had of her. Her face was muddied and her clothes filthy. Her chattering teeth drew me out of my moment of shock, and I slowly approached, not shifting back, not yet. She tilted her head as I neared, her lips almost blue and her skin so pale. And she was young. 18, I guessed. I sniffed the air and blew out a breath through my nose. She was definitely human, but with a strong tinge of magic surrounding her. "You," she whispered, her voice shaking from the cold. "You, no, this isn't real. None of this is real." The voices, she cringed suddenly and clutched at her head. "They're right, they're always going to be right." I glanced toward Boris, who tilted his head. "What do you want us to do, sire?" "Keep an eye out," I ordered, then shifted. I heard the tail end of his protest, but then it was gone, and I cursed the night and the cold as I crouched down before her. "Are you hurt?" She didn't move, didn't even blink, but then her eyes shut, and her entire body went rigid. Worried she was having a fit, I reached out for her shoulder, but the second my hand landed on her, a jolt shot through me. "You are in danger, Tristan, Alpha Wolf of Torolf," she uttered harshly. "He's coming. He's coming for you. For all of us. He will not be stopped." I shot a look over my shoulder, just in time to notice Forrest and his guard break through the trees. She sucked in a deep breath and a pained gasp slipped past her lips. She toppled forward into my arms, shivering and shaking uncontrollably. "He's trapped," she whispered. "And she's screaming, so much screaming. I can't get to her." Forrest was at my side in a second, kneeling before her. "What did you say? Answer me." I growled in warning, not sure why I was suddenly feeling so protective of her, but she was clearly hurt and not in her right mind. I wanted to tell him to back off, but then she was shaking her head and tears streamed from her eyes. "Too many voices and the darkness, it's going to hit us. Have to warn you, have to stop it." Instinctively, my arms wrapped around her tighter, unsure of what I should believe, but something told me I was meant to find her out here tonight. To save her. I picked her up in my arms and her eyes slid closed. "We need to know what she was talking about," Forrest demanded as I started to make my way carefully back to camp. "Tristan, just stop for a second." "No," I snarled. "She's in no condition to answer questions. She knows where they are. You heard her." He yanked on my arm to turn me back around, but Boris was there to get between us, putting the dragon guards on edge. The tension rocketed until I called for my guard to stand down. "As soon as she is warmed and awake, we will get the answers you need," I promised Forrest. "But until then, she is off limits to you. Understand?" Forrest's jaw clenched, but he bowed his head. "Whatever you say, King Tristan." My lip twitched at his tone, but I understood that he was worried. Worry like that drove people to the edge of their carefully controlled emotions, and flung them right off. I continued through the trees, my guards surrounding me, with the dragons bringing up the rear. We would need to investigate the area more in the morning, but as she shivered against my chest, getting her warm and making sure she survived through the night was my first priority. "You," she whispered. I glanced down. Her eyes partially opened, studying me closely. "I've seen you before." "Have you now?" I replied, wondering why I wasn't more concerned about who she might be. "But you were furry, with a big tail." Her hand reached up, and I flinched when it went right to the large scar on my left shoulder. "I saw this, no fur there. Looked painful." I cleared my throat, unnerved at her words. "It was, but I survived." "Clearly." Her fingers slipped from my shoulder, and she curled closer against the warmth of my chest. "So cold, but they finally stopped." "They?" I threw a worried look behind me, but saw no one except my guard and the dragons. I hadn't sensed anyone back where she'd been either. "Who's they?" "The voices. Always there, but you chased them away." She smiled softly, and her eyes closed again as her body grew heavier in my arms. She was out, and I picked up speed to get her to a warm fire and bundled up in furs. Boris shifted as soon as we reached camp and helped to restoke one of the fires. Hank, another of my guard, fetched the furs from my tent. We got her as close to the fire as we could, wrapped her in the furs, and I rubbed her arms to try and get the blood flowing. I hadn't even noticed she was barefoot and cursed, moving her feet so they were near the flames. "Where did she come from?" Boris asked quietly, watching her with a wary eye. "I don't know, but that magic, did you feel it? You think it's one of the seams? She's human. Still, it's rare to have one wander into our realms so easily. I guess it's possible with what we did to bring them together again," I mused. "How did you know she was out there?" I debated on what to tell Boris, but I'd never lied to him before. "I dreamt of her the other night. And tonight. I heard her call for help." He nodded slowly but said nothing except he was going to send 2 guards back to where we found her and search the area. I let him go. Feeling eyes on me, I stared across the fire where Forrest was glaring at the young woman. The second she was warm enough, I was moving her to my tent and out of sight. He was young still, and if he couldn't find a way to control his anger, There was no way I was going to let him around her. Wasn't going to take that chance. This was my realm, and he was still a guest. Things could change very quickly if he wasn't careful. Where am I?" she whispered, and I returned my focus to her, but her eyes were still closed. "Torolf," I replied. "Did you mean to come here?" "I came to find the wolf. To tell him about the tidal wave, and the two people. They're trapped. It's horrible, it's all so horrible," she cried and curled in on herself. "Make it stop. Just make it stop. I don't want to see it anymore." I held her hands to help calm her, but she fought me, screaming and shouting about the voices and the ones chasing her. Some power had a grip on her mind that tormented her. "What's happening to her?" Hank asked as he helped me restrain her before she could throw herself into the fire. "I don't know, but she's not in her right mind." She yelled and managed to clock me once in the face before I got a better grip on her wrists, hoping I wouldn't accidentally hurt her. I had no name to call her by, nothing to tell me who she was, but a whisper in my ear again begged for help, the same sound I'd heard earlier. I let go of her wrists and cupped her face instead, forcing her to look me in the eye. "You're safe," I said sternly. "Nothing is going to hurt you, not while I'm here. You are safe." A sigh replaced the screams, and she nodded, her eyes closing again. "Kate," she whispered, and Forrest's head jerked up. "Kate?" But there wasn't anything else. Forrest hung his head, the need to push in his eyes. I waited, but he backed off, muttering something about getting some sleep while he could. When she was warmed up, I picked her up again and carried her, furs and all, into my tent. I figured I would curl up outside by the flames for the night, but she reached out for me, holding tightly to my hand. I knelt beside her, frowning down at this curious human who wandered into my realm. Each time I tugged on my hand, she only held it tighter, and I finally gave up, lying down beside her and let her hold my hand, wrapping my arm around her body to try and give her some extra warmth. Part of me wondered if this was all still a dream, and if I'd wake up to find her gone again. This entire night had been strange. A nagging voice said I should be more concerned, skeptical of the crazy person act, but the idea of tossing her back into the cold to wander and possibly die made me growl and pull her closer. No matter what happened tomorrow morning, I would get answers, but no one was going to hurt her. Least of all me.
Chapter 6. Sabella. Birds chirped somewhere close by, and I smiled, ready to feel the sun on my face today, hoping Nurse Beth would take me out for a walk. But there was no sunlight pouring in through my window. And these blankets, they were far too soft to belong at the asylum. Fur, they felt like furs. I had never before in my life slept with furs. Where would I even get them? I moved and realized I wasn't on a bed, and that there was an arm wrapped around my middle. A very masculine, muscled arm. Slowly, and swallowing back my terror at what was going on, I turned my head to the face of a man I knew and at the same time had no idea who he was. I assumed it was a dream, had to be a dream, but then his arm tightened around me again, and I did the only sane thing I could think of. I screamed. His eyes shot open and he was on his feet in a shot, crouching down as if ready to attack. And growling. Not human growling, animal-like growling. I slapped my hand over my mouth and his confused gaze shifted to me. He was sitting up in a pile of furs, and his cheeks reddened as he straightened and rubbed the back of his neck. "Good morning," he said formally and bowed his head. "I trust you are feeling better." Hand still planted over my mouth, not trusting what I would say, I glanced around the tent. I was in a tent? I strained to remember what happened last night. I'd been at the asylum. I'd been dreaming about running through the woods, about finding a wolf. And then another thought struck me so hard I forgot to breathe and was gasping for air as my hand fell to my side. The guy, appearing to be 20 maybe, started toward me worriedly. I threw my hands up and he stopped short, backing off. I waited for the voices to come, waited to see the visions that tormented me on a daily basis, but there was nothing. Nothing but my own thoughts. Crystal clear and vivid. I glanced at him, a smile of disbelief spreading across my lips as for the first time I could remember, I was just me. Me alone inside my head. Can you tell me what's going on here?" I asked, voice trembling. His brow furrowed as he crossed his arms. What do you remember? I don't. I was in bed and I snuck out, and then I was in the woods. I trailed off as bits and pieces came back to me. I'd been running, no, not just running. I'd been chasing something. A wolf. I was chasing down a wolf, but that can't be right. Can it? He shrugged, not giving anything away. I scowled at him. To be fair, you should be giving me answers. His brow quirked and he growled, sounding annoyed. Is that right? Whoever he was used to being in charge. I saw that plainly in the way he held himself. Broad shoulders and all, but those hazel eyes, they were amused. Yes, seeing as how I'm the one waking up in the tent of a strange guy. I meant to keep ranting at him, but stopped myself short. Panicking, I should have been panicking, but instead I felt strangely safe. If you tell me your name, I'll tell you what happened last night, at least from my end, he said in that deep, growling voice I was finding I liked quite a bit. I'll even start by telling you who I am. He bowed his head again. I am King Tristan of the Shifters, Alpha Wolf, and ruler of this realm of Torolf. I blinked several times, started to laugh, until he glowered at me and I coughed to try and cover it up. That's it, I've lost it. I've completely gone insane. That's great, just great. I looked around, guessing they'd thrown me in the padded room again to calm down. Who knew what trouble I'd gotten myself into last night? Insane? Yep, I said, climbing to my feet. I'm trapped inside my own head. They said this would happen, told me over and over not to give in to the visions, and what do? I give in, and now look at me. I planted my hands on my hips and stared him down. What? You think none of this is real? No, I don't, I snapped. You're just another vision or whatever. A voice inside my head. None of this real. I'm going to step out of that tent and find myself right back in my room, with Dr. Tim and Beth waiting to yell at me for acting out again. He looked extremely confused, but what did I care? He wasn't real. I marched to the tent and threw it back, to find more men and women gathered around fires as the sun rose in the distance, turning the sky shades of orange and pink. I sputtered, even as my toes dug into the grass beneath my feet. I shut my eyes. It was fake, it had to be fake. But when I opened my eyes again, they were all still there. A hand gently grabbed my arm and I jumped with a yelp. I hate to tell you, the guy who called himself a king said as he stepped out beside me, this is real. All of it, including me. I attempted to form words, but nothing came out except a squeak that I swallowed back. Your name? And this is me asking nicely. If this was real, then I was in a hell of a lot more trouble than I ever thought possible. And how was I suddenly feeling so sane? Sabella, I mumbled, then cleared my throat. Sabella, that's my name. Why don't you sit down and catch your breath? He suggested. You appear quite pale. Of course I do. Where the hell am I? I yelled, drawing the curious gaze of nearly everyone around us. I clasped my hands to my head, willing myself to leave this place and be back in my safe room, tucked away from the world. But nothing changed. And the voices, they stayed away. As did the visions. I didn't understand what was going on, and it scared me more than I wanted to admit. And at the same time, I wasn't scared. The guy stared at me. I couldn't see his face, but I felt that stare at my back, questioning, wondering if I was, what, a threat? I started laughing, unable to stop myself. He walked around to face me. I shrugged. What else am I supposed to do when I wake up in a weird place? I sputtered through my laughter. And honestly, I could be screaming right now. I see, he growled. Would you like to sit down by the fire? Sure, why the hell not? I glanced around the clearing we were in, but all I saw were trees stretching out behind us. I'd get lost if I set foot in there. Finding the asylum on my own was a bad idea. And what if the voices came back? And the visions? I shuddered to think of how bad it had been lately, and losing this clarity would be the end of me. I sat where King Tristan motioned, holding my hands out to the small fire. A man dressed in what looked like leather armor, a sword at his hip, smiled at me, then with a puff of breath filled with fire, sparked the flames before me even higher. My jaw dropped as I watched the flickering orange and yellow fire. "What the hell are you?" I gasped. He grinned wider. "Dragon," he replied as he straightened. As if that explained everything. "You're sure this is all real and not in my head?" I asked when Tristan sat down on a log beside me. "I am quite certain," he stated. "Now then, last night. What happened?" "Nope, you said you'd tell me first, so your turn, buddy boy." He mouthed the words and his brow furrowed. "You're going to be a handful, aren't you?" he whispered before he cleared his throat. "Last night, we were here in our camp when something alerted us to a presence in the woods. We went to investigate and we found you huddled in a ball, freezing cold, and babbling nonsense to the night. As if you were plagued by demons. You would not wake, so we brought you back here and warmed you by the fire to stop you from freezing to death." "And my waking up in your tent was what, accident?" I asked, feeling my face grow hot and not from the fire. I'd lived in an asylum all my life, and Tristan was the first hot guy I'd ever spoken to, let alone woken up with. In a pile of furs. As if that was perfectly normal. "You grabbed my hand in your sleep and would not let go," he said lightly. "I would have been content curled up by the fire, but you seemed troubled." My weird chipper mood crumbled, and I glared into the fire. I was troubled. Always troubled. How did I tell him that? I was the loony from the loony bin that escaped. How had I even gotten out? I'd never done that before, never felt the need to leave the place that kept me alive and safe from the outside world. Now here I was, out in the wild with strange people who found me wrapped in the throes of one of my fits. That was just great. Exactly how I wanted strangers to see me. The crazy girl. I sniffed hard and wiped at the sudden tears burning in my eyes, furious they were even there. I hadn't cried about my condition in years, and I wasn't about to have a full-blown breakdown right now. "Sabella. Who are you?" Tristan asked. It was meant to sound polite, but came across as a demand. Yep, he was definitely royalty. It suited his attitude more and more. "Sabella," he repeated. "I'm no one," I muttered bitterly. "No one at all right?" "I highly doubt that. Where did you come from?" I chewed on my cheek before I mumbled, "An asylum from northern Maine." "Asylum," he repeated sharply. "Yeah, all right. You found the psycho in the woods, congratulations. Now just take me back, and I'll get out of your way." I pushed to my feet and marched to the trees, not sure which way the asylum was and not caring. I wasn't wanted, I could tell that well enough. Muttering under my breath about obnoxious a-holes, I picked a random direction and was barely a few steps into the trees before a warm hand dragged me back. "What do you want?" I snapped, lashing out at Tristan, but his grip only tensed. "You are not wandering around in the woods alone," he argued. "Not after how we found you last night, and not when we aren't sure if you're a friend or foe." I yanked on my arm again, but his hand was like iron. "Friend or foe? What is this place, huh? You're from the human realm. Therefore you know nothing of our world," he said, as if any of that made sense. "However, you could be lying to try and cover your tracks. You could be working for the darkness, and I cannot allow you to simply wander about my realm alone. You could be here to cause harm to my pack." How was any of this real? I shook my head furiously, sending my hair flying in all directions. "You know I don't understand a damned word that just came out of your mouth." His hazel eyes took on a strange golden glow as a growl rumbled in his chest. The insane notion that he was a wolf passed through my head, but that just made me burst out laughing again. It wasn't possible, and neither was my wandering away from the asylum and into a realm where there were kings and people breathed fire. "I will have my answers," he warned. "And I've told you what I know. I'm a crazy person, all right? As in I'm on drugs and locked in padded rooms type of crazy." His eyes glowed even brighter. "You seem quite sane at the moment." "Yeah, I know, I'm having an off day." "You're being ridiculous." "I'm being ridiculous." says the man who claims is a king. His growl was fiercer than before, and several of the people in the camp stalked closer, not looking very happy with my words. Be careful of what you say. Or what? I challenged. I should have backed off, but no matter how real this felt, I refused to believe it was. It couldn't be, not when my mind was clear and we were in some place called Torolf. You can't control me and you can't stop me from leaving. I turned to try and go again when he lifted me off my feet and slung me over his shoulder like I was a sack of potatoes. Put me down. Not until you promise you will stop trying to run off. It's too dangerous out there for you. Says you. I wiggled, but it did nothing to free me. I gave up and went completely limp over his shoulder. Just put me down already. You swear you will not run off again? I crossed my fingers behind his back as I replied. Not yet, anyway. I held my breath, waiting to see if he'd buy it, and hid my smile when he went to put me back on my feet. The second I was free of his reach, I ducked under his arm and bolted. There was a time in the asylum, when I'd been younger, that I hadn't been so open to help. I'd learned how to dodge orderlies and nurses quite efficiently, until the voices and visions grew worse and I realized how important the nurses' and orderlies' help was for me. The trees were a yard away when a blur of fur shot into my vision, and I ran smack into the side of a giant beast. My hands buried in the fur, amazed at how soft it was and how big. This wolf, it was the one I'd seen in my dreams. I stepped back, panicking as that massive head turned toward me, narrowed eyes focused on my face, lip lifted in a snarl. Tristan. It wasn't possible, but the second I said his name, those hazel eyes glowed with the same golden color in answer. No, this can't, you're a... I shook my head, the voices creeping back in again. I shook my head harder, violently, but I knew what was coming. The wolf whined as if worried, but I couldn't see him anymore. I staggered back into someone else. I was spun around, and the second those two hands clamped down on my shoulders, I was thrown into that hell I never wanted to see again. I cringed, trying to break free, but the vision dragged me down deeper and deeper. My entire body convulsed with the force of the images, and I collapsed, mouth open in a silent scream, begging for it to end.
Chapter 7. Tristan. What did you do? I snarled the second I shifted back. Forrest still had his hands on Sabella's shoulders, falling with her to the ground. She shook, worse than last night, as he stared at her in confused panic. Nothing. I swear it. Her head flew back, as if trying to break free, and I wrapped my arm around her middle to try and make the shaking stop. The moment my skin touched hers, her mouth clamped shut hard, and her eyes opened wide, but as I looked more closely, I knew she wasn't really awake. They were glazed over, foggy almost, and the realization of what Sabella was crashed over me less than a second before the words tumbled out of her mouth, ringing with the same intensity I heard last night. He grows stronger with each passing day. He uses their power. You must find them and stop him before it's too late. Where are they? I demanded, no longer feeling nearly as sympathetic to her. Where? In a cell in a castle, in the midst of a maze with no center and no end, she replied in the same tone. I know not where. You will find what you seek if you look to the night sky, King Forrest. You cannot be blind to the signs. You cannot falter. A shiver rushed through her, and she sagged against me, breathing hard, and said nothing else. Damn it, Forrest growled. It's Kate and Craig, it has to be. I nodded, but all I could do was stare at Sabella. She wasn't just some crazy human who wandered into our world. She was a seer. My arm tightened around her, wondering if I should chain her hands and keep her in a tent with an armed guard. I hated seers, all my kind did, but until we found Craig and Kate, she was our only connection to them. That did not mean, however, that I trusted her in any regard of the word. Suddenly she thrashed, screaming, as if in pain. Stop it. Make them stop. She wailed it over and over again, lashing out as if trying to fend off an attack. Forrest and I did our best to grab hold of her limbs before she hurt herself, or us. Sabella, I said sternly. You have to come back to us now. You are safe. That was a lie, partially. She was safe from whatever she saw, but not safe from me. Sabella, find your way back. Open your eyes. When words didn't work, I cupped her face in my hand, and instantly she stilled. I caught Forrest staring at me curiously. Whatever he was thinking was wrong. I gave him a sharp look, daring him to say anything about it. He kept his mouth shut, and I called for Hank and Danielle, one of my more serious guards, to pick her up and carry her to her own tent. And keep an eye on her at all times, I ordered. I will not have a seer wandering the riverlands. A chorus of wary growls traveled around the camp. She would be safe from harm as long as I said she was not to be touched. A seer. Of all types of beings to find in the woods, we found a seer. This was perfect. We hadn't seen one in these parts for centuries, and then she turns up? It was too much of a coincidence to not be a coincidence. She was here for a reason, and until I knew more about her, she would remain under lock and key. Her story about being a crazy human could be a cover. Boris' face remained carefully blank, but I sensed the same suspicion in him. You think she's a threat? He asked as he reached my side. I don't know what to think, not yet, but she's a seer and that's bad enough. I understand your need for caution, but times have changed and we have not seen a seer in many years, he said slowly. Perhaps she is here for a reason. I stared at him curiously. Yes, to aid the enemy and harm my people. Forrest had been watching my two guards carry Sabella away, but once she was out of sight, he joined us. She knows where they are, but I didn't understand half of what she said. Did you? In a cell in a castle with a maze with no center and no end. And something about the stars that seemed to be directed at you, I muttered. We need her to tell us a bit more coherently. I don't think that's how visions work for them, Boris pointed out until I glared at him. He's right, Forrest sighed in aggravation. I've heard of their visions before, and they're always relayed in pieces, riddles. They're helpful if you can figure out what they're trying to say, although she seems to respond to you well enough. I crossed my arms, refusing to look at him or Boris. So maybe there's a reason why, he continued. You should talk to her more. Oh, I'll be talking to her more, to figure out what she's doing here. Boris, once the scouts report back, we're packing up and heading to the castle with our new guest. If she knows more about Craig and Kate, she's going to tell me, one way or another. I marched off, leaving them to most likely talk about me behind my back, but I didn't care. I was not going to entertain the notion that I had a connection to a seer. Seers were tricksters, all of them. Leading foolish men to horrible ends and cursing those they felt scorned them. My entire race was touched by that dark magic for all eternity, because of her kind. How could I show her any form of kindness when her type seemed content to torture innocents? I rolled my shoulders, wishing at that moment I wasn't the king or the alpha, so that I could take off into those trees. Hunt, let off some of the pent-up energy buzzing in my muscles. But I was trapped here in this camp, unable to do anything but wait. Wait for Sabella to wake up again, and wait to see if the scouts came back with any new information. Anything at all. The longer I stayed alone, the more the urge grew to go check on her in the tent. I was anxious, and I hated the feeling. I told myself I was simply worried about what harm she was about to bring to my people now, but another voice told me that was far from the reason. I would never say it aloud, but Forrest had hit on something when he said we had a connection. I was drawn to Sabella. I'd seen her in my dreams, heard her cry for help from impossibly far away. Tricks, I growled to the wind. Nothing but tricks. She was using me, just as other seers had in the past with shifters. We'd get back to the castle, she'd tell me everything she knew about Craig and Kate, who held them and where, then I'd lock her in a cell and maybe decide to return her to the human realm. Unless she worked for the enemy, and in that case, I'd have no choice but to do what must be done to all foes of my kin. My gut clenched at the idea of killing her, but I would do what had to be done. I was the alpha, and I protected my own, no matter what the cost. No matter whose blood would stain my hands. This was a time of war until the darkness was vanquished for good. Sabella would be just another casualty. Sabella still wasn't awake. I paced the corridor outside her room for now, waiting but nothing. We'd been back for a solid day, and she was still in and out, muttering incoherently under her breath. She cried out a few times, clutching her hands to her ears, whispering something about the voices, but then she'd stop the second I went in there to try and calm her. I'd barely rest my hand on her shoulder, and she'd relax, falling back into whatever sleep she was in. Boris had suggested I get some sleep, but Forrest's endless pacing around the castle made me reluctant to do anything that might slow down getting answers. We were running out of time. I didn't know how I knew that, but we were. And Sabella was the damned key. Danielle was in there with her now, and when the door opened, she stepped out with a bow of her head. She's awake. Not sure how long it'll last, but she said she's hungry. Bring her some food and water, I ordered. And a change of fresh clothes and some damn boots so her feet don't freeze off, I added, annoyed. How anyone walked around in that cold without boots was beyond me. I took a deep breath to try and control my temper, then stepped into the room. She sat on the windowsill, staring out toward the river. Sabella. In answer, she picked up the chain leading to the manacle around her ankle and shook it. It rattled loudly in the room, and she dropped it with a clang, back to the floor. I nearly laughed but stopped myself. What the hell was wrong with me? I'm afraid until we know exactly who you are to be kept here as a guest. You always chain your guests, she snapped, laughing sharply. Some hospitality. And from a king no less? I'm impressed, really. This is a great first impression. I wonder why I'd never come here before. Oh wait, that's right. I have no idea what this place is. Remaining by the door, I leaned against the wall, not about to feel guilty for my actions. You're a seer, what else do you expect me to do? That made her turn my way. I'm sorry, I'm a what? A seer, I repeated, frowning at the genuine look of confusion on her face. You see things? Really? Wow, that's a great explanation. She hopped off the ledge, the chain dragging across the stones as she approached, but it was too short to reach me, and she grunted in annoyance. I'm not a seer. I'm a crazy person. I hear voices and see things, but they're not real. I'm afraid that is not true. Oh no. And how would you know, huh? How would you know anything about me? I ground my teeth, standing toe-to-toe with her, and growled. Usually, people knew when to back down, but she merely squared her shoulders and glared right back. Seers have been a plague on my kind since the beginning. Since the beginning, she repeated in a mocking tone. What does that even mean? Since one of your kind cursed mine. I waited for some sort of recognition, a dark smile to appear on her face, but there was still nothing. She was good, very good indeed. One of yours ensured that should any shifter fall victim to their rage, they will forever be trapped in wolf form and fully become a beast, never able to be what they were again. That is what your kind is. A flicker of sadness I didn't expect flashed in her eyes before she shook her head. I have no idea what you're talking about, but it sucks, it really does, and has nothing to do with me. It has everything to do with you, I challenged. I know all about them, about you. You do you? You know everything there is to know about me. She shook her head and raised her hands to mimic throttling me. You're an asshole, you know that? I have no idea why you think I'm a seer, but I'm not. I'm just me. Well, just you has delivered 2 messages since you've appeared in my presence, I muttered. And you seem to know a great deal about 2 of my friends who have gone missing. Care to explain? I waited for her to deny it, but fear filled her eyes and she backed away. No. None of that was real, she murmured. It can't be. Whatever you saw is real, and you're going to tell me right now. No, she whispered, mumbling it over and over as she backed toward the other side of the room. I don't want to, it was too painful, too much screaming and the yelling. And pain. I can't see that again. You can and you will, I ordered, moving toward her. She threw her arms out to stop me, but I ignored them. You don't understand. I can't just make myself see things. That's not how this crazy head works. Things just happen when they happen. It's how I saw you and the wave. She ran her hands through her hair, closing her eyes and scrunching her face so much it looked painful. They just appear, the visions and the voices. And they never leave me alone, but here, for some reason, they're not as bad. I need you to tell me what you saw, I repeated more firmly. I can't. Do you understand what it's like inside here? She asked, pointing to her forehead. For the first time in years, I can actually hear myself think. Me. Not the voices, not the screaming. And you want me to jump back into that nightmare? She shoved me or tried to, but I didn't budge. Get out. Just leave me alone. Before, when I'd shifted to try and scare her from leaving, she'd seemed anything but afraid, so that usual route of intimidation was not going to work. She shoved me again, but all I did was growl. They are important people, and if you know where they are, you will tell me. Or what? She shot back. You going to crawl into my head and drag the images out for yourself? Good luck with that. I couldn't do that, but there was one thing I could do. I backed out of the room and shut the door, hurrying through the castle to find Forrest. He'd made her fall into a vision before, and he was going to do it again if she wasn't going to cooperate. Forrest, I yelled as I reached the main staircase. Footsteps pounded toward me, and he appeared from the great hall. What is it? Come on, we're getting answers, but I need your help. He hurried up the stairs and without a word, I led him back to the room with Sabella. The second I opened the door and she spotted Forrest, she pressed her back into the farthest wall, eyes wide. No. Are you insane? She yelled, panicking. This is King Forrest, leader of the dragons. He is here to find our companions. Tell us what you know, I demanded. I don't remember, all right? It's all fuzzy, she rambled. I'm not a seer, I'm just crazy. I swear that's the truth. Forrest, take her hand, I said. He hesitated, but only for a second. Finding Craig and Kate alive was our main priority. He reached out for her hand and grabbed it before she could pull away. I waited for something to happen, anything, but Sabella's wild eyes just darted from him to me, then back again. Her fear slipped away, and a smug smile lifted her lips, clearly happy it wasn't working. Told you I can't just? She gasped sharply, and her body went rigid against the wall. Her eyes took on that foggy appearance again, but the words were jumbled and nothing made sense. On impulse I took her other hand, and the words stopped immediately. What do you see? I asked. Sabella, tell me what you see. Where are they? A cage, she answered. The man with the shifting face of rage is trapped. He can't get to her. And where is she? Her head tilted as if listening, and then she flinched. Away from him, but I hear her. Screaming, but I can't see past the door. Look harder, Forrest urged sharply. Who has her? Sabella's hand trembled in mine, and I squeezed it tighter, steadying her somehow. It's here, she whispered, then sucked in a pained breath. The wave, it's coming across the lands, rising up to blot out the sky. It will kill us all, kill us. She was whispering again, but I couldn't understand the rambling, and then she blinked and sank against my chest. When her eyes opened, the fog had cleared, and she stared at me with pure hatred. Happy now, you D-bag? Her lower lip trembled, and tears shimmered in her eyes as she shoved off me and paced to the window. Her back remained toward us, shoulders hunched, and from the way Forrest followed her with a confused look, he picked up on several strong emotions. Sabella, I said, reaching for her. Forrest started to say something, but then she whirled around, fist flying, and hit me right in the nose. I blinked in surprise and she cursed in pain, holding her hand, which was possibly broken. God, I hate you, she ranted. Just go away. I tried to reach for her hand, but she pulled back and I let her. I'll send someone to see to your injury, I informed her, a lump in my throat that wouldn't go away. My face barely throbbed from the hit, and I exited the room quickly, Forrest right behind me. The second the door closed, something hit it hard, and then something else. Guess the small table and the chair, anything else she could get her hands on. We need to bring Lucy here, Forrest told me, cringing each time something else crashed into the door. You think she knows about this mysterious castle in the seams between worlds? Another crash and shattered glass. The pitcher of water, maybe? No matter. Possibly, but she can help us decide if Sabella is a threat or not. If she can help us, she'd be more apt to do so if she's not chained like a prisoner. She's still a seer, I reminded him. A young one. My God, Tristan, she's 18, and it's clear from her jumbled emotions whatever goes on inside her head, she's spent her entire life being told it's not real. He grabbed my arm hard as he added, she's confused, hurt, and in pain. Not just physical. If you push her much harder, she'll break, and we'll lose whatever chance we have at finding Craig and Kate. I don't trust her. You don't have to, but we need her. He released my arm, and said he was going to send a message to Lucy. And I suggest you find a way to put aside your prejudice for now. Why would I do that? Because whether you like it or not, you and she have a reason for meeting, he yelled from the end of the hall. And you'd be an idiot not to figure out what that is. Something else smashed into the door, and I leaned in close, pressing my ear to the wood trying to hear. At first there was just silence, and my hand was on the door handle, ready to check on her. Until I heard the crying. Immediately, I backed away. No sympathy, no weakness. Lucy could come and do what she liked to prove who Sabella was, but it wouldn't change my view of what she was. And I certainly didn't care about our reason for meeting. At least, that's what I told myself the rest of the day and into the evening, avoiding that entire corridor to stop myself from checking on her.
Chapter 8. Sabella. I spent the next I didn't know how long picking at the lock with some pieces of splintered wood, like they'd do me any good. At the sound of a key jangling, I jumped back and returned to my perch at the window. A woman came in and dropped off a tray of food, bread and cheeses, as well as a jug of water. She gave me a sharp look that I returned in kind before she disappeared again. Every few hours though, she came to collect me to use the bathroom. At least I didn't have to pee in a bucket. Each time I plotted my chances of getting out of this place, but there were people everywhere. Were they all like Tristan? Wolves? And what about the guy who breathed fire? He said he was a dragon. I could sneak past orderlies and nurses, but wolves and dragons? I pictured myself being torn to pieces by them, and giggled at the maddening notion. No matter, there were still too many eyes looking out for me. I'd get 2 feet before I was snatched back up and thrown back in my room. Cell. That's what it was. Just a nicer cell. I threw the chain down, frustrated, and pulled my knees to my chest, sitting on the cold stone floor. Tucking my head, I prayed for the clarity to come back, but it slipped away, slowly leaving me to the insanity that consumed my life. Each whisper made me twitch, as if that would get me away. They built and built until they were all I heard again. I tucked my head lower against my chest, rocking back and forth. I never should have left the asylum. Warning him or not, I shouldn't have left. Nothing good had come from it at all. I should have just let the darkness eat them all, and maybe then the visions would have left me alone. Seers, people who breathed fire, who changed into wolves. None of that existed. Magic wasn't real. You're confused, one of the voices said sharply, a new one I hadn't heard before. Oh, woman. I'm always confused, I retorted with a giggle I couldn't control. I'm crazy, remember? Crazy, crazy, crazy. What if you're not? Don't tease. Teasing isn't fun. The clamor of other voices rose suddenly and swallowed her voice. I nodded along with them, shaking my head, giggling and crying as they turned worse than it had been in years in my mind. Meds? No meds. No way to dull the voices. Eyes shut, I hummed loudly, my fingers in my ears, and ignored their rants. They argued with each other, yelling and screaming. I shut my eyes harder, and then suddenly there was an eerie silence. Slowly I opened one eye and then the other, shocked to discover I was no longer in the castle. My hands dug into grass and dirt as I stared around the beautiful clearing, sunlight dotting my face, warming me. And it was quiet, peacefully, perfectly quiet. If only I could stay here forever. A high-pitched scream of terror shattered the setting, and I whipped around. No. There it was, the tidal wave of darkness. It crashed through the trees, rising high above them until it blotted out the sun. I tried to run, but the ground swallowed my feet. A horrible cackling that rumbled like thunder nearly knocked me to the ground. So much screaming, shrieking. They were coming. They were all coming for us, and there would be no stopping him, not this time. I twisted my body furiously, jerked myself up to my feet, but there was no escaping. I sank back down to the ground and curled myself up as tight as I could as the tidal wave destroyed all in its path. A door slammed open somewhere and I flinched but didn't look up. The wave, it's coming, I whispered frantically. It's coming, he's not going to be stopped. What did you do to her? A furious woman snapped as two gentle hands grabbed my shoulders. I wanted to see her, but the darkness filled my vision, and all I could do was wait for it to leave me. Get that damn chain off her leg right now and get your king in here before I go and drag him in here by his ear. He will not be pleased. She's a seer, another female snarled. And I'm a pissed off witch. Get him in here now or I'll do it myself. Do you think I'm joking? Try me. My hair rose on my arms as the tension between these two women grew, until finally there was a furious growl and retreating steps. Hands picked me up and lay me on what remained of the cot I'd managed to throw into the door with my injured hand. Injured from punching Tristan. Tristan, who was a wolf. A wolf about to be eaten by the darkness. He's coming, I whispered again, flailing wildly around to find the woman, needing her to understand. We can't stop him. Calm down, Sabella, you need to focus on my voice, she said sternly, but I couldn't see her, and the voices rose trying to tune her out. Her words faded into the background and I cursed, wading my way through the madness, but I couldn't get back. I wanted out. I wanted to be free of this, but I was sinking back into the crazy. Back to the days where reality wasn't reality. I laughed sadly. This was my life. Forever. I would never be free, never, never, never. What are you doing? Tristan. His growl pierced through the din of voices as easily as if he'd used a sword. Tristan. The woman was talking again, but I couldn't hear her. Tristan's growl though, that pulled me from the shadowy world I'd fallen into, and slowly, ever so slowly, the room came back to me. The second his hand closed around mine, my world fell into sharp focus, and I gasped, sitting up and clutching my throbbing head. Tristan never released my hand. What happened, Lucy? He growled, but he wasn't speaking to me. The woman, Lucy was her name, was beautiful and powerful, her black hair braided back and her face set in a stern yet kind look as she glanced from me then back to Tristan. Her eyes glowed with a violet hue as she moved closer to Tristan and whispered something I couldn't hear. His growl grew dangerous, but she held her ground, staring him down. Hi, I said, trying to find an easy way to stop them from killing each other, which they suddenly looked like they wanted to do. The woman's eyes shifted back to me, and she smiled, holding my cheek softly in her hand. Hello, Sabella. I'm Lucy, and I'm here to help you understand what's happening to you, and to stop stubborn-headed wolves from making decisions they're going to regret. Tristan's grip increased on mine until I winced, and he finally looked at me. I couldn't read him, but I did catch a hint of guilt before he blinked and tried to pull his hand free. Wait, I said, please. There's something about you, you make them go away. Them? You've said that before, he told me. What are you talking about? The voices. I took his other hand in mine, and the amount of clarity that exploded in my mind was insane, more so than I was. And the images. They just... I blinked hard. They leave me alone when you're here. His face went completely blank this time, but his thumbs rubbed over my knuckles. Interesting. That's all you have to say, interesting? Lucy dug around in the bag I hadn't noticed before that was slung across her body. You wanted me here for a reason. Do you still wish me to continue, or would you like to merely trust what's happening right now? I had no idea what she was talking about. Tristan hesitated, his brow wrinkling, but he nodded. Do it. I'm sorry, Sabella, but I have to be certain. Sorry for what? Lucy said my name, and I turned to her just as she blew a dark blue powder in my face. I sneezed and coughed, but it sank into my eyes, my nose, my mouth. I shook, electricity shot through my limbs. I wanted it to stop, but it only grew worse, rooting me to the spot. My tongue twisted in my mouth. Who are you? Lucy asked. Sabella Doe, I answered without even thinking. What did you do to me? I choked. But she didn't answer me, just kept asking. Where are you from? Maine, I bit out. An asylum in Maine. Where are you from originally? I don't know, I mumbled. Who are your parents? I didn't want to do this anymore, but when I tried not to answer, the electric feeling turned painful and I winced. Answer, Sabella, or it will get worse, Lucy warned. I don't know, I uttered. And your family? Who are they? I don't know them either. I have no family. I dug my nails into Tristan's hands, not meaning to, but I had to hold on to something. Besides, this pain was all his fault. He could share some of it with me until it was over, the distrusting, damned furball. Why did you come here? How did I answer a question I didn't know the answer to? But then words poured out of my mouth before I even knew what I was saying. I have come to warn the wolf of the wave of darkness ready to wash over this land. I have come to seek the warriors 3. I have come to end the war and find the ones who have been lost. The ones? Tristan whispered. Kate and Craig, are you talking about them? No, I said, still not sure who was actually answering. I would have sworn it wasn't me. The ones who have been forgotten, the ones who will either save us or kill us all. Is that enough for you? Lucy demanded, and Tristan nodded. She reached into her pack and pulled out a handful of white powder, blowing that in my face next. I choked again, but this powder chased away the electricity, and after one final shudder I felt back to normal, well, mostly. What did I just say? I asked, confused. What did you do to me? Truth spell at the request of King Tristan. She crossed her arms, still looking ready to drag him around by his ear for doing what he just did. I was angry, but at the same time, if everything he told me was true about there being enemies and a war, and my being a seer, I couldn't hate him too much. Maybe. I wanted to be pissed at him, but at the moment, he was the only reason I wasn't lost in some crazy vision and hearing a swarm of voices I couldn't control. I wanted to be mad and run off, but the second I let go of his hands, I feared what would happen. Happy? I asked, hoping I sounded more furious than I actually felt. His lips thinned, but he nodded. I'm sorry, but I had to be sure. As I have said, we're missing 2 of our friends, and when a seer comes into my midst rambling about them and some tidal wave of death, I have to make sure you're not here to threaten my kin. I have to be certain you are not like the others we've dealt with of your kind. Right, because a seer had cursed his kind forever. How could I forget? Tidal wave of death? Is that really what I said? I asked, straining to remember what had been going on inside my head before Lucy and Tristan pulled me out of it. They bobbed their heads, and some of the tension disappeared from between them at least, but I sensed their worry. Well, that's awesome. So, I really am a seer, huh? Yes, you are, and I must say I'm surprised. Lucy dragged over a chair I hadn't destroyed to sit on. I haven't seen a seer in decades. They've all gone into hiding or been killed. She shot Tristan another look, and he shrugged. Wait, you've been killing seers? I asked, alarmed, ready to pull back, but he held on harder so I couldn't. No, but we may have chased them out of Torolf. I have told you my reason why. We have not had cause to trust them since. He watched me curiously, as if even after hearing me spill the truth, he wasn't able to believe me. All this time you just thought you were crazy? I hated talking about myself. Something Dr. Tim made me do once a week. Talk about myself, my thoughts. What I wanted. Where I wanted to go if I ever got better. Not that I ever thought I'd get better, or be able to think straight for more than a few minutes at a time. He always asked me the strangest questions too. Trying to get me to dig into my past and remember something, anything about a family. A parent. A happy memory. I resituated myself on the bed, wanting to hide away from their prying questions. I was dropped off at the asylum when I was 1, maybe 2. You were seeing things that young? Lucy asked, alarmed. No, they told me someone just left me with a note asking to keep me safe, I explained. Dr. Tim, he runs the place, he took me in, worried about who my parents might have been. Good thing he kept me too, since the crazy came on when I was 6 or so. Or maybe it was visions, I guess. Her brow rose even as patted my arm in sympathy. You poor child. No wonder they thought you were insane. And you can't remember your family? Nope, never have. The only thing I remember was a man in a cloak. He was crying, I whispered, that single fuzzy memory always trying to slip from my grasp. He said my name, Sabella, and that was the only thing I remembered hearing. Then he was gone, and I was in the asylum. They considered at one point trying to have a family adopt me, but I was too much trouble. They were worried I'd hurt myself or someone else. So Dr. Tim, he just took me in and raised me there. That's terrible, Tristan snapped. More terrible than if I'd wound up with a family that didn't know how to handle me. I remembered some of the fits I had in the early days. A normal family would have locked me in a room or tossed me out. No, growing up where I did was the best thing for me. Tristan looked far from convinced, but at least he no longer looked angry at me. How did you get here? As I told you, I was seeing a wolf you, and I just had to get to you somehow. I nervously glanced around, thinking orderlies were going to burst into the room and drag me back, but clearly that wasn't the case. I just walked out of the asylum that night and into the woods. Almost like it was meant to be, like magic. I smiled at the last part, remembering how those doors had just opened, and then I was in the woods. Tristan opened his mouth, but Lucy beat him to it. Mind if I talk with her for a while, alone? That deep grumbling started in his chest, but he bowed his head as he seemed to reluctantly let go of my hands. Of course. I'll be just down the corridor if you need me. The second the door closed behind him, I expected the voices to come rushing back. But they didn't. I huffed in surprise, then grinned, happy to still have a clear head. When Tristan is around, you seem better, Lucy noted. Because I am. I don't know what he does, but he makes me feel sane. That is very interesting indeed, Lucy mused as she stood and paced around the room. I felt comfortable with her, like my favorite aunt was visiting. Not that I knew what having any family around felt like, real family at least, but I decided she'd be that perfect aunt who spoiled all her nieces and nephews. Took care of them. As we sat in silence, a thought came over me that had my gut twisting, and I suddenly felt sick. If I'm a seer, that means what I've been seeing are all what? Visions of the future. She tilted her head back and forth. Yes and no. It sounds as if you've been seeing what is happening, and what will happen mixed together somehow. With Tristan, it appears you're able to focus your ability better. See clearer. I nodded. It's weird, I admitted. I've never really had a chance to meet myself without the voices. And that just makes me sound more like a crazy person. I laughed quietly, wishing I could stay like this forever. Free. That's what I felt like. I felt free of the burden of what went on inside my head constantly, making me feel trapped in a world I didn't belong. Or I did belong since I was a seer. Everything I'd imagined inside my head all those years, it was all true. All of it. The dragons, the fighting, the weird half-dead people walking around. Even the man trapped in the cage, and the woman screaming in pain. I gulped and wasn't so sure free was the word I should use. Now that I knew it was real, I could barely comprehend the amount of death I'd seen. Death and destruction, thinking all the while it was merely made-up fantasy. Tears dripped down my cheeks and I wiped them away, but more kept coming, and then Lucy wrapped me in her arms, holding me in a motherly hug I'd never had the chance to experience in my life. Hush now, child, it'll be all right, she promised quietly. We're going to figure out who you are. Don't you worry about that. You're safe here with us. And what I saw. I sputtered through my tears. That darkness, it swallows everyone. How are we going to stop it? Right now, all you need to worry about is yourself. We'll figure the rest out soon enough. I let her hold me as she asked me more questions about myself. Simple things, my favorite flower, if I liked the rain or not. I told her about my time growing up, shared with her some good memories I had. I could tell she held back and wanted to ask about the man I remembered seeing, or about what I told her and Tristan. After a while I leaned back and let it all spill out, like a dam finally bursting, unable to hold back the weight any longer. The words tumbled out one after the other, and with each one I felt myself grow more grounded in this world and in reality. I felt like I was becoming the seer I'd been born to be and never even knew.
Chapter 9. Tristan. I stayed outside the door, listening intently until Sabella broke down and sobbed. Every instinct screamed at me to go in there and hold her close, but though she said she wasn't mad at me, I sensed her anger. And she had every right to be upset. She'd come here alone and scared, wanting to warn me, and all I did was distrust her and chain her to a wall. Hank called out to me, and I hurried away from the door before I made a fool of myself. "What is it?" I grunted, forcing him to pick up the pace as I stormed downstairs to the main hall. "We have heard back from several scouts," he explained. "They found nothing where Sabella was found. Not even a trace of magic. Whatever brought her here, we're not sure what it was from." Great. More unanswered questions. I entered the hall and leaned on the table before giving in and pouring myself a large mug of ale. "Where is Forrest?" "I have some more news to share with him." "About Sabella? Is she working for the enemy?" No. I think she's here to save us, believe it or not," I confessed, chugging more of the ale and setting the mug down hard. "A damned seer after all these years. Why did it have to be a seer who would come to warn me and save our people? Who would make me feel more confused than I ever had before in my life?" "That's good news at least," Hank said as he bowed his head and added he would go find King Forrest and bring him to the hall. I had more information and even more questions about what we faced. Sabella was here to find the warriors who would what? Stop the tidal wave she kept mentioning? Or find the ones who would stop it? Forrest and Craig had told me about their time with Kate, figuring out she was the Vindicar, and what to do to stop the enemy we thought was the only enemy. I hadn't envied them their adventures, and I still didn't. Riddles and visions. All of it was nonsense, but it was the only lead we had right now. The only way to find Craig and Kate and figure out what we were up against. The darkness. That damned shadow. How was I supposed to save my people against a shadow? "What did you find out?" Forrest asked as he entered the hall. "Well, she is a seer who was raised in the human realm," I told him. "Her visions drove her here to find me, to warn me that he was coming, and we would not be able to stop him. Whoever this he is." Forrest hung his head as he leaned on the table. I felt his frustration tenfold. We were no closer to finding Craig and Kate than when he came to me for help. We had no new answers about the darkness hiding in the seams between realms. We had nothing except a seer who was only now realizing who she really was. I was about to suggest to Forrest we continue the search in the morning, start somewhere new and see what we would dig up, when Boris bellowed for me. With Forrest right behind me, we sprinted from the hall to find Boris holding up a bloody and beaten scout, barely able to stay on his feet. His eyes flooded and then he collapsed completely, taking Boris down with him. "What happened? Where was he?" I demanded, tapping his cheeks to try and get him to wake up. He was drenched in blood and the wounds were strange. I'd never seen them before. They were slashes, but not from a blade I'd ever seen before. I glanced at Boris. "I thought Hank said they found nothing at the site Sabella came through." "He wasn't there," Boris explained. "I'd sent him further south, to explore the rest of the forest to the edge of our territory." "Alone?" I demanded. Boris paled. "No, I sent 4 of them. He's the only one who returned. 3 scouts gone. They had to be dead. If this one was beaten this badly, I doubted the others had been taken prisoner. Get him up to the infirmary," I ordered. "The second he wakes, I want to know." "You are not going out there," Boris whispered urgently to me as the scout was carried off. 3 of my own are dead, Boris. I'm not going to sit here and do nothing, I growled back fiercely, standing to my full height. "Unless you are challenging your alpha, you will not try to issue an order to me again. You will gather a small contingent of warriors, and make them ready to depart as soon as I gather more information. Is that understood?" Forrest bowed his head in submission. "Yes, sire, understood." He backed away, head still lowered, and didn't turn around until he'd reached the steps. "Was that necessary?" Forrest asked in an undertone. "I will not be ordered about by my second. He's just protecting you." "We are not dragons," I stated fiercely. "We are a pack, and the moment I let my second order me about, or anyone else for that matter, it's a sign of weakness as an alpha. You are king by rights, Forrest, but anyone could challenge me and take my throne. That is how my world works." I walked away before he could say anything else about it. The other races had it so much easier than wolf shifters. The pack mentality was inbred into us. It was how we functioned, how we ruled. There was no changing it. Not anytime soon. 2 tense hours passed before the scout finally awoke, and I was summoned to the infirmary. Lucy was there, helping tend to the wounds that covered his chest. They were still covering them with a thick, greenish salve as he ground his teeth, shuddering in pain. "What happened?" I asked him softly. "Just take your time." He bobbed his head slightly and let out a shaky breath. "There was nothing. We scented nothing, and then suddenly we were in a stone maze of columns and walls with strange markings," he muttered through gritted teeth. I'd never heard of such a place, but Lucy's brow twitched. He continued, "The place felt old, ancient really." Sabella's words came back to me, about a maze. She'd told us Craig and Kate were in a tower in a castle, in a maze with no end. Was this really it? "And you were just there?" "We stepped in, and then we couldn't figure our way out, so we followed the path the best we could. And then we saw it." His skin grew paler still, and he started to shake. Lucy and the physician held him steady. "What did you see?" I pressed. "I need to know." But the words that came out of his mouth next were nothing but mad ramblings. Nothing made sense, and I growled in frustration, wanting to shake the answers from him, but I couldn't. Our first true lead into this nightmare, and I was stopped by yet another wall. "I might be able to help. Sabella." I turned slowly. She stood a few feet behind us, dressed in fresh clothes but still barefoot. What was it with her and boots? Her hair was pulled back from her face, but I wished it wasn't. This made her look too serious, like she might never smile again. Not that I'd seen her smile much yet anyway, unless she was mocking me. "How?" I frowned. "I don't want you pushing yourself too hard." "You need to know what he saw," she said, hurrying forward. "And I know seers only see what comes to them, but maybe if I touch his hand, I might be able to see the past? Or at least see if whatever attacked him is coming for anyone else. Are you sure this won't harm you?" I glanced from my wounded scout to Sabella. She appeared to be fine, but I wasn't sure what this would do to her. She was fragile in my mind. She said it herself, she wasn't mentally stable. "What if you get trapped in another one of these visions of yours?" "Then I get trapped, but if there's a chance I can see something that helps you, that's why I'm here, right?" "That's not reassuring, Sabella," I growled. She smirked. Actually, smirked at me. "As nice as your worry is, rather than your threats, you don't have a choice. You want to find your friends, right? I think I know how to find some better answers for you, maybe give a bit more insight." She stepped next to the scout and started to reach for his hand, but stopped short. "Tristan? Do you mind?" Her cheeks blushed as she said it, holding out her hand other for mine. I felt Forrest's and every other set of eyes watching me closely as I took her hand without thought. A strange calming sensation filled me, and I squeezed her hand as she rested hers over the scout's. He let out a deep steady breath as she closed her eyes, scrunching her face. I had no idea how this would work, never having witnessed a seer touch someone to get a vision, but then she bent over double, and her grip on mine constricted enough to hurt. I didn't let go, moving closer to hold her in case she collapsed completely. I held my breath, waiting. The seconds ticked by, and I was ready to try and pull her out of it, but Lucy shot me a stern look. Interrupting her might make it worse, she warned, and I took a deep breath to steel my nerves. Then the air grew heavy in the room, and it became hard to breathe. Whatever happened in those few seconds drew a scream from Sabella. Then she was thrown back into my arms, taking us both to the floor in a heap, and the air returned to normal. Her eyes fluttered open as I held her face, waiting for her to glare at me, anything. "Sabella? What happened?" Her mouth worked but no sound came out, not at first. I'm not even sure what I saw." "What do you mean?" I asked, getting us both back to our feet. There was a maze of stone. And the writing, it was weird, but then there was a statue. Its eyes were red and it came alive, she whispered, closing her eyes as if to try and remember more. "Then it gets fuzzy, and he's running through the trees to try and get back to you." "And the screams," she added, trembling. "I heard them dying." "Thank you for doing this," I whispered, and she barely managed a nod. "Lucy? Can you see her back to her room?" I turned to Boris and Forrest. "We're heading out, 1 hour." "Wait, you're leaving?" Sabella snapped. "To go there? No, you can't. Are you insane, or do you just have a death wish? You can't leave." She looked at Forrest. "Don't listen to him." Clenching my jaw, I reminded myself how little she knew of this world, but that didn't make it any better. "We don't have a choice," I argued, knowing everyone watched us. "Come with me." I grabbed her arm and dragged her out of the room, into a more private alcove. "And you cannot challenge me like that in front of my people. Do you understand how dangerous that is?" She rolled her eyes. "Seriously? Tristan, I'm not telling you that to challenge you or anything. I'm trying to save your life. It's my duty to go. There's no arguing this. Did you see those wounds he had?" She grabbed my hand to drag me back when I started to walk away. "If you go, that could happen to you. Is that what you want?" I tugged my hand free. "No, but if Kate and Craig are there, if they're being harmed by this beast who killed my scouts, they're running out of time. I will not bring back their dead bodies because I was too scared to face this danger." "Scared? What are you getting at?" "I never said you were, but maybe you should be." I scoffed, backing further away. "I'm happy you seem to be doing better, but you have no idea what you're meddling with." "Of course I don't, you idiot. I just found out I was a damned seer and that all of this exists. Where are you going?" I didn't stop, didn't reply. Seers. They were always trouble. No matter what I thought I felt for her, at the end of the day, all that mattered was getting back Craig and Kate, as well as protecting my own. If Sabella got in the way of that, she'd find herself locked up in that room for good. 2 people challenging me in one day made my hackles rise, and I was in the mood to find something to tear apart with my claws. "Let's go," I growled as I passed the infirmary. "Hank, you're to keep an eye on our guest while I'm gone." Hank bowed his head as Forrest and the others going with me exited the room. I waited to hear Sabella yelling after me again, but she remained silent. It would have been nice to have someone see me off on such a dangerous quest, but I'd survive. That's what I did. Held onto my throne and survived. "What did Sabella have to say?" Forrest asked as we mounted our horses preparing to leave. "Nothing important. From the lines on your forehead, I'd say she's got you all twisted around. She's challenging me in front of my pack." Forrest looked like he wanted to laugh but thought better of it. "Look, she's new to this world. She doesn't understand what your pack is or how it functions. Give her a chance." I muttered, flicking the reins of my horse to get us moving. "She's no longer chained up." "Not sure that counts," he began, but we were moving and whatever else he wanted to say or was saying was drowned out by the thundering hooves of the horses. Our group rode out through the gate, and I forced myself not to turn back and look to see if Sabella watched. She could do what she liked while I was gone. Hank would stop her from leaving, or at least from getting into trouble. Maybe she'd see something else that could help us, aside from another vision of Craig behind bars or Kate screaming in pain. I trusted Hank not to let the situation with her get too out of hand. The last thing I needed was the entire realm to hear about a seer at the castle. I'd have more challenges than I could count before I could properly explain why she was there, and why I was working with her. It was hard enough for me to agree to work with her, without assuming the worst would come of it. She might not be working with or for this new enemy, but until she figured out her place in this world, she was still an unknown. I didn't do well with unknowns.
Chapter 10. Sabella. "Don't challenge me," I mumbled, storming down the hall of the castle, not even sure where I was headed. "Challenge you? I'll challenge you all I want." Stuck up furball. I got a few sharp looks from the guards I passed, but I smiled at them brightly. Tristan told Hank to watch me, but I had no idea where he was, and frankly I didn't care. Lucy was in the infirmary, seeing to the wounded scout. Those injuries, I couldn't see a sword causing them, and apparently that was the main weapon used in this world. Realm, whatever they wanted to call it. Not that you even know what a sword wound would look like, I reminded myself. I must have walked through the entire second floor of the castle, and not seen a single bit of modern technology. It was weird considering they spoke like I did, acted like modern-day people. So why not have modern advances to go along with it? Everything was fires and swords. Probably terrible health too. I was going to catch something. Then I'd be the crazy, infected seer running around terrorizing everyone, instead of just being crazy. Though lately I was feeling less and less crazy. Stable, actually. It was odd. I worried the moment Tristan left the castle, I'd fall apart again, but it was like I built up a tolerance of some kind to the visions every time I was around him. As if a bit of him lingered around me, kept my head on straight. I took a right at the next hall and found myself down the same one where my room was. Being in there just reminded me of the fact he had the nerve to chain me up. And that chain was still in there, waiting like a snake to sneak up around my leg again. Nope, not going in there. Humming under my breath as I focused on anything but Tristan riding off straight into danger and getting himself killed, I wandered further down until the corridor split again. I made another right, then a left, letting my feet guide me. It was weird, as if I followed some unseen path on the floor. I finally came to a stop when the hall ended at a set of dark wood double doors. Without even touching them, I knew what was beyond. "Tristan's rooms," I whispered, glancing around to make sure I was alone. I'd been a snooper back at the asylum, but half the time I thought I was searching for magical trinkets and drinks that would allow me to fly up to the stars. I smiled sadly, thinking of all those days spent locked up when my visions could have been helping people. Dr. Tim and Nurse Beth were probably freaking out right now, wondering what happened to me. Would I ever get to see them again? Should I send them a message and let them know I found my place? Sort of. Be nice if I'd found my people when coming here, I mumbled, running my hand along the door. Should I or shouldn't I? There were no guards in sight, and how else was I supposed to get to know my captor, I mean my new friend, without doing a little snooping? He said it himself, I didn't understand how this world worked. He was so worried about his people seeing him scared, or having someone talk back to him. There had to be a better reason than that. He was the king, right? My hand traveled to the wrought iron handle. I expected to find it locked, but when I pushed down, the door opened a crack. I was about to go inside when I heard steps hurrying up behind me. Quickly, I pulled it shut again and rushed to stand by the nearest window, hoping it looked like all I'd been doing was innocently admiring the countryside. The man, or wolf I guessed Hank, spotted me and frowned, rushing to my side. "Sabella, what are you doing up here near the king's chambers?" Huh. I looked around me, pretending I was confused. "Oh. Sorry, I didn't even realize where I was. Just trying to figure out my way around, got a little lost." "Yes, well, why don't you come with me and I'll take you to the hall," he suggested, gently pulling me with him and away from Tristan's rooms. "We'll be eating soon, and I'm sure you're famished." Yes, I am." I smiled brightly as we walked, admiring the old tapestries hanging on the walls. Each depicted a great wolf just like Tristan. Some were of a whole group, howling together at the moon. I giggled a bit. "Is this true?" "Which part?" "The howling at the moon?" We paused to stare at the tapestry together, and his lip twitched. He appeared young, maybe younger than Tristan, which seemed odd since I was having a hard time believing he was around my age and the king. We are shifters, wolves, he said as if that explained everything. What I mean is, we are a pack, and our realm, the one Tristan is king of, is made up of several other packs. The howling at the moon? Not true, at least, not usually, he added with a laugh. And we obviously don't have to wait for a full moon to shift. So you're not werewolves? Hank scowled at me and I tried not to laugh. No, we are not those monsters from human lore, though regrettably that is where they got the idea from. He ran his hand over the tapestry before turning and motioned for us to keep moving. I understand how strange this is to an outsider. I grew up in a very, very isolated place, I explained. I could barely navigate the human world, let alone a pack of wolves or dragons or whatever else might be here. Elves and demons, he supplied helpfully. I sighed. You'll get the hang of it. Yeah, sure, I said, trying to picture him and all the others in a pack. I stopped mid-step as a light bulb went off inside my head. That's why he got so grouchy. Huh. Grouchy, he asked in a tone that indicated he would never get caught calling Tristan grouchy. Yeah, I was trying to warn him about heading out before he understood what killed those scouts, but he got a little testy with me. Thought I was calling him a coward. He sucked in a harsh breath. You never challenge him, not in front of others. I'm starting to get that, I think. We reached a set of stone steps, and I shook my head. Nope, I don't get it, not really. Tristan is not just a king, he explained as we descended the steps. He's our alpha. Bit young to be alpha, I mused. Hank shrugged. 87 is young to some, but it's not unheard of, what? Sabella. I stuck a finger in my ear and wiggled it. Sorry, thought you said he was 87. I did. He will be 88 next month, unless of course he gets himself killed on this quest of his. He smiled up at me from a lower stare. He's young though. Shifters live to be hundreds of years old, thousands if they're lucky. That was certainly new information. So he was an old man furball. I enjoyed that I had something new to give him crap about. And seers? I asked curiously. What about them? Me? That is a question for a seer or a witch. The sorcerers might know perhaps, he suggested. Sadly I do not. Right, so Tristan is the alpha, I repeated back to him. His age helped me understand his hard-ass attitude versus the attitude someone who looked 20 should have. And he had to fight someone else to get the throne? Sounded harsh, but I thought that was how it worked. At the landing, we went left, and I tried to remember where we'd come from, but then Hank was talking again, and I didn't want to miss anything he said. Sometimes, but Tristan's parents were able to step down and handed over the throne to him. It's been in his line for generations. He did have challenges in the beginning, but he managed to prove himself a good alpha for us all. He fought them in hand-to-hand? Tooth and claw, and sometimes, regrettably, depending on the challenger, it's to the death. It's how it's done, Hank stated proudly. But as I said, he won out every time there has been another wanting to take control of the pack. I remembered the scar on Tristan's shoulder, the one where he had no fur in his wolf form. How many times has he been hurt during these fights? A few, some of them have been severe, but he's strong. Yeah, I got that much figured out. The rest of the walk to the hall was silent. I was wrapped in my thoughts about Tristan fighting off other wolves who thought they would be better rulers. Hank seemed content to watch me closely, as if afraid I'd suddenly take off on him or try to attack him. We just reached the door of the hall when we were met by loud and boisterous voices, silverware and dishes clanking, when I paused to ask him one more question. Do you think he'll ever get over the fact that I'm a seer? I mean, I did come here to help, I think. Hank scuffed his boot on the floor, and the chatty wolf from earlier was gone. That is something you'll have to ask him. I suggest you don't go around telling everyone what you are, either. Some of us don't hold a grudge, but Tristan and a few others, they've lost loved ones to the curse. Finding out you're a seer could end very badly for you. Right, lips are sealed. If anyone does ask who you are, just say, you're a guest of the king's. His guest. Does King Tristan usually chain up his guests? I smiled. Hank breathed out heavily through his nose, but I patted his arm and walked inside with my head held high. I'd lived my entire life thinking I was insane, and the voices and visions that seemed so crazy were my life. I was pretty sure I could make it through a dinner in a castle filled with shifters, who might or might not try to eat me when they realized what I was. Yeah, just a typical night for little old me. Despite the fact I continued to get weird looks throughout the evening, no one questioned why a human was a guest of King Tristan's. Nice to know all those here at least respected him enough to leave it at that. I could tell they wanted to bombard me with what I was really doing there, but Hank hovered close by, stopping the conversations from getting out of hand. It got better when Lucy returned from the infirmary. Then all anyone wanted to know was how the scout was doing and if he'd live. "If he makes it through the night, he'll live," she announced. "But I'm afraid that's all I can say. Hope and prayers, that's what he needs now." She sat down beside me, but before I could ask my question, someone else did it for me. "Those wounds, what caused them?" I thought the wolf's name who asked the question was Danielle, one of the guards who'd been ordered to watch me earlier, and one who didn't seem to like me. "That's the worst part." "I don't know," Lucy replied. "Took forever to get the bleeding to stop, and even then, the wounds continued to ooze. Whatever attacked him, he's lucky he made it back here." The conversation picked up again around us, and I let Lucy enjoy her mug of ale, which tasted strangely sour and sweet at the same time, before I leaned in. "Is there anything else you can tell from his wounds that you're not telling us?" Her eyes slid to mine, and she subtly nodded. "Magic of some kind was involved," she whispered so quietly I almost couldn't hear her. "We will talk about it later." I looked up to catch Danielle glaring at us both intently before she returned to her meal, stabbing at her hunk of meat viciously, probably thinking of me while she did it. Yes, just then she pierced me with a stare. I gulped and hid my face behind my mug. When I'd first sat down, I'd been a bit thrown off to see so much meat on the table. Hams and turkey legs, steaks, any kind I could think of were there. I wondered how much of it would go to waste, but now as I stared up and down the table, there were hardly any scraps left at all. Another curious note to add to my list about shifters. They ate a lot of meat. I wasn't about to ask why. It seemed rude first off, and I wasn't willing to piss Danielle off anymore. After Lucy managed to eat a few bites, she excused herself and I followed, retreating from the hall. Hank came with us, of course, but she didn't seem to mind. "Now then," she said once we were well away from the hall and stood on an outer balcony overlooking the courtyard. "Whatever attacked the scout used magic to do so." Hank snarled furiously behind us. Lucy rolled her eyes. "Wolves and magic. You know it was my magic that saved him," she pointed out. "Sorry, but we don't take it lightly. You know that." "I know, and I find it ridiculous after all these years. Especially after the Vindicar has come forward. She stopped the army here, remember that too?" Hank looked sheepish all of a sudden as Lucy rubbed her forehead hard, and I saw how much taking care of the scout and dealing with me had taken out of her. "Those wounds, I'm lucky I even got them to close. The magic intended to keep them open, so he would bleed to death over time. If my magic holds for the next few hours, he'll live and maybe then can give us more of his tale." I wish there was more I could have done, seen everything he'd seen, but something had pushed back against me when I tried. I doubted she would let me near the scout again, but the same urgency I'd felt back at the asylum to do something nagged at me now. "I have to get back," Lucy told us. "I'll be in the infirmary all night if you need me." We watched her go, and though I was far from being tired, an idea popped into my head. I forced a yawn, stretching my arms over my head, and mumbled something about turning in for the night. Hank followed me all the way back to my room, which I expected. Once I closed the door, I waited, listening to hear if he'd stick around or not. It took about an hour or so, but eventually I heard his steps retreat down the hall, and no one else came along. Holding my breath, I opened my door a crack and peeked out. The torchlit hall was empty. I stepped all the way out, ensuring my door closed softly behind me, and looked right and left. Great, now how to get back to Tristan's room? I was terrible with direction, something I hadn't known until that moment, my head finally clear enough to even understand such a thing as direction. I closed my eyes and let my feet guide me as they had before. I had to swallow back a few laughs, not wanting to draw attention to myself, wandering the halls at night of a strange castle, eyes closed, hoping I'd end at the right place and not be caught. It was amusing. That, and I was pretty sure whatever effect Tristan had on me was wearing off. If I was going to get answers, I had to do it fast before the voices came back to torment me some more. My toes bumped into something hard, and when I opened my eyes, had to bite back my shout of triumph. I'd found the door. The right door. And there was no sign of Hank or any other guard to stop me. "All right, King Alpha Tristan," I whispered, reaching for the door handle a second time, "time to figure out who you really are." I pushed down on the handle and stepped inside. I closed and locked it behind me for good measure, hoping it would at least buy me some time in case anyone tried to come in here, or Tristan returned early. Slowly I turned around and took in the room. A large four-poster wooden bed sat off to the right, the headboard pressed against the wall. It was covered in piles of furs, with more on the floor by the empty hearth. I pictured him in his wolf form, curled up there instead of on the bed, and decided I liked that image. After all, it was the wolf I followed out of the asylum and through the woods. That's who he was. A wolf. I meandered deeper into the room, noting the round table by the door, overlaid with maps and various papers. They looked like formal letters of some kind, but it was the map that drew my attention. It appeared he'd been drawing on it, marking off new boundaries and territories. I ran my fingers along those etched lines, noting the additions of other places. Boshan. Darrowlands. Gregornath. Silver Valley. And Torolf, of course. A river cut through the main area on the map, winding down and around through what was dubbed the Riverlands. Growing up here must have been nice. To go out and see the forests, follow that river, play in it. Have an actual life. Now looking at the map annoyed me, so I moved on, no longer wanting to think of how strange and lacking my life had been so far. 87 years old, I whispered to the room, reaching a wooden wardrobe. I opened it to see what secrets it held. "What have you done in all those years?" The leather armor was displayed on a bust on one side of the wardrobe, and more leather breeches, shirts and spare boots were on the other. Nothing too exciting. I closed it and went to the desk setup, where he could work and stare out the large floor-to-ceiling windows to the river beyond. There weren't many personal items scattered around, no pictures or trinkets aside from some sheathed daggers resting next to his bedside. I picked one up, noting the ebony sheath and the rubies along the side of it, when a weird sensation gripped my gut. Like something was tugging on my center somehow. My head grew heavy, and then I wasn't in the room anymore. Gripping that dagger in my hand, I staggered backward, opening my eyes to find a horrifying vision laid out before me. The stone columns I saw through the scout's eyes were there. They ran down either side of a cracked brick path beneath my bare feet. The air was musty, old, and I coughed after I sucked in my first breath. A strange scraping sound met my ears, not metal against stone but something else. Something worse that made my hair stand on end. I gulped and fought to keep it from being audible. I shouldn't be here, but no matter what I thought or how hard I closed my eyes, this was where I remained. Cursing, I backed away, not wanting to turn my back on whatever came toward me. I moved to my right, winding through what appeared to be a never-ending maze of stone columns engraved with weird writing. Still walking backward, I yelped, clamping a hand over my mouth as the scraping noise suddenly stopped. I glanced around to see what I'd tripped over and fell into the nearest wall, shaking my head in terror. The dead scouts. Lying there, still in wolf form, their eyes frozen open in death and their bodies torn to shreds. Not by claws or teeth, but by whatever left the marks on the surviving scout. I gagged, willing myself not to be sick as I ran blindly away when the scraping sound picked up again, louder. Closer. Impossibly closer. There was no way to tell where I was going, and when I reached a dead end I sprinted back, taking another path and another, the scraping always right on my heels. Just when I feared it was never going to end and I would be trapped in these walls forever, I heard a familiar yell and the sound of swords clashing. Then there was snarling and growling, bodies being slammed into the stone columns. The cracking rang out around me, and I took off in the direction of the fighting. I pumped my arms as hard as I could, needing to reach them before it was too late. No. Too late. There were limp bodies scattered around the ground, bloodied and broken. Warriors all dead. Several wolves whined helplessly, unable to move or heal their wounds. I searched in vain, praying none of them were Tristan. A thunderous bellow made me whip my head around in time to witness a monstrous statue with fierce glowing red eyes and impossibly white, trailing hair, bearing down on Tristan. Tristan launched himself at the monster, but two long whips that cracked when they snapped flew at him, hitting him across his body. He yipped in pain, his body thrown across the bricks, rolling end over end, until it finally came to a stop. Blood seeped from his side and his eyes closed. "Tristan," I breathed, begging for him to get back up. Then those red eyes turned toward me, and fear rooted me to the spot. It bore down on me, and all I could do was throw my arms up and scream, watching those whips come down on my head. I fell back into a set of arms, a scream dying on my lips. Sabella. Hank. Hank was there. I opened my eyes and gaped at him in confusion, still clutching the dagger in one hand. Hank. I looked around Tristan's chamber and tried to take a step, but excruciating pain shot up my arms. I squealed, collapsing, taking Hank to the floor with me. "What happened to you?" "Sabella." He trailed off, staring at me with a mix of confusion and horror. "What?" "Hank, listen, I know I'm not supposed to be here," I gasped, adrenaline pumping through me and making everything shaky, "but you have to get me to Tristan. I have to warn him." "You're bleeding." "What?" The sleeves of the black blouse I'd picked from the clothes brought to me earlier were damp and warm. I felt woozy, but there wasn't any time to deal with whatever I'd done to myself while trapped in a vision. "Look, you need to get me to Tristan. Now. He's going to die if you don't." I repeated. I was at the door before he had even closed his mouth. "Hank." "I can't let you leave the castle," he argued. "Sabella. Either you take me to him, or I'm going to run out of here barefoot at night to try and find him, get lost and probably die," I informed him. "Is that what you want?" He growled in warning, but I didn't back down. If I could stand toe-to-toe with his alpha, I could certainly stand my ground with him. He groaned, giving in, and grabbed my hand, dragging me down through the castle. We ignored the few people we passed, and once we were outside, I expected him to wrangle up some horses, but instead, we headed for the gate. "We going to walk there?" I asked, shivering already from the chilly night air, my feet cold on the hard ground. "No, I have something faster than a horse." I was about to ask what when a shudder ran over his body and Hank shifted into a wolf, his sleek, black and white fur shining in the moonlight flooding the courtyard. He stared back at me over his shoulder, and lowered his body enough that someone could climb on. "Oh wow, wait a second," I said, holding my hands out. "I'll fall off." He snorted in annoyance and ran toward me, circled me and managed to lift me up off my feet. I landed on his back and buried my hands in his fur just in time. He took off at a dead sprint. I hunkered down, low on his back, closing my eyes from the harsh wind pelting me in the face from how fast he ran. My fingers cramped in his fur, but I didn't dare let up my death grip. Each step made my arms throb in pain, as well as my sides. What had I done when I was in that vision? No, that part wasn't important. Getting to Tristan before he and anyone else went into that maze, that's what mattered. I had to save him, save all of them before it was too late.
Chapter 11. Tristan. The flames crackled loudly before me. We were close to where the scouts had been sent to search, but Boris pulled me aside earlier, begging me to wait another day in case it was a trap. He and the others would try to draw anything in the area, and if there was no immediate danger, only then would he let us continue. I'd snarled in warning, but his job was a most difficult one. Looking out for the alpha sometimes meant stopping him from running headfirst into danger. Forrest and I talked briefly about what we would do once inside this maze of stone columns. We agreed to leave someone near the entrance, and use a rope to keep us tethered to our exit point. The chance was slim it would work, but the idea of being lost in a maze did not sound enjoyable to me. I was ready to curl up in wolf form and rest my eyes when a voice tugged at my mind. Tristan. I rubbed my eyes, figuring it was exhaustion making me hear things. I waited a few more seconds, and when I didn't hear it again, shifted into wolf form. The fire warmed my fur, and I settled down beside it, nestling my head between my massive front paws. King Tristan. My king. My head shot up this time, and I was on all fours as Boris growled close by. He'd heard it too. Hank. It was Hank's voice. What the hell was Hank doing here? Tristan. Sabella's voice now. Sabella? She was with him? Boris and the others took up protective stances around me seconds before Hank's black-furred body appeared, with a very wind-blown and frantic Sabella on his back. A sharp jolt of jealousy shot through me, but then it was gone as she slid off unsteadily. I shifted back in time to catch her as she threw herself at me. What are you doing here? I demanded. You are supposed to remain at the castle. I couldn't, not after what I saw, she gasped, clinging to my arms. Fear it poured off her in waves and was blatant in her eyes as well as relief. Had to stop you. Her eyes fluttered closed, then she slipped through my hands. Sabella. She was on the ground, the words barely a whisper. Something wet and warm coated my hands, and the sharp tang of blood hit my nose hard. My hands were covered in it. I glanced from Hank to Sabella before falling to my knees before her, tugging up the sleeves of her shirt. By the gods, woman! What did you do to yourself? I muttered, noting the deep gashes running up her right and left arms as if struck by a blade. No, not a blade. These seemed familiar, but I couldn't tell. Hank? You were supposed to watch out for her. Her arms. His eyes widened in alarm. I'm sorry, sire, I found her in your chambers, and then she said we had to come find you before it was too late. I hefted her into my arms, hating as she winced in pain, then carried her closer to the fire so I could better see her wounds, shoving the sleeves of both arms out of the way. Boris, get me the kit, would you? Tristan? She sat up suddenly and we banged foreheads. She cursed and fell back down immediately. Damned furball with your hard head. Great, now I'm dizzy on top of everything else. She mumbled a bit more, while I prodded the area around the gash. Ow! What was that for? How did you get hurt? I growled, my inner wolf snarling in anger at the fact someone would dare harm her in my castle. And that she came all the way out here with only one guard. Infuriating sear. I don't know, must have bumped into something. Bumped into something? Sabella, your arms are cut to ribbons. Huh? She sat up, slower this time, and stared at her injured arms. Her brow furrowed in confusion, then she glanced around wildly, as if afraid some great beast was going to come out of the darkness and attack. We have to leave now. Slow down, I ordered, grabbing her shoulders. I expected to see her eyes fogging over, or that she was having another fit, but she appeared to be stable. For the moment, at least. You don't understand, I saw it. I saw what happened to the scout. And it's not finished. You had a vision? She bobbed her head, hair flying everywhere out of her messy braid. I saw the dead ones in the maze, and then it was there and it came for you, for us. It killed you, she whispered, as if afraid to say it aloud. And then? She gulped and her gaze shot down to her arms. No, it's not possible. What's going on? Forrest asked over my shoulder, Boris handing me the kit on my other side. I'm not sure. Sabella, just take a breath, I said firmly, and to my surprise, she listened. What exactly did you see? She swallowed hard and looked me right in the eye. I saw what attacked them, what attacked everyone, and it came after me, it saw me. She trailed off as her gaze drifted down to her wounded arms. It wasn't possible. I couldn't be possible, but the serious look in Sabella's eyes, punctuated by her fear at the realization of what happened, had me cursing and wishing I had not left her alone. You're saying, I said slowly and quietly, you had a vision of this monster attacking you? She nodded. And when you came out of the vision, you were injured? It charged me, and I put my arms up over my head to protect myself. She mimicked the action, flinching at the pain it caused her. And then Hank was there, and all that mattered was getting here. Her eyes flooded again, and she sagged. Think I lost a bit more blood than I thought. Then she passed out completely. I could have strangled her for putting herself at risk like this. The entire time I cleaned up the wounds on her arms, I ran over what she told me. She saw the dead scouts in the maze of stone columns. She saw our party being attacked, me being killed. And then it came for her and did this through a vision? How was that possible? Lucy mentioned the wounds on the scout had been caused by magic, Hank said, kneeling beside me. I wrapped heavy bandaging around the gashes Sabella's arms that thankfully did not need stitches on. They were deep but not wide. You think it's strong enough to harm a seer through a vision? I'd say this is all the proof we need, I growled, gently setting down her right arm. How did she get into my chambers? I locked the door, I knew because I always lock the door. I don't know. I watched her until she turned in for the night. And I was sitting in a chair just down the hall from her room, he groused. I should have seen her leave. This is my fault, and I'm sorry, sire. If she had not had a vision that might save us all, I would have more cause to be pissed, I told him. But clearly it was meant to be. The notion that she had been sent here to save me was becoming more true with every passing hour I spent with her. Forrest tapped me on the shoulder and motioned for me, so we could talk away from Sabella. What do you want to do? His voice was somber and quiet. About what she just told us. I wanted to say I had a genius plan that would get us inside the maze and we'd find a way around this monster who killed my scouts, and if she'd lingered too long in that vision, could have killed Sabella too. But no plan came to mind. We weren't even sure what this monster was. There were 10 wolves here, in addition to Forrest and his 4 guards. Dragons and wolves together, I think we can take whatever that maze decides to throw at us, I finally stated, not ready to turn back. I was hoping you'd say that. If Craig and Kate are anywhere in that maze, we'll find them and we'll get them out alive, I swore. One way or another, we're getting them back. I'll understand if you don't want to lose anyone else. My soldiers know the risks. Besides, now they want revenge. Forrest smiled bitterly. I know the feeling. First light then. He walked away and I went to snag Hank. I need you to get word back to the castle. Lucy and whoever else she can find. And tell her what exactly. I wasn't sure what to tell him until my gaze landed on Sabella. Tell her they need to come to the spot the scouts disappeared, and be here as quickly as they can. Whatever happens tomorrow, something tells me we might need a little backup of the magic kind. Hank shifted and took off into the night. I waited a few more minutes, studying the shadows around us, but as far as I could tell, there was nothing out there waiting to attack. I shifted and curled up beside the fire and Sabella to get a few hours of sleep. Before we set off again, I tried to wake Sabella, but she barely stirred. Figuring her wounds had taken a toll on her, I left her to sleep by the fire, knowing soon enough Lucy and the others would show up and take care of her. Boris insisted more than ever that he and the others go in first, just in case this monster made an appearance. I let him lead the way, ready to spring into the action the second we were attacked. The air became electrically charged as we walked. Magic. It surrounded us like a heavy mist, and I growled, already not liking where this was going. Boris shifted, as did the others with him, and I nearly did the same when I heard something rushing through the trees behind us. Stop! What are you doing? Sabella hissed. What are you doing? I snapped. Get back to the camp, right now. No. I came here to stop you from doing this. If you go there, you're going to get killed, you idiot. Why don't you listen to me? I took her hand, ready to drag her back to the camp, but she dug in her feet and then sank down to the ground. I stared at her, stunned at her horrid behavior. Get up, I demanded, but she didn't move. I'll carry your ass back there if I have to. You aren't listening to me. Look who's talking, I yelled, growing tired of her all over again. You cannot command me. I am the alpha of this pack. And I'm trying to save your life. I reached down, ready to throw her over my shoulder, when the air crackled with power, and it was as if someone flipped the world upside down. My vision shifted as I hit the ground along with everyone around me. By the time the world was right side up again, it was too late. Cracked bricks lay beneath my hands, and stone columns spread out in every direction. "The maze," Sabella whispered. "I'm too late. We're not going to die." I found my feet and took a second to get my bearings. "Boris, get the rope. One man stays behind, right here, marking our way out." As the rope line was prepared to guide us back home, Sabella paced in a frantic circle around our group, glaring down every possible avenue. Her lips moved and her eyes were wide, but whatever she said was lost in the commotion of our warriors preparing for the worst. "It's this way," she finally said, and before I could stop her, she started to walk away. "Sabella. Damn it. Get back here. No, if you're going to do this, then you have to listen to me, or we're all going to die." I wanted to tie her up and leave her with the wolf remaining at the entrance, but a strange noise met my ears, and Sabella froze. "It knows," she whispered. "We have to move." "Fine, but you stay with me, understand? No taking off." She nodded. "No more arguing." I threw whispered orders over my shoulder, and all formed a single file line behind me and Sabella. She kept her head down as she tugged on my hand, and we were off, weaving in and out of the columns. I expected the noise to get fainter, but it grew louder, as though whatever made it somehow managed to follow the crazy path we took. At some point, the rope we brought would run out, and we'd be lost in here, possibly forever. Suddenly she paused, nodding at the ground. I glanced down and I bit back a snarl. Blood and bits of leather armor. The scouts had been killed near here. We were moving again, weaving among columns etched with writings I didn't recognize. Around another column, the scraping nose began to fade. Whatever stalked us either gave up the chase or was waiting for us to make a mistake. I'd been so busy intently listening to the background noise for any hint of this monster attacking, I hadn't realized Sabella stopped until I slammed into the back of her. "I think we're here." "Where?" But then I straightened, and there before us was a castle with a tower. It was old and decayed, much like the columns we just raced through. A set of metal doors blocked any entry, and there was a raised platform before it, as if something was meant to stand there. 10 steps led up to it, but there were no guards. Nothing else that would impede us from going in. Forrest was beside us, grinding his teeth, his face screwed up in pain. "I can feel them," he hissed. "They're in there." His face started to contort as I watched him, but he couldn't shift, not if there was something watching us from the maze. I dug my fingers into his arm to stop him. "Wait, all right? The second you change, we'll be found. Let's get inside and find them, then you can shift all you like." He rolled his shoulders but stopped the change. "What do we do?" "Find a way through the doors." "Sabella? Did you see how to get in?" "Sabella? Huh?" She shook her head, and an array of emotions passed across her face. "No, but they're not locked, and there's not a guard inside, but there's 2 in the tower with the man in the cage, and Kate, someone's with Kate." "Can you tell what they are?" "You're not going to like it," she replied. The scraping sound erupted close by, and we all froze, pressing ourselves against what cover the fallen stone columns gave us. I put my arm out in front of Sabella as I peered around the stone. The scraping sound was strange. Not metal against stone, but something else, something worse. A figure appeared barely 2 columns over, and I ducked back down, putting a finger over my lips. Boris was still in wolf form, and was crawling on his belly to get closer to me and catch a better glimpse at what I saw. Slowly, I chanced another look and wished I hadn't. It wasn't a monster, at least not a scaled, fanged monster. Oh no, this beast was carved from stone and stood at least 12 feet tall. Its chest and shoulders were broad, and white hair hung down its back. As its head turned, I waited just long enough to glimpse a pair of glowing red eyes before I ducked down again. Every step it took clunked against the stone, the scraping sound grating on my ears and making Sabella tremble. Then, everything went silent, as if nothing happened at all. Carefully, I lifted my head one more time. I figured the statue would be guarding the front doors. It stood on the raised platform with 2 long whips hanging from its hands. Whips made of bone. That had been the dragging sound. Those instruments were what killed my scouts. We had to get inside those doors. I stared at Boris, and without even shifting to communicate silently in my wolf form, I knew he understood my plan and hated it, but it was the only option we had. "What are you doing?" Sabella asked as I sidled out of my place by the column. "Tristan, we're going to create a diversion," I told her. "You are going to go with Forrest once that thing is away from the door. Go with him and find Craig and Kate. Get them out, all right?" "What? No. You can't please what I saw." "Might happen or it won't," I said, happy I didn't sound as shaken as I was, imagining the pain of those whips biting into my skin. How they'd hurt her or the scout. Killed the others. "Do as I tell you, Sabella, that's an order from a king." I shifted as she opened her mouth to argue. I was ready to turn to Boris when her hand rested on top of my head. She smoothed her hand through my fur, cupping my large cheek in her palm. I leaned into it briefly, nowhere near ready to understand these emotions, then stepped away. "Boris, I'll take lead," I said through the link as the others shifted. "I would prefer you let me pull it away. And I would prefer if for once you would not argue with me. There's no time." "And if we get lost in this maze?" he asked. "Use your nose, find the trail. If you're cornered, call it out. Do not engage this monster on your own, understand? Do not." There was a murmur of growls as they all bowed their heads to their king. To the alpha about to lead them into a very dangerous and deadly situation. If they died, their blood would be on my hands. Just like the scouts, and all the others I'd lost since this damned world started to come apart around us. If ever there was a time for someone to challenge me, this was it. Unless I was dead, then it was no longer my problem. I darted out from between the columns, right into the path of the stone steps and the red-eyed statue. Dust fell from its shoulders as its head moved to stare directly at me. It had a working mouth that opened as I stared at it. I longed to look at Sabella, but fear at giving them away stopped me. I threw my head back and let out a long threatening howl that bounced off the stones and back to me, continuing on and on in this strange in-between realm. The statue's mouth opened, and it let out a bellow in return, stepping off the platform. I took off in a random direction. "Lead it straight. We'll cut it off as soon as we can," Boris told me. My claws clicked against the bricks, and I wondered if I should slow down when a whip of bone cracked against the ground, skimming the fur off my right side. I jumped, then flew into a dead sprint as another whip cracked at my other side, boxing me in. Whatever Forrest was going to do, I prayed he did it fast.
Chapter 12. Sabella. I heard the first crack, followed quickly by a second, but there was no cry of pain. "Let's move." Forrest led the way up the stone steps. I stayed close behind him, his guards bringing up the rear. I waited, thinking they would announce the door impossible to open, but they swung it inward silently. The second I stepped foot inside, the voices rushed back, swarming my mind. I cringed, grabbing my head, and struggled to hear Forrest talking right in front of me. "Something's wrong," I gasped. He knows we're here." "We need to find them, Sabella, where are they?" Forrest asked. I tried to speak, but there was too much commotion inside my head to think. This was worse than a normal fit. All my worst days rolled into one. I wanted to curl up in a ball and wait for it all to go away, but another sharp crack came from outside. Tristan was out there with the others. The longer it took us to find Craig and Kate, the higher their chances of dying. And though Tristan might be a stubborn pain in my ass, I was not going to let him die, not when I was meant to save him. "Stairs," I muttered. "Find the stairs." "Craig, he's up there." I forced my eyes open and latched onto one of the dragon guards. They pulled me along behind them, Forrest taking point. Despite the seriousness of our current predicament, I was half hoping I'd get to see him shift into a dragon. I couldn't even imagine what that would be like. The guard pulled me to a sudden stop, a furious growling coming from a room at the top of the stairs. Yet another voice I'd come to know from all the time I spent seeing him followed. Then there was a harsh hit, a thud of something heavy hitting bars, followed by cackling that sent a shiver right to my bones. There was only one word for what was in there: evil. Not merely monsters, just straight up evil. Forrest and his guards exchanged a brief nod as the first drew a sword and charged into the room with a battle cry. The other guard held me back, shielding me with his sword in case anything got past Forrest. There were no grunts of pain, but instead shrieks that made us both flinch. "All clear," Forrest called out, and by the time we entered the room he was unlocking the cage door. Craig thanked the gods. He pulled the man into a firm hug. I glanced around the room. Several more cells lined the walls, but there was no sign of guards. "Where are their bodies?" "Who are you?" Craig asked sharply. "She's helping us, and that's all you need to know for now." And the bodies disappeared into smoke. "Like shadows," Forrest told me. "Craig, who took you?" "A damned shadow with red eyes," he snarled, his face contorted, resembling a demon than a man. His hands curled into fists as he stomped toward the door. Right, he was king of the demons. "It came for me, and then it went after Kate. We have to get her out." "We're going to," Forrest assured him. A horrible bellow echoed from outside the walls, and I longed to reach out and see if Tristan was hurt. "We're running out of time." I turned to bolt back down the steps. They seemed longer going down than heading up, but finally we were back in the foyer. I wasn't sure where to go next, but Forrest and Craig walked past me and down a corridor I hadn't noticed. Clearly, the two of them together did not need me to find this Kate. I stayed behind them, sensing the connection they shared, a bond that stretched through time. When they paused to peer around a corner, I swore I glimpsed two different faces before me until I shook my head, and it was the Craig and Forrest I knew again. A high-pitched scream sounded, and Craig growled as smoke trailed from Forrest's nose. Actual smoke. "How many are in there?" Forrest threw back over his shoulder at me. "One, but it's not like the others," I warned. "It's worse." "Worse? How?" I wasn't sure how to answer, and didn't. That seemed to be answer enough. We moved on down the corridor until it ended at a set of doors, also metal. They were cracked open as if inviting us in. It was a trap, they had to know that, but neither seemed to care. One of the dragon guards gave Craig a sword, and together, they pushed in without even figuring out a plan. Nice to know everyone was going crazy lately, and it wasn't just me. We hurried in after them to discover a cage in the center of a large domed room, and the young woman I expected was Kate trapped inside. She couldn't have been older than me, sitting on the floor, breathing heavily. She was hurt, but it wasn't physical. A flare of pain shot out from her and hit me hard, making me double over as I gasped for air. "Kate," Craig whispered, reaching through the bars for her hand. The second he had hold of it, a burst of power shot forth from the three of them, and she bolted upright, staring into his face. "Craig? Forrest? Come on, we're getting you out of here." Forrest pried at the lock with his blade. "Someone find a damned key." They spread out around the room, but something was wrong. This was too easy, far too easy. "It's a trap," I whispered, but no one seemed to hear me. The shadows in the room grew, inching closer and closer to us all. The voices rose to a thunderous clamor inside my head, like they were trying to tear me apart from the inside out. I wanted to scream at them to run, but all that came out was a groan of pain. A pair of fiery red eyes latched onto mine from the far side of the room, writhing in nothing but darkness. The shadows twisted and churned, forming into a beast more terrifying than the living statue outside. Horns curled from its head, two on each side, a long tail rested near its feet. Its skin was bronze, but it was those fiery eyes that burned straight through me and into my soul. I couldn't breathe. Couldn't move. The cage door broke open, the others screamed to get out, but there was no leaving for me. I was trapped, held there by the demon's gaze. "Well, now isn't this a surprise?" a growling voice boomed. Everyone else came to a sudden stop, finally seeing what I did. Craig and Kate moved behind Forrest and the line of guards. One tried to move me back, but I was stuck fast. "Think you can run off with my prizes now, do you?" "We're taking our friends and we're leaving," Forrest growled. "It'd be better for you if you didn't try to stop us." "Just go," I managed to utter. "Please?" We're not leaving you behind. Tristan will kill us. Forrest moved to block me from sight, but as if an invisible shield blocked him, he couldn't reach me. Get out of here, run. Tristan needs your help. I'll be fine. The demon continued to leer at me, gripping a metal staff in his hands. A stone glowed a deep crimson atop it, and without understanding how I knew, I was certain he was going to kill them if they didn't leave. For some reason, he wanted me to be here. If it kept him away from the others, then so be it. Where my sudden courage came from, I didn't stop to wonder. This nightmare was real, and it could very well kill me, but I was done with seeing others in trouble and not being able to help them. This time I could, and I would. Forrest roared in fury but ordered his guards to leave. Craig argued, but I yelled at them to go before it was too late. I felt their confused gazes on my back, but there was no time. A door closed soundly behind me, and my gut plummeted to the floor. I was alone with this monster. Completely alone. Sabella, the demon said the second the others were gone. My, how you've grown. What? I wanted to move, but whatever magic he had was too strong, and his words bothered me. I had only recently glimpsed those red eyes in my visions, and I was damned certain they hadn't even known I was there. You don't know me. Oh, but I do. I know all who are touched by the darkness. I don't know what you're talking about, psycho, I spat. I've never been touched by the darkness, whatever the hell that is. I've never even met you, hell, I didn't even know what I was until a few days ago. He clicked his tongue, scolding me like I was a child. You dare raise your voice to me? I dare because I don't care who you are. Without knowing exactly why I said it, I added, you're not going to win. He cackled louder. Amusing, just like she was once upon a time. You know nothing of what's happening here, and yet you claim to know how it will turn out. I wonder, have you seen this outcome? Just like who was? I wanted to ask, but doubted I could trust anything coming out of his mouth. And what if I have? I lied, willing my feet to move, but where would I go? The door behind me was probably locked and sealed. There was no getting out that way. I could at least move away from him, but this room was only so big. At least they got Kate out, and she would stop being his plaything. I hated to think what had been done to her, and if he was about to do the same to me. What if I told you I saw you were going to die? I went on, hoping to scare him off. If only. His brow rose as he tilted his head, pacing around the room. It would be an interesting idea. However, I would be forced to call you a liar. He circled around, finally reaching me. I wonder how much you have seen. Care to share? Not with you, asshole. My, and such a temper. Tell me, what was it like being raised by humans? I would have turned away if I could, but instead I averted my eyes. Fine, keep it to yourself. I just thought you would want to share your hardships with someone who understands who and what you are. We are family after all. I shouldn't have done it, but I burst out laughing. What, I was a crazy person. He glared at me fiercely, but that only made me laugh harder. All this magic and monsters was too new to me, and though I was scared, I had no idea who he was or what he thought he knew about me. For all I knew, everything I'd seen so far was all in my head, and I was safe and sound back at the asylum, locked in the throes of a very powerful hallucination. I don't have any family, I uttered through my mad laughter. Is that so? I wonder then, what happens if I do this? He reached out and before I could stop him, grabbed my chin in his fingers. At first there was nothing but a pinch of pain from his grip. Then my head flew back and my mouth dropped as my mind was yanked away from my body and flown through space and time. Images shot past too fast for me to even comprehend, and then there was a face, a glowing, beautiful face staring down at me as if I was the most precious thing in the world. Mum! I whispered. She smiled for a brief moment before tears filled her eyes and excruciating pain erupted inside my skull, and all was darkness and that horrible cackling laughter.
Chapter 13. Tristan. 2 wolves were down. I heard their whimpering cries seconds before they were cut off by the harsh sound of that damned bone whip whistling through the air. I sensed them still alive, but not for long if we couldn't get them out of here. That demon statue was nearly impossible to damage. We'd bitten at him, clawed at him, but nothing. I needed Forrest back out here to see if we could burn it alive. Tristan. I see them. Boris called through our mental link. They have Kate and Craig. Thank the gods, at least one thing was going right today. We need to keep that bloody thing away from them, give them a chance to escape, but we need a dragon. Boris didn't respond, and a second later I heard his furious snarl followed by that monster shouting as it stomped so hard and fast, dust fell from the columns, threatening to crumble around us. Only one lane over from Boris, I leapt against a column, pushed off, and threw myself over the next lane to land atop the statue's massive shoulders, a split second before those whips were about to come down on Boris. Get out of here. Now. Boris slowly got back on all fours and threw back his head with a howl. We had no choice but to retreat. The statue bucked its back and threw me off. I slid across the stones and into another stone column. The statue turned around and pierced me with those red eyes. Tristan, Forrest yelled. I swung my head around, noticing him, his guard, Kate and Craig. But no Sabella. I shifted back and grabbed him by his shirt front, slamming him into the nearest column as my rage grew. Where's Sabella? What happened? I'm not sure, but she was being held back by the darkness. He gulped as he said it, his eyes darting back to the door. She told us to leave her, Tristan. We tried, but she wouldn't let us stay, and then the doors locked behind us. She's in there alone with that monster. I dropped him and glared at the doors leading into the castle. What was she thinking? Was she trying to get herself killed, or was she really this insane? Leaving her behind was not an option, but that statue was killing my wolves the longer we stayed here. You get them all out, I ordered Forrest. You can't go back in there alone, he argued, grabbing my arm as I darted toward the stairs. Tristan. He'll kill you. That was a possibility, but Sabella had risked her life to find me, to save my people. How could I live with myself if I left her here to suffer the same fate as Kate, or worse? Prying his hand off, I moved toward the doors again, hearing the others yell for Forrest that they needed to get going. I shifted back into my wolf form right as I reached the doors. Boris, get everyone out. Get to the rope and leave this place, that is an order. We aren't leaving without you, Boris argued. Do as I say, or it'll be your hide. Now go. I expected the outer doors to be locked, but when I rammed into them with my shoulder, they swung open, silent and beckoning. I sniffed the air, following the trail that would lead me to Sabella. The scent trail led to a set of double doors, but when I rammed my shoulders into those, they held strong. At first I heard nothing inside and feared the darkness had taken Sabella away from here already, but then she screamed at the top of her lungs as if something was trying to rip them out. I snarled, bashing into the doors over and over, but they held fast. Just when I was going to try and find another way through them, there was a sharp intake of air, then the doors exploded outward, taking me with them. Debris fell around me, and I shook my head to clear it, dragging my body up and out. A grunt of pain sounded beside me, and I nosed a large piece of the door away to find Sabella. Her forehead was gashed open, but her eyes were open and staring right at me. I shifted back. Sabella. I finished unburying her, so I could pick her up in my arms. Can you hear me? Have to leave, she whispered, and then stared past me toward the doorway. No time. I wanted to ask what she meant or what just happened, but a yell echoed in the other room, and I turned, sprinting out of the castle with her in my arms. She was slipping in and out of consciousness, but tending to her wound would have to wait. Outside there was no sign of Forrest or the others, but I heard their yelling, deep in the stone column maze. The scraping sound was deafening as I pushed my legs as fast as they could go, using my nose to guide me in the right direction. I slid around a corner, nearly dropping Sabella and smashing my head into a stone column, then righted us and kept going. Then I discovered the statue had Forrest against another column, preventing him from shifting, but he was breathing fire in an endless stream against the statue. Boris, I yelled, and he shifted, sprinting around the statue and coming back to me. Take her and get out of here. I'm going to help Forrest." Boris didn't argue this time and rushed to join the others, following the rope that had suddenly pulled taut. Hopefully, Hank had managed to make it back from the castle and brought help with him. If they had hold of the rope, we might have a chance of escaping this place. I shifted back into my wolf form and looked around for a way to get the statue away from Forrest long enough for us both to get out alive too. Forrest sucked in a deep breath, and the statue slammed his fist toward his face. He ducked at the last second, and the crumbling stone around his fist gave me an idea. All these columns were close to falling. They just needed a little push. "If you've got a plan," Forrest yelled, dodging the bone whips the statue slung toward him, "I'd love to hear it. Fire isn't doing anything to this bastard." I couldn't reply, so I darted back down the path we were on and into the next one, keeping my ears tuned to the fight. I ran down a bit further, until I found several columns extremely close together, and looking fragile as hell. I shifted back and yelled, "Forrest! Bring him down this way." "What are you doing?" "Just do it." I waited to shift back again and watched Forrest dart by, followed by the hulking figure of the statue. As soon as it was level with the columns, I yelled at him to hold him back with his fire again. The path was lit up with Forrest's flames. I shifted and rammed my body into the columns. They shuddered but didn't fall. I backed up further and hit them full on a second time. They trembled and started to go. I charged for a third time and they toppled over, taking the statue down with them, pinning him to the path. I jumped over the pile, already moving and sliding around, as the statue fought to get free. I nipped at Forrest's hand so he'd get going. The rope was still taut, and I watched as the last wolf tail seemingly disappeared into thin air. We were close, so close. The stones rumbled behind us as the statue broke free, and I flinched at the sharp sound of that damned whip coming for us. Forrest tripped, but I pushed him back upright, forcing him ahead of me. Then he was gone, and I lunged forward, sliding into grass and dirt, trees surrounding us. We were out of the maze. I scanned the woods and spotted Hank standing beside Lucy, as well as half my royal guard and more bearing the colors of Gregornath. He had certainly brought plenty of backup. I noticed Sabella, standing now thankfully, and was ready to shift back and figure out what happened in that temple, when her eyes widened in fear. She stared behind me, screaming at me to move. The whip whistled through the air a split second before it slashed across my side, sending me soaring into the brush. The pain was excruciating, stealing the air from my lungs and forcing me to shift back. Warmth covered my side, and I could barely lift my head to see what was happening. Then, I didn't want to. The statue demon split the seam open wider and stepped through, whips firmly in its hands as those red eyes stared at all the new targets before it. "Run!" I tried to yell, but the word came out garbled. None of them heard me, and the statue moved in closer. Lucy. She stood just a few yards from it, and she faced it down alone. What the hell was she thinking? I stared at my guards, praying one of them would intervene. Two sets of hands were suddenly dragging me away, as the forest fell eerily silent. "What is she doing?" I grunted and turned to find Sabella and Hank had been the ones dragging me. "Just wait," Hank whispered. "For what?" "Her to get whipped to shreds?" I wanted to sit up, but Sabella squeezed my shoulder, shaking her head. Blood covered her face, seeping from the gash at her forehead. I couldn't believe we were just going to sit here and watch her die. "Look at the grass," Sabella whispered, nodding her head. At first I saw nothing except the statue moving closer to Lucy, for some reason not yet attacking with those whips he was dragging through the grass. When I turned my head, I caught the glitter of a glowing crystal. No, not just one. A full circle of them. Lucy was luring the demon into a trap. Just when it was ready to step into the circle, the statue stopped, those red eyes narrowing on Lucy. I held my breath, watching. When the statue threw itself forward, both whips flailed, aiming right for the witch. Time seemed to slow. Lucy rolled backward out of the circle, the whips digging into the dirt right where she had stood. A glowing cage of pulsing power shot up from the crystals, surrounding the demon. It drew back for another attack, but the whips ricocheted, and it roared furiously. Its weapons hit the ground and it banged its fists on the cage. The magic held. The next thing I knew, I was lying on my back staring up at the trees as they moved overhead. I'd never thought the trees near us moved. Tristan? He's awake. Sabella. She was close, and I knew that was her holding my hand. Where are we going? I felt so weak, and a numb smile spread across my face. I shouldn't be laughing, should I? Sabella? You're going to be fine, she said, but her smile seemed off. Lucy gave you something for the pain. We're almost back to the castle, just hold on, all right? You have to hold on. Tristan? Look at me, keep your eyes open, you damned furball. I chuckled, wondering why she was so worried. I was fine, perfectly fine. Kate, I whispered, where is she? And Craig? That's what we'd been doing, right? We'd gone to save them. Sabella's eyes darkened, and she squeezed my hand so tight my fingers started to go numb. Sabella? They're both fine, she told me, but she was lying. I wanted to order her to tell me the truth, but then all I wanted to do was sleep. Sleep was good. Tristan? Come on. She shook my shoulder, but I had no strength left to do anything except let myself float away. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. Where was I? I tried to move, but my side was on fire, and I gasped from the pain. My eyes opened, but the room was fuzzy. I was covered in furs, lying in my bed. A fire crackled nearby. And there was a redhead asleep next to me, seated in a chair, her head resting on the edge of the bed. Her hand was clasped in mine as if she'd been there all night. I lifted the fur, leaving my right hand in hers so I didn't wake her, and stared at the bandages wrapped around my entire torso. They were stained, but the blood wasn't wet when I reached down to touch it. I dropped the furs and attempted to recall those few moments before I passed out from blood loss. We'd run out of the maze back into Torolf, and that infernal thing followed us. It attacked and Lucy trapped it. Everything after that was lost to me. I hated to wake Sabella, but I needed answers. I gently shook her hand, and she lifted her head with a jerk, looking around as if worried we were about to be attacked. Then her gaze landed on me, and she leaned closer. Tristan. You're awake. She hugged me close, something I was not expecting, then she let me go far too quickly for my liking. She shoved messy hair out of her face and said she would go get Lucy to come check on my wound. Wait, just slow down for a second. I caught her hand. Tell me what happened. Which part? She asked roughly. I tilted my head, failing at reading the array of emotions appearing on her face. Just tell me. She tugged her hand free and took a huge step toward the door. You've been out for 3 days, that's what happened. I'm going to get Lucy, she announced again, then was gone before I'd gotten over the shock of her words. 3 days? How was that possible? No wound ever knocked me on my ass for that long. It would explain why Sabella had acted so oddly, but I sensed there was much more going on beneath my roof than she wanted to tell me. A few minutes later, the door opened, interrupting my quickly worsening thoughts, and Lucy rushed in, a basket bearing glass jars of salves and fresh bandaging in her hands. King Tristan, she said with a thankful smile. You sure know how to give everyone a right scare. Just so you know, your people rejoice you're alive, and I believe half your guard are ready to kill you for putting them through this. Can't say I blame them. She unloaded her basket and pulled the furs back to my waist. Can you sit up? I expected it to be easy, but my back was stiff from lying down for so long, and the wound screamed in pain as I shifted and it pulled. Bloody hell, those damned whips make one hell of a weapon. I was breathing hard by the time I got myself situated, Lucy keeping the furs with me to keep me warm since the air had grown even colder outside. Lucy clicked her tongue as she looked at the wound that stretched from my upper chest down to almost my hip. Yes, well, we took the whips away. Now is just a statue trapped in a cage, she muttered, unwrapping the dirty bandages. What do you mean? I asked sharply, and another stark image popped into my head. You have him? Here. She shook her head and I relaxed slightly. Where is it? She didn't answer at first, and I was about to repeat my question when she said, the dungeon. Oh, that's great, that's just fantastic, I growled, and she yanked off the remaining bandage with a glare. Ow. Don't take that tone with me, Tristan, she snapped. You're damned lucky to be alive. I growled again, but she merely quirked a brow. I rolled my eyes. Please tell me it can't get out of the dungeon and terrorize my people, at least. No, the sorcerers came to help me secure a prison for it. That monster isn't going anywhere. Now stop squirming so I can take care of this, she was saying when a knock sounded at the door, and Sabella walked in with 2 other physicians. What is it now? Lucy asked over her shoulder. We need you in the infirmary, one of the physicians said urgently. She's acting out again and we can't calm her down. Right, Sabella? Remember what I showed you? I can take care of him. Go, Sabella said, and Lucy followed the physicians out of my chambers, closing the door tightly behind them. So, I guess I'll finish patching you up. Her cheeks reddened when she glanced at my chest, but then she seemed to steel herself when her gaze shifted to my wound. Without a word, she took up the seat vacated by Lucy and opened one of the jars with a dark green salve in it, smelling strongly of lilies. She scooped it out with her bare hands and hovered over the wound. Ready? This is going to hurt, she warned. I'll be fine, Gar. I snarled the second that salve touched my open wound. Sabella smirked, not pausing at all as she applied more until the entire wound was covered again. I breathed deeply in and out of my nose, mentally flinging every curse I could at her, until she wiped her hands off with a towel and sat back in the chair. Aren't you going to cover it? I asked, my voice coming out more like a growl. It needs a moment to dry. This isn't the first time I've done this to you. Just the first time you've been awake for it. Her cheeks reddened more and seemed to be trying to look anywhere than at my bare skin, covered in years of scars and muscle from training, from fighting. I'm glad you're finally awake though. It seemed touch and go there for a while. I glanced at her forehead, but her hair covered it. How's your head? I reached out to move her hair aside, needing to see for myself, wincing at the pain it caused my side, and she scowled at me, but I finished tucking her hair behind her ear. The wound was scabbed over, but she would probably have a scar. Forrest said the darkness was there in the castle, I whispered. It was. He said you told them to leave, that you were trapped, but when I went in to get you, there was an explosion. I waited for her to agree, or at least explain it all to me, but she sat there in silence, her face growing paler by the second. I tried to take hold of her hand, but she pulled back, shaking her hair out again so it covered her face. I need to finish covering your wound. She reached for the bandaging. I lifted my arm as she pressed fresh gauze to the tender area, gingerly, before she picked up the bandaging and stood to wrap it around my torso. I breathed her in, a scent I was not going to be able to forget any time soon. Lilac. Just like I smelled the first night I found her. It soothed me until she finished and taped the end of the bandage at my side. You'll have to take it easy for a few more days. Your wound was pretty deep. She kept her gaze down as she packed up the basket. I spied the bandages still on her arms from being attacked herself. I'll let you get some rest. Not until you talk to me, I insisted. But she was moving away and toward the door. I climbed out of bed, each step jarring my wound. She looked ready to scold me, but then her gaze flickered down, her cheeks burned bright red, and she spun around, slamming a hand over her face. Tristan? Look down. I frowned, then noticed a chilly draft. Shit. I snatched the closest thing I could find, a blanket draped over another chair, and wrapped it around myself. Sorry, I didn't realize. Why was I so embarrassed? I was a shifter. I ran around as a wolf, naked all the time, but right now I felt a flush rising over my body. Had to be because of her. I'm so sorry. No, it's fine. I'm going to go before this gets any more awkward. Just wait one damn minute, I growled in warning as she reached the door. What happened between you and the darkness? Her hands fiddled with the basket, as she glanced back just enough so I could glimpse her eyes and the confusion in them. Was she slipping back into a vision? Or were the voices plaguing her again? I wanted to take her hand, knowing it would stop them, but I held back as she hung her head. I don't remember, that bash on the head rattled my memories, but it's not me you should be worried about. Then who? Craig and Kate, your friends. They need you right now more than I do." I wanted to smack myself. I'd been so focused on Sabella and knowing that statue was trapped in my dungeon, I hadn't even asked how they were. "Where are they?" "Craig is in a room. He only had a few minor injuries, but—" "Tristan, I'm so sorry." She wiped at her face quickly and faced me completely. "Kate, she's not exactly herself. Whatever happened while she was there, she's gone a bit insane. That's who Lucy had to go check on. They've been trying to get her stable since they returned. She won't even let Craig or Forrest near her." Kate was the Vindicar and one of the strongest people I knew. She was a Dara, for God's sake. What had the darkness done to break her? "Have you been to see her?" "Why would I be?" "She doesn't know me," Sabella replied quickly. "I might make it worse." "But the scout, you helped him, saw what he did. You could do the same for her." "No," she cut me off. "No, I'm sorry, I can't. Get some rest, and then I suggest you go and see them." She yanked open the door, then she gasped and sank to her knees. I caught her before she slumped completely to the floor, her eyes foggy. "Sabella?" I gave her a little shake, but whatever she saw held her fast. "He has seen another piece," she said in that deep voice I'd come to dread. "The wave builds in strength, and soon all will be under his domain. The darkness is rising, and a swirling storm of death prepares to wipe this land clean." She choked and sputtered, then blinked furiously. "Tristan?" I held her firmer, not wanting to let her go after what she just said. "I'm right here." "What?" "Damn, it was another vision, wasn't it?" "What did I say?" "Nothing important," I lied and helped her to her feet. "I'll let you go. I need to dress and find the others, discuss our next move." "Right, sure." She seemed as reluctant to leave as I was to let her, but then she bobbed her head and left me alone to ponder her words. Storm of death. This was getting better and better. And she knew what occurred at the castle. I saw it in her eyes, the guilt as she lied to me. One way or another, she would tell me, but right now there was another who needed me. As soon as I was dressed in my leather breeches and the loosest top I owned, so as to not irritate my healing wound, I walked slowly through the castle in search of Craig and Forrest. They were in my private study, drinking ale and arguing loud enough for me to hear them at the other end of the corridor. Kate's name was thrown around several times, and when I heard furniture crashing to the floor, I stepped inside to break them apart. "What's the meaning of this?" I snarled, and they froze, Craig with Forrest in a chokehold. "Let him go. You are kings, remember? Kings do not try to strangle one another, at least not without good reason." Craig shoved Forrest away from him and picked up his mug of ale, holding it up to toast me. "Thank you for saving us from that hell." The words rang hollow, and I saw his fury seething just below the surface. "For all the good it did." "We found you as fast as we could," Forrest snapped, smoke trailing from his nose. "Not fast enough. My wife is insane. She doesn't recognize me, or you. Not since she woke up. She's lost to me." "We searched from one end of the realms to the other," Forrest shot back. "I have not slept since we got word you two vanished." I sidled around to the table and poured myself some ale before taking up my high-backed chair behind the desk. "You were still too late," Craig seethed. Forrest and he stood toe-to-toe again, but I wasn't going to interfere unless it became physical again. I was healing, and ripping open that wound did not sound like a pleasant way to spend the rest of the evening. "You wanted to wait to find us, didn't you?" Craig asked suddenly, and Forrest looked like he'd been slapped across the face. "You were so jealous of Kate choosing me, you decided to let us both suffer at the hands of our enemy, is that it?" I sat up at the harshness of that remark. Forrest whispered, "How dare you? After all the shit the three of us went through, you're going to sink that low? Seriously?" Craig shrugged, not saying a word. "You rotten bastard. I would give my life for either of you, and you know it." He shoved Craig, and I got to my feet as Craig shoved him back. "I lost men getting you two out of there. As did Tristan, so don't you dare stand there and say we have not suffered losses. Don't you dare." They were wrestling again, and I grunted, the wound at my side making it difficult to get up again, but then Craig stopped and sank to the floor, holding his face in his hands. His shoulders shook as he gasped for air, muttering apologies under his breath. Forrest knelt before him and said nothing as his friend, more than his friend, fell apart. I sank back into my chair, torn at the sight of seeing someone as strong as Craig come undone. "I'm sorry," Craig mumbled again to me as Forrest helped him to a chair. I don't know what to do. I failed to protect her." "No, you didn't," I said, remembering what Sabella told me of her visions. "We know how hard you fought to get to her, but we don't even know what we're up against. Don't be so hard on yourself. You two are safe here, that's what matters." He rubbed his hands down his face, scratching at the beard coming in from his days of imprisonment. It aged him just as it aged Forrest. Neither seemed so young now. "That girl with you, who is she?" he asked. I took another long gulp of my ale before I answered. "Her name is Sabella, and she's a seer." Craig's eyes widened. "I'm sorry, she's a what? And she's here with you?" "She's not with me," I corrected hotly. "We found her. She somehow crossed from the human realm into ours and, it's a very long story. But she's the one who saw you and Kate while you were trapped, amongst other things she's seen." "But she's here in this castle," Craig said confused. "You trust her?" "He used a truth spell on her," Forrest said. "He has no choice. If he'd been one of my shifters I would have chucked my mug at him, but since he was another king, I merely glowered at him." "She keeps having a vision of a wave of darkness washing over the land," I told them both. "I think she's referring to this darkness. Whatever's happening, it's coming soon." The three of us drank in silence until Forrest cringed, rubbing at his temple. "What's wrong?" I asked. "Kate, she's awake but she's confused, and there's so much turmoil happening inside her head. It's like he tried to strip something away from her, but we interrupted him, and now she's lost." A crack echoed in the room, and ale spilled over Craig's hand from the mug he broke in his grip. "We'll find a way to get to her," Forrest assured him. How? How is any of this going to be right again?" Craig whispered hopelessly. I glanced toward the ceiling and the direction of Sabella's room. "We'll think of something."
Chapter 14. Sabella. I finally managed to stop picturing Tristan in nothing but bandages, and the guilt of lying right to his face came back to swallow me whole. I remembered every single moment of what happened in that castle, but I couldn't bring myself to tell him. He only trusted me because of a truth spell, but part of him held back because I was a seer. What would he do if he found out the truth of whose blood really ran through my veins? He'd throw me out, or worse, throw me in a dungeon. I'd never see the sun again. I'd never have clarity from the visions and the voices that hounded me again. I'd be lost in my own mind. Nothing but the crazy redhead in a cell. But not telling him was eating a hole right through me. He'd come back for me at the castle, could have easily gotten himself killed, and how did I repay him? By lying to him. I paced endlessly around my room for 2 days, not bothering to leave it unless I had to pee or snag a tiny bite to eat from the hall. Forrest and Craig needed Tristan more than I did right then, what with Kate falling deeper and deeper into torment placed on her by him. I rubbed my sore chin, feeling his fingers pinching me there all over again, and pivoted harshly on my heel to stomp to the other side of the room. "Maybe it's not true," I whispered to the air. "He's lying, that's all it is." "More lies." "Why would he lie?" A voice answered me in my head. "What would be the reason to show you all of that, just to have it not be the truth?" "But why show me? Why does he want me to know who I am?" "You mean what you are, don't you? He wants you to know so you can see what's happening." "I don't know what's happening. All I saw was her face." I stopped sharply as the image came back to me. That smiling face, eyes filled with tears as she stared down at me. Mum. He'd shown me my mum, and she was more than I ever imagined. My heart ached, confused to why she'd given me up in the first place. I had her name, that much was clear to me, as was what she was. But everything else remained hidden from my sight. "Stop using your head and use the gift you've been given." "I can't," I hissed through gritted teeth. "I'm not strong enough." "You have her blood flowing through your veins. You are as strong as they come. Now use it. My hands closed over my ears, desperate to be left alone, but the voice only repeated itself over and over and over again until it was all I heard. Faces clouded my mind, too many to try and name. Too many to focus on, and then I was falling into that darkness again. It washed over me, surrounded me, and when I burst through, sucking in air to breathe, I saw it. Saw her. But she was not alone. She sat on a blackened and cracked throne, her once red hair turning stark white as the darkness leached her power from her very essence. Tendrils wrapped around her arms and ankles, trapping her in that prison. Her eyes were closed, but the lines etched on her face said she was in pain and felt her life draining away. As I glanced to the right and left, I made out others trapped, just as she was, too many to count. I reached out for her, but then her eyes opened, and she turned to me. "No," she pleaded. "You have to leave." "But you're dying," I argued, tears sliding down my cheeks. "I have to save you." "You can't, my little lilac," she whispered sadly. "But you can save them." "How?" "I'm not strong enough. I can't even think straight half the time." Her eyes flickered to something behind me, and her body stiffened. "With him you can. Use your gift, my lilac, use it and find the way. Now you must go. He is coming. Go." "I won't leave you," I yelled, but her eyes flared white with power, and I was falling again. "Sabella." Someone tapped my cheeks, holding me in a lap, a very warm lap. "You have to stop doing this to me." "Sabella." Tristan. He was here in my room. I opened my eyes but couldn't see. Had I gone blind? I blinked a few times and my eyes adjusted to the gloom. Night had fallen. How long was I out? "Can you hear me?" he asked more urgently, and I slowly nodded. I must have had another vision or something," I mumbled as he helped me sit up. "I'm all right." His clenched jaw said I looked anything but all right. He stood, and I watched him move slowly to the hearth, wincing when he crouched down to build a fire. "I came to check on you and found you on the floor, whispering under your breath. Your skin is cold and you're pale, Sabella, so don't sit there and lie to me." A few seconds later, flames grew in the hearth, and he turned, his face more tense than before. "What did you see?" I remained on the floor, studying the stones beneath me. "Nothing." His arms crossed over his chest, one I imagined bare again. My face grew hot. "And it had nothing to do with the fire." "You're lying and don't deny it." "What aren't you telling me?" I couldn't tell him, none of it. Not yet, not until I had a plan of escape. That's what I would have to do. Dump the truth on him, then take off before he could lock me away forever for what I was. He'd see me as a threat to his pack, not that I could blame him. Without him around, I was unstable. Who knew what I was really capable of now that I understood where I came from, or at least half of the story? "How's Kate?" I asked instead, and he threw his arms up with a snarl. "What?" "She's not well," he snapped. "And I had come here to ask you for your help, but now I'm not so certain you're up for it." "With Kate? What do you think I can do for her?" "Anything to get him off the topic of me." "What you did with my scout, can you do the same for her? Find a way to see what happened exactly, and then maybe we can figure a way to make it stop?" Could I? I wasn't even sure how I did it the last time, but I felt his desperation. They were running out of ideas to pull her out of whatever nightmare the darkness put her in. For all these days, she'd been unreachable and only screamed bloody murder when anyone came toward her. Lucy only managed to get close because she kept using potions to try and sedate her, but she couldn't do that forever. "If there's anything you can do," Tristan said as he approached me, "please help her." "I can try." I got to my feet. "But there's no guarantee anything I do will help. I'm still testing the waters as it is here." "Lucy told me she felt how powerful you are," he told me. "I have faith in you." "Don't say that," I whispered harshly. "Don't." "Why not? Do you understand how odd this is for me? To trust a seer." "Yeah, I do, which is why I don't want you to say things like that, just don't." I left my room, leaving him to catch up as I turned right and started for the infirmary where Kate was being held. Tristan was right behind me, growling under his breath, but if he was trying to intimidate me into telling him what I meant, he was going to be growling for a long time. He wasn't getting the truth out of me. Not yet. A sudden scream had us both running. There were more voices, Lucy amongst them, trying to restrain Kate. When we entered, Craig and Forrest were there, watching Kate's flailing body worriedly as she let loose another scream though her eyes were clamped shut. She fought against Lucy and the other physicians, as well as a few robed men I thought were the sorcerers who arrived the day we'd gone into the maze. I'd steered clear of them for the most part. One of them glanced up as I neared, and his eyes zeroed in on mine in shock, but then Kate managed to get her arms free and was flailing wildly. Letting my instincts take over, and remembering what my mum had said about being able to help the others, I stepped up to Kate's bedside and cupped her face in my hands. Instantly she stilled and let out a shuddering breath. Her eyes were still closed, and I felt the darkness warring for control in her mind. But I was the opposite of the darkness, no matter what that bastard told me. I was the light, and nothing could stay hidden forever, not from me. Sabella. Tristan asked behind me. What are you doing? Grinding my teeth as I fought against the pool of magic, I muttered, whatever happens, do not let go of me. I then let myself be swept away with the tide. With Tristan as my tether, I stood a chance of getting myself and Kate out of this. A slim chance. When the shadows cleared, I stood in a forest. Trees and underbrush surrounded me, their leaves red and orange with fall. The beauty of it almost sucked me in, but the underlying stench of decay wafted to my nose, and I glared straight ahead. Kate. I was here to find Kate and bring her back. I expected a chorus of voices to assail me, to shove me off course, but each step I took was firm and steady. Whether it was my connection to Tristan or the knowledge of what was settling over my shoulders, I wasn't sure, but didn't stop to question it. The trees parted, and I came to the edge of a small pond that reflected a setting sun. There on the other side, sitting with her hand lazily swirling the water, was Kate. I worried since she didn't know me, she'd try to run, but when she lifted her gaze to mine, she smiled. Hello. Isn't it beautiful here? It is, I agreed, moving slowly around the pond. But you can't stay. Why not? It's peaceful and so quiet. I like the quiet. Lucy had told me about Kate and her connection to Craig and Forrest. She told me all about their journey together, past and present lives, and that she was the Vindicar. Knowing someone else had gone through the same insane craziness of learning who they truly were, had helped me that first day at Tristan's castle. Kate was strong. She was a warrior. I have come to find the warriors. My words, resounded in my mind. Kate, she was one of them, and I had to save her, bring her back to Craig and Forrest. Bring her back before the tidal wave of darkness took over the land. We needed her. Catherine Darragh, I stated, using her full name, Queen and Vindicar, wife to Craig, King of the Demons, you must return with me now. Her hand stilled in the water, and her eyes darkened. What did you say? Clouds rolled in overhead, blotting out the vibrant oranges and reds of the sunset. Gusts of cold air whipped through my hair, but I walked closer, trusting myself to know what I was doing. I was a seer, I was a daughter of a very powerful woman. And I was not going to be denied. For too long I'd been subjected to my visions, tortured without knowing why or who did it to me. Now my destiny, my life, the knowledge that resided inside my head from so many years of seeing this world, all came to light. He would not stop me, and he only had himself to blame. Catherine Darragh, I repeated, take my hand and return with me. We need you. She jumped to her feet, looking about wildly as the illusion crumbled bit by bit. The forest fell away and the pond drained before our eyes. No, she whispered, stepping to the edge and glaring down into nothing but mud. I don't understand. Where am I? You're trapped within your own mind. Take my hand, trust me, I urged, holding out my hand for her again. Please, we don't have much time. The cage, she mumbled. I was in a cage. You're free of the cage, but your mind is not. The darkness is holding you here, using you. A familiar cackling rumbled like thunder around us, and she sank to her knees in the grass, curling in on herself as she screamed for it to stop. The rest of the illusion vanished, and there was Kate, seated in a chair, the darkness slowly creeping up her arms and legs just as it had done to my mum. But his hold on her wasn't complete. I sprinted toward her as the cackling deafened me, but I didn't slow. I have come to find the warriors, I reminded myself. And I was not going to fail now. Just as I felt his presence appear behind me, my hand grasped for Kate's, and I yanked with everything I had, tearing her from the chair and the tendrils' grasps. A white-hot burning pain slashed into my back. I screamed, but then the darkened chamber fell away, and we were back in the infirmary. I was holding Kate's hand, and she stared back at me with clear eyes. Another hand rested firmly on my shoulder, and I glanced back to find Tristan's shocked hazel gaze. I offered up a smile, but then his eyes flickered down, and he growled. "Sabella. I need a physician, quick." I tilted my head, not sure what was happening, until the pain struck me all over again, and I convulsed in his arms. It felt like I was being burned alive, and I swallowed back another scream as that fire spread all along my back and shoulders. All around me was commotion, and I forced myself to only focus on Tristan's hands as I was laid out on a bed on my stomach. Lucy whispered something, but her words couldn't penetrate the fog caused by the pain. Tristan stayed near my head, crouched down so he could stay eye level. "What's wrong?" he demanded in a furious growl, his eyes flared gold in anger. "By the gods," Lucy whispered horrified. "Tell me, damn it," Tristan yelled this time. "Burns, she's been burned. Hold on, I'm going to give her something to knock her out." "Wait," I begged. Tristan's intense gaze held mine. I have to tell you something." There was no more lying, not after what I saw while rescuing Kate. No matter what he would think of me, I had to tell him who I really was and the name of their true enemy that hid in the shadows. I'm not just a seer," I gasped as another wave of burning made me shake. "You can tell me later," he insisted. I shook my head, which only made the pain worse. "Sabella." "No, this is important." I licked my lips, struggling to form words and fighting against a sudden grogginess. "Lucy." She'd already given me something, I'd felt a prick at my neck. "I have to explain so you don't hate me." "Go to sleep, Sabella," he whispered, clinging to my hands. "Just rest, everything will be fine." "No you don't." "Farah." His eyes glowed the darkest gold I'd seen yet. "What did you say?" "Farah," I repeated. I'm. But the rest of it wouldn't come. I closed my eyes, numb to the pain in my back. But it wasn't my wound that worried me. The moment he found out the truth, he would hate me. How could he not when the darkness wasn't just the darkness, but my family?
Chapter 15. Tristan. The burns on Sabella's back were puckered and red. They stretched from the base of her neck all the way to her waist. Lucy covered them with a white paste-like substance, and was letting them heal without adding any bandaging. "She's going to scar," she told me when she finished. "These wounds are deep. As long as she'll live, I don't give a damn," I'd growled back. That was hours ago, and I refused to move from her side, just as she never left mine. She got those wounds because I asked her to help Kate, bring her back to us because we needed the Vindicar. But I also needed Sabella to open her eyes and explain to me what the hell she meant when she said Farah. I was more twisted up inside than I thought possible. One minute I was furious with her, and the next, I couldn't imagine a future without this seer driving me insane. Was this how Craig felt when he first met Kate? Confused and frustrated, angry. "Tristan," Forrest whispered as he entered the infirmary and approached the far corner where I sat beside Sabella. "You should get some sleep." "Not happening." "I figured you'd say as much. Lucy sent me up with some tea, help relax you at least." I accepted the steaming mug with my left hand, my right too busy holding Sabella's. "Kate is doing well still?" "She and Craig are fast asleep." "Has she said anything about what she saw?" Forrest dragged over another chair, shaking his head. Not yet, but I'm sure tomorrow morning, once she's had some rest, she'll fill us in. Tomorrow morning was still hours away. How was I supposed to make it through an entire night of watching Sabella in pain? I wanted nothing more than to take it away from her. I could handle that much pain, especially for her. You know, Forrest said quietly, I think it's about time you admit something, at least to yourself. Oh. And what's that? That you and she have a connection, a very close connection. One that is not easily broken. I considered denying it, but what was the point? He was right, though what it meant for me and Sabella I hadn't the slightest idea. How was it a shifter was destined to be with a seer? I was the alpha. There were already grumblings in my own castle about having her around, even after Hank told anyone who would listen how much help she'd been to us so far. Any day now a challenge was going to come my way, and I was far from strong enough to fight one of my own. If I admitted to anyone outside this room who I thought Sabella had become to me in this short time, my own would assume I'd been bewitched by a seer. They would take it out on her before they came for me and my throne. And in a time of war, we could not handle a transition of power. That, and I was far from ready to die, which was the only way a challenge with so much anger and weight behind it would end. There would be no stopping at the draw of first blood, or when one of us conceded. I wouldn't be allowed to let the person live. There was a chance for rebellion, and then what? I'd be fighting a civil war while this darkness consumed everything. Do you understand how dangerous that would be for her? I asked, my words raw with how much I wanted it to be different. Or for me. You don't think it's worth the risk? He challenged, nodding toward Sabella. I never said that, I murmured quietly. I wouldn't wait is all I'm trying to tell you. What with this darkness and storm of death coming for us all, we might not have as much time as we hoped. The door opened again, and my hackles rose when I saw Grayson, but he held up his hand, signaling everything was fine. He approached, his robes swishing around his feet. He bowed his head when he reached me. King Tristan, might I have a word with you? In private if you don't mind, King Forrest. I'm going to go check on Craig and Kate anyway. He gave me another long look before he left us. Grayson took up his vacated seat. She is strong to endure a wound such as this. What do you want, sorcerer? I growled, in no mood for small talk. Have you come to tell me you've found a way to destroy that monster in my dungeon? Or perhaps you've finally learned who this darkness is? Sadly, no on both counts. However, I fear this is just as important. I waited, but he said nothing else, and seemed to be fighting with his conscience over whatever was about to come out of his mouth. Spit it out, man, I don't have all night. Sabella, did she tell you anything of her family? I perked up at his question. She said she had no family, answered while under a truth spell. Did anything happen to her between that moment and now? Quite a bit, I remarked sarcastically. We went to the maze of stone columns with the castle there, and she faced down the darkness. We came back here, and she risked herself diving into Kate's mind. What does that have to do with her family? I growled, letting him know my patience was wearing thin, very thin. I believe she may know more now, and I know who her father is. I reacted without thinking, and I grabbed him by his robes, giving him a hard shake. Why didn't you say so before? I hadn't seen her up close until today, he stated, completely calm. Who is he? Crane, a very powerful sorcerer. I believe you knew him before he was tragically killed. I released him, more out of shock and confusion than anything else. Crane was indeed one of the most powerful of their order for centuries. She was his daughter. I never heard of his having children. Nor I, but I believe there is a reason. I stared at me intently, waiting for him to go on. 20 years ago, Crane disappeared from our order, he started to explain quietly. We had minimal contact with him, and never once did he say exactly where he was, or who he may have been with. Then 17 years ago, he returned, but he was far from being himself. What do you mean exactly? I mean he was clearly distraught about whatever transpired, but never spoke a word of it to anyone. Grayson hung his head. I, of course, only learned all of this after his untimely death. His books and notes were archived as they're supposed to be when we pass from this life, but for those 3 years there was nothing recorded. Not a whisper. It would make sense why Sabella was a seer if her father was a sorcerer, but why wouldn't Crane tell those he trusted most that he had a daughter? You're sure? Her eyes. It's like seeing Crane back from the dead. She's his daughter. And her mother? I asked, remembering what she'd whispered before falling asleep. I can't say for certain, but there's a chance she knows more than she had before. The name, she said, Farah, she was one of our goddesses. Why would she say that name unless? I shifted in my chair and held her hand tighter, willing her to wake up. It could not be possible, could it? Thank you for telling me, I told Grayson. Of course. I will leave you alone with your thoughts then. I heard him walk through the infirmary and leave, but I only had eyes for Sabella. Crane was her father and her mother. Her mother might very well be Farah. Her hand felt normal in mine, human, not as if she were part god. Since meeting her, she had performed incredible magic that even seemed to catch Lucy off guard. She had seen what the scout had. But saving Kate, and the explosion at the castle, that had all been her, but not the seer part. The god part. At least now your people can't get upset with you over it, I thought briefly, but then again, shifters held grudges for centuries. They would hear the word seer and nothing else would matter. I sat in the flickering light of the torches, trying to swallow down the tea Forrest brought me, but all it did was churn in my stomach. I set the mug aside and scooted closer, holding Sabella's hands in both of mine. Who are you? I whispered, wanting to see those eyes that held nothing back. She took a deep breath and whispered my name. Her hand twitched in mine, and I held my breath, waiting to see if she would speak again. Her eyes fluttered open, and she grimaced. It hurts, she said, voice sounding so small. I know, Red, I know. I tucked her hair behind her ears, so it was out of her face. Her lips twitched in a smile, but she winced again. How long have I been out? Less than a day. You were burned by something, I told her. Do you remember? All the other questions I wanted to ask were right at the tip of my tongue. I doubted bombarding her with who her parents were would help her condition at all. Kate. I got her free of him, but he attacked us. I growled, knowing exactly who she meant. Tristan, before. I was trying to tell you, but I don't want you to hate me. Hate you? I asked, startled. Why the hell would I hate you? You saved a dear friend, you've helped me since the moment I met you. Why would I hate you? Tears shimmered in her eyes, and when they seeped out, I wiped them away gently with my thumb. Because I know who the darkness is, because I know who my mother is, and it's not good. I'll understand if you throw me out, I will, but you have to let me explain everything first. I don't want you getting hurt, or your pack, or anyone. I cut her off with a finger to her lips. Slow down. I'm not throwing you out. Besides, I think I know some of what you're going to tell me. How? Grayson, one of the sorcerers, he told me he knew your father. What? She gasped and tried to sit up, but the pain made her cry out, and I scowled at her. Stop trying to move, just lie still. I glanced at her back and found some of the white goop turning red from her, tearing the wound open again. I have to get Lucy. No. She grabbed my hand in an iron grip and I froze. Tell me first, who was he? I shot another worried glance at her back before I sighed. His name was Crane, and he was one of the most powerful sorcerers known to their order. He's dead, isn't he? She asked. I nodded once. Just wanted to check, but I think my mum's alive. I saw her when I was at the castle. The darkness, he showed me images of what was happening to her, but then I saw her again, here. That's what I was seeing when you came in to get me. More tears filled her eyes, and she buried her face in the pillow. I know who the darkness is too. What do you mean? How? I asked, trying to understand what was happening. Sabella, whatever it is, I won't hate you. Help me out here. She lifted her head as much as she could, so her eyes met mine. My mum's name is Farah. Farah, the goddess of light? I asked to be certain. That's her and the darkness, he has her trapped. Her mouth opened and closed a few times, until the next words tumbled out in a messy heap. "The darkness is my uncle, Tristan. His name is Baladin, and he's my damned uncle." For a solid 10 seconds my mind went completely blank, then everything came at me in a rush. Baladin. I knew the name, but he was rarely spoken of, or even associated with the gods, not for centuries. How? I stopped and started again. He showed you this? Told you the truth when you were with him? She nodded and buried her face again, her shoulders shaking as she cried. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. He's my family, but I want nothing to do with him. He's killing my mum, and I think there were others, but he's planning something worse, so much worse. The storm of death and this tidal wave you keep seeing." I ran a hand over my face, mind refusing to acknowledge what she was telling me. This can't be right. Not only was she a seer, but she was the daughter of a goddess, and technically related by blood to the darkness, threatening to consume my entire realm along with all the others. If she had dark intentions, they would have come out when we used the truth spell on her, but then again, she hadn't known what she really was yet. Or who she was related to. I pulled my hand from hers and paced away. A dark voice in my mind said she was dangerous. Anything to do with that darkness was a potential threat, and needed to be dealt with. Years of instinct and distrust for others like her rose up within me, and I forgot where I was. Seers were never to be trusted, and though I respected the gods, if it was indeed Baladin driving this death closer to us, the dark god of all monsters and hellish spawn, who's to say Sabella hadn't been corrupted by him? She'd been with him, alone. What else had he shown her aside from the truth, and why? Why show her that, unless he wanted her to join him? I growled furiously, torn between my gut instincts and what my heart was telling me to do. I needed more time, or needed it to stop, so I could think clearly and understand every possible angle, dissect this new threat. But there was no time. There never was. With my eyes scrunched tightly, I dug through the mess of thoughts in my head, searching for one that told me what to do, without doubt. Sabella was an unknown. She had been since I found her curled up and freezing to death in the woods, hearing voices inside her head. What if I trusted her, and my realm fell to ruin? A cry of pain and the sound of flesh on stone made me turn. "What the hell are you doing, Red?" I snapped, rushing to Sabella. She was trying to push herself up off the floor, but her knees buckled and she collapsed. "I'm going to leave before I cause any more trouble. That's what I'm doing." Tears streaked her face when I gently lifted her chin. "Just let me leave. I can't stand to think of you not wanting me around, so let me go now before. My world slammed to a sudden halt, and every fiber of my very being told me this was right. Sabella, she was meant to come here. She was meant to be mine. Without hesitating another second, I lowered my lips to hers and kissed her, softly at first until her arms wrapped around my neck. Then it was all I could do to remember she was injured, and that hugging her to me would only hurt her more. All these years I hadn't realized how much I needed someone in my life, and then she showed up. She might have thought she was the crazy one, but right then, I felt like I was losing my mind at the idea of not having her with me. "You are not leaving me," I whispered when we stopped to breathe. "Do you understand me, Red? You are not going anywhere." "But my family," she started, so I kissed her again. "We'll figure it out, but if you try to disappear on me, I will hunt you down and bring you back." I cupped her face in my hands, kissing her forehead as she sagged against my body. "I believe you," she said, but the words came out weak. A tremor shook her body, and when I peered over her shoulder at her back, I was yelling for aid. "I believe you," she repeated again. I held her until 2 guards rushed in. "Get Lucy now," I ordered one while the other helped me get Sabella back onto the bed. "We're going to get you taken care of, I promise." I kissed her hand and was rewarded with a brief smile despite the agony she must be feeling. Lucy rushed in moments later, another dose in hand, all ready to knock Sabella out while she tended her wounds again. When she fell asleep this time, there was a smile on her lips, and she looked peaceful. "When you're finished here, you and I need to talk," I told Lucy. "About what exactly?" I thought of a gentler way to tell her what I found out, but learned being blunt was always easier. about Baladin being her uncle, and Farah her mother.
Chapter 16. Sabella. I kissed Tristan. Or well, I guessed he kissed me. Either way, a day later, that was the only thing I could think of. That and finding a way to accept what I found out about my parents. I wished the kiss was the only thing on my mind, so I could relive it repeatedly, but sadly, that wasn't how my life was working out. My back healed enough for me to walk back to my room and have some privacy. I was able to wear a very loose-fitting blouse too, changing out of the ruined one finally. Tristan had stopped by every few hours to check on me. The last time, I was half asleep and heard him come in. He'd kissed my forehead and left again, but that one sweet gesture confused and elated me at the same time. What was happening between us? Was it happening all too fast? Or was it just like this when you found that one special guy? To be fair, he was a bit older than me, and I'd never had a relationship. Hard to do that when you live in an asylum your whole life. I should have been worried about our more pressing situation, but how could I when all I wanted was to find him and just sit with him? See him? Great, now you sound clingy, I muttered to myself as a knock came at my door. Come in. My heart leapt at the notion Tristan was back so soon, but that's not whose face appeared. Sabella. I wanted to see how you were doing, if you were okay. Kate. She looked better, still pale, but her strength appeared to be coming back, and there was clarity in her eyes when she looked at me. I waved her in. I'm alive, does that count? I teased. It does. She laughed with me for a moment. I never thanked you for getting me out of there. I couldn't imagine being stuck like that forever. Insane? I asked, my brow rising, and she gave me a sheepish smile. Don't worry, you weren't as bad as I was, not at my worst moments at least. When I was younger, the fits I had were short and rare. It wasn't until I became much older that they became more frequent. I'd lost count of times I'd been strapped down to stop myself from hurting myself. You really had no idea you were a seer? Nope, not a clue. I thought I was just crazy and am pretty sure I still am. I stuck my finger in my ear, giving it a wiggle, but there were no voices, not yet. It's better here, but I don't think it's Torolf helping me. It's... She smiled then as she said, Tristan? I thought there was something between you two. What? Oh no, there's not, I said in a rush. Really, he just found me and I've been trying to help him, well, all of you, and no, we're just... friends? Sabella, it's only me. You don't have to lie. I sagged and gave a nervous chuckle. It seemed so weird to have a normal girly moment in the midst of all this chaos, but we kissed last night, and granted, I've never kissed anyone in my life, this felt so much more. Like we're connected somehow. And now I just sound like a crazy person again. Kate glanced toward the door and her smile was soft, filled with love. No, it's not. I felt the same the first time I kissed Craig. Forrest is an important part of my life too, but with Craig, it's like I'm more than just me. I'm who I'm meant to be, and the idea of losing him kills me inside. He's my world just as I'm his. In another life, where we might have been friends, I would have called her out for sounding so cheesy. But here and now, not knowing when the next attack would come, the intensity of her words struck me deep. Could I get by without Tristan? The voices would come back, and the visions, they wouldn't be clear. I'd be lost in the madness again, and what if I forgot about him? I rubbed an ache in my chest, grimacing at the notion. I tried to leave last night, knowing what would happen, but he stopped me. Told me if I tried to leave he'd track me down. Was this love then? Could it happen this fast? Don't overthink it, Kate warned, dragging me from my worried musings. If you feel it's right, then it is. Guess it'd be one less thing I have to worry over. There, a silver lining to simply letting myself feel whatever it was I felt for Tristan. I watched Kate and felt a power humming off her. Vindicar. That's what Tristan said you were. Sadly. I tilted my head, confused. She sighed. Don't get me wrong, I love my life, but a year ago, I was like you. Living like a human, except I found out I was a dragon, and a warrior destined to save us from the darkness. I have come to find the warriors. She was still talking, but those words came back to me again and again. I have come to find the ones who will either save us or kill us. Sabella. Are you all right? Kate asked, grabbing hold of my hands. I flinched. Do I need to get Lucy? Or Tristan? Huh. Oh no, I'm fine. Were you seeing something? No, not this time. It's what I told Lucy and Tristan about why I was here. I don't understand my own words, and it's infuriating. Who was I kidding? Everything about my current predicament was infuriating. What do you remember? From being with Baladin? Baladin, she asked sharply and then relaxed. Sorry, Craig told me his name this morning. She rubbed her arms as if she were cold. God of all monsters, and apparently your uncle? How could I forget? Yeah, sadly. Can't choose our family, right? I pleaded silently for her to talk more about what she went through. I was far from ready to discuss my parents. In true girl understanding, she smiled lightly and I sighed in relief. I remember the shadow coming to Dara, she started to explain. He took me away and Craig was there. We were thrown into cells, but he dragged me away to another one in that room. She stood abruptly and paced to the window. I don't know how long it took, but he broke through into my mind. All I remember was pain, so much pain, and then a strange peace. As if my life was perfect there by the pond. A place I could stay for all eternity. But it had been an illusion. I grimaced. Baladin used the illusion to trick you, and instead started to drain your power. You're the Vindicar. The power within you is great, and he wants it. For what? I'm not sure yet, that's the problem. I wanted to walk around, but my back was starting to protest just from sitting up so long. He showed me my mum when we came to save you, I whispered. I saw her and I knew who she was, who he was. But I'm not a warrior. How am I supposed to help win a war when I can't fight? You can see what's to come, she insisted, reaching for my hand. You can warn us. Not if I don't understand what I'm saying, and if I'm ever too far away from Tristan, I can't see anymore. Nothing's clear. It seemed like she wanted to say something on the matter, but the door opened again and Hank poked his head in. Sabella, how are you doing? Did Tristan send you to check on me? He gave me a wolfish grin and I felt my cheeks flush as he chuckled. He did, but I've also been requested to see if you're able to move to the library. I can get a litter if need be. What's in the library? Grayson, one of the sorcerers, has arrived with your father's old journals. Crane's old journals. I pushed to my feet too fast and the room spun around me as I gasped in pain. Kate caught my arm and held me steady. She glanced to Hank, but I shook my head. I'm not being carried down there. I can walk. Just give me a minute. Kate's lips thinned and Hank's eyes flared gold, but neither argued with me. When I thought I could make it, I nodded and Kate helped me forward. Just don't let Tristan see this, I whispered to Hank. He growled in annoyance, but Kate laughed. Craig's the same way. I can only imagine what your wolf would do if he saw you pushing yourself. I smiled. My wolf. He'd been my wolf since he appeared in my visions. The walk to the library was slow, but it allowed me and Kate to talk about a few normal things, or as close to normal would be for our lives. She told me about her wedding and being a queen. I told her about some of my more entertaining times in the asylum. Both of us remarked on Tristan's extremely handsome wolf form. Each time we mentioned his king, Hank huffed, but he never said a word about it. Here we are, he grunted. Finally. Whatever, we could have talked about much worse things, Kate admonished him. Yeah, like how I saw him in bandages and nothing else the other day, I murmured quietly. Kate burst out laughing as Hank's cheeks burned fiery red. Crane is back there, he said stiffly, bobbed his head and left us alone. How did you manage that? Kate asked with an amused tone as we wove our way through the shelves of books set in a haphazard pattern. He jumped out of his bed to try and stop me from leaving, didn't realize he was, a bit bare. I have to say, once I got over the shock, he's not a bad-looking wolf." She was still laughing when we reached the rear of the library, where a large stone hearth occupied an entire wall. There was a fire crackling away in it, and the sorcerer I assumed was Grayson rose, unloading a box. He set heavy tomes on the table and turned when I cleared my throat. "Ah, Sabella," he said, taking my hand and helped me to sit. He placed a pillow against the chair back, so it wasn't as painful. "It truly is an honor to meet the daughter of Crane." "Thanks, I think, but I honestly don't remember anything about him." "Except for his eyes," I whispered, that one brief memory rising to the forefront of my mind. "He was sad the day he gave me up. That's all I know." "Well, I wish I could say I have all the answers, but sadly, your father kept you and his relationship with whoever your mother was a secret." "Farah." Her name was Farah. That I knew without any doubt in my mind, but I didn't voice it. I wanted proof before I went around telling people my mum was a goddess. Tristan, and of course Kate and her companions knew, but I highly doubted they were going to go running through the realm announcing it to the world. Everyone else would have to wait. "Now," Grayson leaned on the table, "what you see before you are all of Crane's journals from throughout his life." "There are at least 50 books here," I mumbled, poking at the stack nearest me. "Yes, we like to keep very good records of our lives," Grayson said with a grimace. "Unfortunately, it makes trying to find answers to mysteries very difficult. I know these have been gone through once before, and no mention of a relationship or a daughter were mentioned. However, I'm running on the hope we missed something." I blew out a heavy breath, tapping my fingers on the table. The truth of my existence was somewhere in these books. All I had to do was find it. "All right then, here we go." I dragged the book closest to me over, opened the cover, and settled in to read about my dad. 2 hours later, my eyes hurt, and I was yawning as I closed another one. "Nothing," I muttered. "We've hardly started," Grayson stated without looking up from his. "How are you not aggravated by this?" He shrugged at my question. "Your father's work is quite fascinating." "Yeah, guess that'd be true if I understood any of it," I grumbled. Kate laughed. My back was sore, I was tired and hungry, and I hoped by now there would have been some hint somewhere, but nothing. Nothing at all. I reached for another book and flipped it open to find more of Crane's minuscule handwriting. "That one's blank, don't bother with it," Grayson said. Confused, I looked down at the page, then back at him. "Are you sure?" "Yes, it was packed by mistake." "Ah, then why is there writing on these pages?" He rose, mumbling under his breath about this not being the time to play tricks. "These pages are blank." No, they're not," I argued. "They're filled, all of them." I flipped through the entire book, then back to the front page. "There's a date here, says July 1997. "You found it," he whispered, then let out a holler of excitement that seemed so unlike his robed appearance. "This is it. This is the missing journal. He must have placed some blood magic on it so only his daughter, only you, would be able to read it." I skipped all the way to the back, and the date left a lump in my throat. "Sabella, what is it?" Kate asked worriedly. "The final date, it's the day I was dropped off at the asylum," I whispered as tears pricked my eyes. "I don't know if I can read this." My hands shook as I shoved the journal away. All the missing pieces were right there in front of me, but I wanted to bolt from the room and hide, pretend I never found them. The second I found proof of what I was, my entire world would change, more than it already had. I would have no choice, no more trying to pretend this was all in my head. I would have to become Sabella, seer and daughter of Crane and Farah, a sorcerer and a goddess. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, I pulled the journal back to me and started to read about how my dad fell in love with a goddess.
Chapter 17. Tristan. I leaned against the far wall of the dungeon, glaring at the red-eyed statue trapped within its magical cage. The thing hadn't moved an inch since being brought back here, but it watched us closely. I doubted that only it was present. "You really think Baladin is in there?" Forrest asked from my right. "Not in there, but he can see us, hear us probably too." I growled, baring my teeth in warning of that god showing his face here, but the statue remained as still as, well, a statue. We need to destroy it. How? Craig muttered darkly. You said it yourself, you couldn't put a dent in it, and dragon fire is useless. Give me a sledgehammer and a clean shot, I stated. I'll take its head clean off. My side throbbed from the injury still. The demon's whips were tucked away upstairs, far out of his reach in case he did get free. I paced closer, feeling those eyes follow me though his head never moved. This statue was the least of our worries. If we were truly facing down the dark god Baladin, we were in serious trouble. As far as anyone knew, a god couldn't be killed. At least no one knew how to do it if there was a way. And who was to say we could find our way back to that maze and castle? If he was smart, he would have sealed it off or added more guardians to protect him. Just one problem after another kept stacking on top of each other, until I growled in frustration. Maybe the sorcerers will have an idea, Forrest suggested. Blowing it up sounds good to me, Craig suggested, and we all grinned at the notion. We'll find a way, don't you worry. I stared at the statue. Hear that, Baladin? We're coming for you, and we're going to kill you, no matter what it takes. The statue's head shifted and it stared right at me. The three of us froze, but then it turned back and resumed its previous position. I motioned them to get out of the dungeon, glancing once more at the crystals, ensuring they were still in place, before I hurried after them. Taunting the god of monsters is probably not the smartest idea you've had, Craig told me. Bastard tried to kill me, think I'm allowed. And that god almost killed Kate and me and Sabella, he pointed out, as if I needed reminding of how seriously wounded Sabella was. Only a god could injure someone through a vision. It was how she'd been hurt the first time she saw the red-eyed statue. And if he did it to her once, he could do it again. Now every time she fell into a vision, I would fear her coming out of it with a new wound or worse. What if she saw herself die? Would it kill her? I remember, I finally snapped. She was hurt saving Kate. Craig growled and I stood toe-to-toe with him, sensing the change about to come over me, when Forrest stepped between us, shoving us back. Enough, back to your corners. I shook out my head and paced back a few steps as Craig breathed in and out deeply, before his body relaxed. We need a plan, I told them both. Any ideas? What about Sabella? Craig suggested. What about her? She's the daughter of a goddess. She's got some sort of insight here, doesn't she? We don't know for certain yet, I argued. But if you think I'm going to ask her to do anything before she's fully healed, you're dead wrong. And don't you dare go asking her behind my back. I growled in warning and waited for Craig to keep arguing. Instead he smiled. You're right, he said to Forrest. Told you. It's about time for our dear old friend. What are you two talking about? I muttered. You and Sabella. Took you long enough. Craig smiled. I rolled my eyes and turned my back on them. Go make yourselves useful, I called out. And where are you going? Checking on Sabella, maybe? I ignored Craig and drowned out their delighted cackling as I climbed the stairs, nodding at the guards and soldiers I passed. When I reached Sabella's room, I knocked quietly, remembering how she'd been sleeping earlier. I opened the door when there was no reply, only to find her room empty. Hank, I bellowed, and a second later, he sprinted around the corner. Where is she? Before you get irate, she moved under her own power, he said, and I growled louder. She's in the library with Kate and Grayson. Doing what? I snapped, turning on my heel and storming toward the library, Hank falling in behind me. And where's Boris? We need to start making preparations. Relaxing, I'm certain of it, he told me, but I knew he lied. And preparations for what? For whatever horror Baladin is going to throw at us next. I want to meet with him and the other generals in 2 hours. As well as Craig and Forrest and whatever council members can get here, I ordered. He took off, and I continued on my way to the library. I expected to find Sabella on a couch, but instead, she was sitting in a hard chair, hunched over a journal, with Grayson and Kate standing at her shoulders. The table was covered with more journals, and I cleared my throat loudly, making all 3 of them jump. When the other two moved aside, Sabella's eyes met mine and the sadness in them tugged me right to her side. "This does not look like you're relaxing." I threw an annoyed look at Kate and Grayson. No, it's not, but I think I found us some answers." She slid the journal toward me. I frowned. "The pages are blank." "Right, sorry, Crane made it so only I could read them." She tried to stretch but stopped short with a wince and settled for standing instead. I made to help her, but she moved away from my hands, seeming uncertain all of a sudden. "Last night when we'd kissed, a life with Sabella became clear, and I swore I sensed the same from her, but now she looked almost as lost as when I first found her in the forest." "What did you find out?" I forced myself to ask, hating how rough the words sounded. She rested her hands on the back of another chair, across the table from me. "Crane left on a journey to study light magic, and while away, he met Farah. They fell in love during that time." "And had you?" I said. She nodded. "So, you are the daughter of a goddess." I was careful not to let the awe I felt show. I assumed most people would be ecstatic to learn they were part god, but Sabella appeared wary, almost afraid of the notion. "And a sorcerer." "But I don't understand," I grunted. "Why would they give you up? Not tell anyone about you?" That's the part where the story turns dark. Her eyes closed and a shiver rushed through her. I was around the table and helping her sit down again, just as her legs gave out. "Sorry, thought I was better today," she murmured against my chest. I considered scolding her for even leaving her bed, but decided against it. For the moment, at least. "It's fine, just take your time." I looked to Kate and Grayson to see if they could give me answers, but they both shrugged. "Baladin, it all goes back to him," she finally said. "He and his monsters were banished by the other gods thousands of years ago, for trying to take over the realms and make all the beings his slaves. They locked him away in a cage far beneath the earth, and left him there along with all his beastie friends." "Then how did he get out?" I asked. "Zohar." Kate cursed and sank into another chair, guilt washing over her from what happened in her past life. "He broke the cage," she whispered, and Sabella nodded. "All the killing he and Cassius did, it was enough evil to let Baladin escape his cage. And take root in another powerful being, Adara. Cassius. And when we killed Cassius, we let Baladin out into the world?" "I don't think that's exactly what happened," Sabella said. "Crane wrote about it in his journals. Farah and the other gods, they didn't realize he'd escaped until some of their numbers started to disappear, supposedly while he was with Cassius in the burnt world." I could guess where this tale headed, but waited for her to go on. "Baladin found a way to use his darkness and feed off the powers of the other gods, making him stronger. He used Cassius to try and get to others, and could only enter this realm with him, and since it took forever for Cassius to be able to do that, there's not much in the journal to go off of how he's managing any of this." "And your mother?" Sabella smiled sadly and wiped at her eyes. She found out she was pregnant with me and kept it quiet from all the other gods, just as Crane neglected to tell the sorcerers. Baladin was coming for her next, she saw it, but she had me first. Crane wrote. She choked up, and had to wait a few seconds before she could go on. He said she left him one day to meet with the other gods and she never returned. He never saw her again, but he knew if Baladin learned Farah had a daughter, he would come looking. "So Crane took you to the human realm and hoped you would what? Remain there as a human? How could he give up his daughter? Just abandon her like that? I don't think he realized I had gifted sight, or that it would be amplified because of his and my mother's power." She squeezed my arm as if trying to comfort me, when I should have been the one comforting her. "Tristan, don't get pissed at the dead." "Why the hell not?" I snapped. "Because we have a bigger problem," she insisted sharply. My anger cleared away long enough to focus on her. "Baladin still has my mum. I saw her, he's feeding off her power and who knows how many others. Why? He can come and go as he pleases in this world, we've seen it. He can, but his monsters can't, not yet." She shifted on the chair and without her saying a word, I knew what she pictured in her mind. The wave of darkness crashing over the realms. That's what he was building up for, and it wasn't going to be just darkness. He was going to unleash all his hellish nightmares with it. Questions flooded my mind, but Sabella rested her head against my shoulder, and I sensed how weak she was. "Grayson, I have requested a meeting in a few hours with the other leaders. I would appreciate if you would also be there. As well as you, Kate." They said they would, and I helped Sabella to her feet. "Come on, we're getting you back to bed to rest." "I'm fine, really," she protested, but her voice was quiet. The walk back upstairs was slow going, and I passed by her chamber door, deciding she would be more comfortable and have less chance of being bothered if she stayed in my room. I opened the door and walked her inside before she lifted her head. "What are we doing here?" she asked. "You are going to get some uninterrupted sleep, that's what," I ordered. "You've done more than enough for today." "Whatever you say, furball." I stopped moving and she turned to face me, a curious glint in her eyes. My hand slipped to her waist and she stepped closer to me, like we were drawn together. I lowered my head, and the second our lips met, I was lost all over again. She drove me mad with worry, and at the same time, I wasn't content unless I was near her. So many others had come to try and say they were meant to be with me, but none of them had fit. Not until Sabella. "Tristan," she whispered against my lips. "I don't know what this is." "What do you mean?" "This us. Is it too much?" "I keep worrying it's too much too fast, and I've never exactly been in this situation before," she rambled. I leaned back further, worried she was going to say she wasn't ready to see what this connection between us was. "Sabella?" She backed further away, shoving her hair behind her ears as she studied my face. There were so many emotions running through those eyes, and I knew exactly how she felt. This was new to me too, whether or not she'd believe me. I was a wolf known for few words and nowhere near a romantic, but I found myself wanting to tell her exactly what she did to me. "Before I even saw you, I had this need to be beside you," I told her firmly, and her whole body went still as if she was holding her breath. "I know I didn't trust you at first, but now I trust you more than I trust myself." "You should never trust the crazy girl," she said with a nervous laugh. "You might be crazy, but you seem perfectly sane to me." "It's only because of you," she whispered, and it was my turn to pause, unsure of what she meant. All my life, all I ever knew were the voices inside my head. I saw things that weren't real, and I didn't even know what my own mind sounded like. I was lost, always just trying to find my way to the surface. Tentatively, she closed the distance between us again and flattened her hand to my chest. Instantly, a rush of warmth shot through me, and I laid my hand over hers. The second you found me, held my hand, I experienced clarity for the first time in my life. I knew what I was thinking and feeling, not what the voices told me. "And?" I asked, moving even closer, needing to be near her. She stared up into my eyes and nothing else mattered except her. "And I don't think I can go back to a life without you in it." She smiled and started to laugh. "Wow, if that doesn't sound horribly." I kissed her again, and she did the same. I no longer cared what the others in my pack might think. Sabella was the daughter of Farah. Either they would accept her, or they would have to deal with me. My hand moved, and she grimaced the second I touched her injured back. "Damn it," I muttered as she grinned. "It's all right, I'm fine." "No, you're not. You need some rest, and I have to go figure out a plan to stop Baladin." As I helped her toward the bed, wishing I could stay long enough until she fell asleep, she slowed her steps until we came to a complete stop. "You know, I think I could find a way to learn what is up to." Gut twisting in apprehension, I waited for her to go on. "I'm a seer, right? And when I was in your room last, I got that vision of you in danger. So, if I connected to something that he had touched or was connected to, there's a chance I could see what was coming." "How would you do that?" She cringed but didn't say another word. I racked my brain, trying to follow her train of thought, when I suddenly realized where she was going. I growled loudly, but Sabella didn't even flinch. "No, absolutely not." "Oh, come on. It'll be fine," she assured me. I shook my head furiously. "Are you insane?" "Well, technically. No. You are not going to go down there to touch that demon. What if it shows his next move? She argued, walking with me as I tried to stomp away. It might be our only chance to see what he's up to. You remember what happened the last time he saw you while in a vision, right? I glared at her pointedly, knowing she was still in pain from the wounds on her back. You want that to happen again? What if it's worse, Sabella? What if he kills you this time? She shrugged one shoulder, mumbling, maybe I can't die that easily. Part God, remember? So that gives you the right. Go throw yourself into the jaws of death, I challenged. All right, now you're just being overdramatic. Am I? Am I really? Last time I checked, he's managed to hurt you twice in your visions. I will not stand by while it happens for a third time. Was this what Craig felt like, watching Kate fight? Watching her walk right into danger? You are not to go near that statue, I ordered. You are not to go to the dungeons. You are not to do anything that will put yourself in harm's way. She crossed her arms defiantly. Just because whatever the hell this is, does not mean you can boss me around. I'm not just going to hide out up here while there's a possible war coming. I saw it, remember? I know what's going to happen. I don't give a damn, I snarled, moving so we were an inch apart. She never backed down, and despite my anger at her for not listening to me, I was proud of her for standing her ground against an alpha. You are not to leave this room alone, and you are not to go see that demon. That is an order from a king. That is an order from a king, she mocked me. Tristan, you're being ridiculous. Then I'm being ridiculous. I needed to get downstairs, but leaving her with those parting words wasn't good enough. Careful of her back, I wrapped an arm around her waist and drew her up to me for another fierce kiss before I set her back on her feet, stalked out of the room, and slammed the door behind me. I waited, worried at first, but then her shout came through the door, and somehow I knew we were all right. You bloody furball. You can't kiss me like that and walk away. I can when I'm the alpha. I yelled back and found the first guard I could find. Watch my doors please, and if Sabella leaves, you follow her. If she goes anywhere near the dungeons, I don't care if you have to knock her out, do not let her down there. Understand? The young wolf bowed his head. Yes, sire. Good. And if she threatens you, just tell her I gave you permission to chain her back to the wall to keep her from doing something to get herself killed. Sire, he asked, eyes widening in alarm. I patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, all bluff, but it might be enough to keep her from doing something stupid. The guard left to do his duty, and I took a few extra moments to collect my thoughts before I prepared for the meeting. She set my blood on fire and annoyed me as much as she made me want to forget about this approaching war and be with her instead. Sounds like quite the ruckus up there, Forrest said when I turned a corner, making me jump and growl. Don't know what you're talking about, I muttered as we walked together toward the meeting chamber. He shrugged and kept his mouth shut until we reached the door. What was it she wanted to do? We're not going to talk about it, because it's not going to happen. What's not going to happen? Kate asked, breaking away from Craig's embrace. He seemed reluctant to let her go, and remained where he was by the table. Sabella has some crazy idea, but we're not going to talk about it because it's not going to happen. And you three are here very early. We're anxious to get started, Boris' voice came from behind me. He walked in followed by Hank, Danielle, Grayson and Lucy. I've sent envoys to Drake as well as the other members of the council. They should be here shortly by portal, Grayson informed me. Thank you. We'll get started as soon as they arrive. My hands itched to hold Sabella again, but I was needed here. She would listen to me this time, at least that's what I told myself. Until then, why don't you tell us what Sabella wants to do, Kate said with a smile. From what I overheard, it had something to do with the demon. I shot a glare at Forrest. Were you standing outside my door? No, but you forget, almost everyone here has excellent hearing, and you both were yelling quite loudly. So care to share? You're not going to let this go, are you? I stated. Kate smiled wider. Fine, but it's not happening, got it? They all nodded in agreement. She wants to see if she can pull a vision from the demon in the dungeon. Silence fell over the room like a thick blanket, and I saw the same look on all their faces. Slamming my fist down on the table, I snarled. No. It's not going to happen, end of story, so forget it. Does she think it'll help? Craig asked. Yes, but I won't risk her, not like that. She's still healing from her injuries, and if she gets hurt again, I won't lose the woman I'm meant to be with right when I've found her, I added quietly. Boris and Hank's eyes widened in surprise, then were followed by smiles. About damn time, Boris grunted. Seriously? I'm not that old. But even as he congratulated me, I saw the same worry I had reflected on his face. Not everyone in our pack would be excited by the news that their alpha chose a seer. One problem at a time. First, we had to figure out a way to figure out Baladin's next move without using Sabella. Then I would deal with whatever disagreements my pack had with me.
Chapter 18. Sabella. I tried to get some sleep, I really did, but I was too worked up after what happened with Tristan. 1 minute, the wolf made me feel like I was falling head over heels for him, and the next, I wanted to strangle him for being so overprotective. Was I still injured? Yeah, but that didn't mean I couldn't help. Right now he was plotting with everyone else, and I was sitting up here like a damsel in distress. I was far from a damned damsel. I might have believed I wasn't a fighter, but Kate was right. I had a gift, and I'd be damned if I wasn't going to use it. But the second I opened the door, a guard appeared and asked if I needed anything. No, nothing, I'm fine, I said quickly. Is King Tristan still in his meeting? He is, and he has requested I accompany you wherever you need to go if you leave his room, he stated firmly. Right, I'll just go back to sleep then. I started to close the door, cursing the furball even more, when an idea popped into my head. You know, I am famished. Think we can go down to the kitchens and I can get some food? I can have something brought to you. He glanced around, but he was alone in the corridor. I don't mind getting it myself. Fine, but you are not to leave my sight. Otherwise King Tristan has threatened to return you to your original accommodations, if you understand my meaning. Original. My mouth dropped open as I muttered, arrogant bastard. The guard's lips twitched in a smile, but he said nothing else and led the way toward the kitchens. If I remembered in my very brief exploring of the castle, the entrance to the dungeons was very close to the kitchens. All I needed was a proper distraction, and I could dart down there before he even noticed I was gone. I'd find the statue, see if I could get a vision, and if not, then I'd pop back upstairs and Tristan would never have to know. Who all is here for the meeting? I asked the guard as we walked, hoping I appeared innocent. Kings Forrest and Craig, of course, as well as Queen Catherine, the Vindicar. King Drake of the Elves should be arriving shortly, but the other generals and council members from the remaining realms are already downstairs, he informed me. Sounds like quite the gathering. It is, and for good reason. If there is a war coming, it is up to the council to respond as a whole. They had barely any information to go on, because Tristan was too scared to let me do what needed to be done. He would risk everyone else except me. Not that I wanted to see him thrown in the face of danger either, but I knew he would do it for his people, and I'd never be able to stop him. Farah was my mum, a goddess of these people, which meant they were my people too. I might not understand everything I was or could do just yet, but I came here to help them. That was exactly what I was going to do. Once in the kitchens, thankfully empty for the moment, I searched around for anything I could use to take the guards' intense attention off me, but short of starting a fire, there was nothing. Several heavy cast iron skillets hung overhead, and I took one off, hating what I was about to do. Would you mind getting the stove going? I'm not good at building fires, I asked politely. The guard's eyes narrowed, but then he moved to do as I asked. Gripping the skillet in hand, I crept up behind him, and just as he turned around, I whacked him upside the head. The skillet clanged against his skull, and he collapsed to the floor. Sorry, I mumbled, checking to make sure he was breathing. I'd overheard Lucy talking about how shifters' wounds tended to heal faster because of their metabolism, and knew in a few short moments, the gash on his forehead would disappear. "Really sorry," I said again, and took off through the kitchens, toward the dungeon, and disappeared into the bowels of the castle. The demon wasn't hard to find. No cell was large enough to hold him, so the crystal cage was placed in the center of the domed ceiling room. There, appearing as a harmless statue, was Baladin's guardian. And probably his spy. I had no doubt he'd sent it out of the in-between realm for a reason, hoping it would either wipe out more of his enemies or get captured and give him a chance to see what we were up to. Those red eyes didn't move, but it watched me as I circled around it, ensuring the cage was completely intact before I reached the front again. "Can you see me, Baladin?" I asked quietly. "I bet you can. Too bad that explosion didn't kill you and save us all a little trouble." The statue leered at me and I flinched, then steeled my nerves and glared right back. "Yeah, I know he's watching, don't worry, but I didn't come here to chat. You are going to help me whether you like it or not." I couldn't let the statue out, and reaching in to touch it sounded like a horrible idea. Running out of time, I held my palms to the outside of the cage, closed my eyes, and waited for what happened in Tristan's room to happen down here. But there was nothing. My mind was a complete blank, and I grunted in annoyance. I shook out my hands and tried again. You can do this, I repeated, feeling the start of power rising within me. I just let out a breath of excitement when a stone hand grabbed my arm through the cage and yanked it inside. I stared into those red eyes, my scream dying in my throat, and a riptide of images consumed me, dragging me down deeper and deeper until I could no longer see the light.
Chapter 19. Tristan. I stared out the window, watching another day pass into night, knowing we were no closer to having a plan than when we started. Forrest and his council members argued hotly about where to move the army in case an attack came. One central location would be best instead of having us all spread out, as was what happened when Cassius attacked, but we had no knowledge of where that attack might be. It was just going on, and my head throbbed from all their yelling. Calling a break for ale and food might help, and as I turned to do so, my hackles rose and I snarled. "Sabella! Tristan! Where are you going?" Boris yelled as I sprinted from the room, following my instincts and hating that each step drew me to the dungeons. Damn that stubborn woman. She was trying to drive me to an early grave, I swore it. "Sire!" I skidded to a stop as the guard I placed outside my chambers stumbled out of the kitchen, holding a hand to his bleeding head. "What happened to you?" "Sabella knocked me out, I don't know where she is." "I do," I growled and took off again. My chest tightened with anxiety. Something was wrong, horribly wrong. If she survived whatever insane stunt she just pulled, I was going to kill her myself. I vaulted down the stone steps, sniffing the air, and followed the trail of lilac, leading me right to the cage. No. Sabella was inside it with the statue, on the ground, and appeared to be unconscious. The statue stood over her, eyes glowing crimson, and made no move as I fell to my knees right outside the magical confinement. I pressed my hand against it but couldn't get through. "By the gods!" Lucy gasped from behind me. What was she thinking? I glared over my shoulder to see several guilty faces as I growled in fury at what they had all wanted her to do. And here she'd gone and done it herself. "We need to get her out of there, now," I demanded. "We can't move the crystals," Lucy told me. "He'll get out. I won't leave her trapped in there with him." I slammed my fists against the barrier again, desperate to reach her. "Sabella! Get up! Red, get up!" The others talked urgently behind me, but I heard nothing they said. Why hadn't it killed her? That statue should have destroyed her by now, but it let her lie there. Either Baladin prevented it, or it couldn't hurt her. She said it herself, we had no idea how powerful she was or what her mortality was like, but before I could give myself another headache trying to figure it out, she sat up. "Quiet!" I yelled, and the dungeon fell silent except for the hum of power coming from the cage. Sabella rose, but when she turned to face us, her eyes warred between red like the statue's and foggy as if she were having a vision. Whatever she was seeing, Baladin was there with her, trying to get into her mind to hurt her. I need you to step out of the cage, I told Sabella. Tristan, she can't, Lucy argued. If she got in, then she can get out. Sabella, I said, turning back to her, her eyes still struggling to focus. You have to fight him. Fight him and come back to me. I'm right here, just take my hand, Red. Please. I pressed it as close to the cage as I could get it and held my breath, waiting. Her head tilted to the right and left as she cringed, shaking her head as if trying to dislodge something. She took a step closer to the edge of the cage, and the statue's lips parted with a grunt of anger. She took another, her hands lifting toward mine. The statue rumbled as if ready to make a move while Sabella took another step, then another, until she was right there. That's it, just one more step, I urged, hearing swords being drawn behind me in case the statue broke free. Take my hand. Her fingertips were right there when the statue roared and Sabella froze, her eyes flashing bright red before she went rigid. I was ready to throw curses at Baladin, but then the red faded and was replaced by a brilliant white light that lit the entire dungeon. She turned back to face the statue and with her palms facing it, shot that white light out of her hands. It struck the demon, forcing him backward, and bits of his body crumbled and collapsed. You will not have my power, Sabella snapped in a voice that was not her own. Not now, not ever. You take your demon and rot in hell. The light brightened until it was blinding, but I forced myself to watch as the statue was consumed by it. It roared and bellowed, struggling to fight back, its eyes flaring, but Sabella was too strong. The light condensed, turning itself into heavy chains, wrapping the statue from foot to neck. When it was fully trapped, Sabella closed her hands into fists, and the statue let out one screech of rage before it exploded into nothing but rubble. The chains vanished, leaving a pile of stones, and Sabella's body shuddered as the light vanished back into her palms. She turned back to me, blinked, then her eyes returned to normal. And then she collapsed. I turned to Lucy, ready to yell at her to open the cage, but she was already in motion. She moved the crystal aside, breaking the cage. I rushed to Sabella, checking her pulse and breathing, but she still wasn't back from whatever vision held her trapped. Her lips parted and words poured out. I listened, but they made no sense. What's she saying? Kate asked close by. I don't. I leaned in closer, pressing my ear almost to her lips. She's saying the same thing over and over. Someone write this down, hurry. Whatever these words meant, she nearly died to get them, and I was not going to trust them to memory. Kate knelt on the other side, and together we worked out what Sabella said. When she got the last word down, Sabella fell silent. Is she alive? Her pulse was strong beneath my fingers at her neck. She is. I need to get her upstairs. And this? What is it? I don't know, and right now I don't give a damn. Hoping she'd forgive me when she woke if her wounds opened again, I scooped her limp form into my arms and carried her through the castle. Until she opened her eyes, I was not leaving her side, not for anything. And when she did finally open those damned eyes, we were going to have a very, very long talk. After the incident in the dungeons, I tucked Sabella back in my bed, waiting for Lucy to come and check her previous injuries to make sure they hadn't opened up again. But when I tugged up the sleeves of her shirt, I frowned. What? There were scars from the wounds inflicted by those damned bone whips, but the wounds appeared years old. Gently, I lifted her shirt enough at her back to see there too and stepped back amazed. The burns that had been so horrible just hours before also appeared to have healed years ago. By the time Lucy reached me, all I could do was point. She does have the blood of a goddess in her, Lucy reminded me, though she sounded as amazed and troubled as I felt. That was the first time I've seen power like that come from her. You think it awoke the god part in her somehow? She could heal quickly. It was a nice detail to know. However, I wasn't sure how happy I was about her knowing it. Especially if she wasn't going to listen to me and be a bit more cautious. Most likely. She is quite powerful, Tristan. That statue that nothing had been able to dent put in, she was able to destroy it alone. She retucked the furs around Sabella, looking as though she only slept, and glanced at me. But at what price? I asked quietly. She shrugged, not having an answer, and finally said she was going to leave me to watch over her. Part sorcerer, part god. And here I was, just a lowly shifter. What happened when the rest of her family learned about her? Wouldn't they want her to join them? Demigods were rare, extremely rare, and most wound up disappearing to be with their own. I couldn't fathom the idea of her leaving me, but what could I do to stop her? Tristan? Kate entered my room, carrying the paper from the dungeon. For when she wakes up, I'm sure she'll want to see this. Do you have any idea what it means? I asked, taking the paper and skimming over the words again. Just mad ramblings, that's what it looks like to me. I set it aside and squeezed Sabella's hand again, willing her to open her eyes. No, but I have a feeling whatever she saw down there was worth it. I growled, not looking up at her, but sensed her smiling. What's so amusing? You and Craig and Forrest, you're all the same. You worry too much about us. I think we're allowed when the ones we love like to fling themselves headfirst into trouble without any consideration of what will happen to them, or us, if your crazy plans go wrong. Kate said nothing for a moment, and I thought she left. I shifted my gaze to catch her grinning widely from ear to ear, her eyes glimmering. Love her? Craig owes me a jug of demon grog, she mused. For what? Love. Was that what I said? Nothing at all. Let us know when she wakes, won't you? We're going to check the rubble in the dungeon, and ensure there's nothing left of that demon in it. I'll come with you, I said, figuring I wasn't doing any good just sitting here. No, you'll stay here and wait for her to wake up. I'll let you know if we find anything. She spun on her heel, humming happily under her breath, and stepped outside. Women, I muttered under my breath. All you do is drive us crazy. Sabella mumbled, and I sat forward, smoothing my fingers across her forehead. She shifted, and her eyes opened as she frowned. Tristan? I sighed in relief. We really have to stop meeting like this, I teased. No shit, she replied, and I laughed. She started to sit up, and I helped her, pressing a hand to her back. She flinched for a second, but there was no pain on her face. Confusion filled her eyes instead as she reached around, feeling every bit of her back that she could reach. Wait, what happened? Where are my wounds? I think using your god powers in the dungeon somehow triggered that part of you, I explained. You healed yourself. Dungeon? I crossed my arms, leaning back in my chair and scowling at her. Yes, the dungeon. The one place I strictly forbid you to stay away from, and what did you do? You went to the dungeon. Tristan, I can. I held up my hand, cutting her off, and she clamped her lips shut, though there was a hint of a smile. Do you have any idea what that did to me? Seeing you unconscious and trapped in the cage with that demon? I thought I was going to lose you, because you refused to listen to me. I got a vision, she reminded me, but that only made me growl and push out of my chair. Oh come on, it could have been worse. I'm fine, see? Perfectly fine. That's not the bloody point, and you know it, Red, I snapped. Look, she said and climbed quickly out of bed to come to me. I'm sorry I don't exactly listen to you, but you're not my king, Tristan. Well, we'll figure that out, but I was sent here for a reason, remember? And I can't just sit on the sidelines all the time watching the rest of you risk your lives. If I can do something, anything to help, I will. I will not have you running around without any form of protection. From now on, wherever you are, either I'm with you or another guard is, I stated. In her eyes, white power flashed her annoyance, but I wasn't about to back down. That's not fair, she argued hotly. That's the deal, take it or leave it. No. I won't watch you fight and do nothing. You can't ask me to do that, she pleaded. I opened my mouth to keep arguing with her, but her face paled and her eyes fluttered closed. I reached out to catch her, thinking she wasn't as healed as I thought, but she shoved out of my arms and stalked away. You don't understand. Understand what? I didn't let her go too far from me, staying right behind her. She wrapped her arms around herself, and I fought the urge to wrap her up in mine and give her some form of comfort. I saw what's coming, she whispered in a breath so quiet if I hadn't been a shifter I wouldn't have heard it. I saw all of it. It can't be worse than the army of undead we faced months ago, I said lightly. She whipped around and shoved me in the chest, but I barely budged. You don't get it. This isn't just some rabble of undead coming to attack. It's Baladin, and he's the god of all monsters. He's not just going to unleash one army on you, Tristan. He's going to unleash every monster that's been trapped with him in his cage. Anything you ever had nightmares about, every legend you never thought could be true, because the idea of a creature like that existing was too terrifying. That's what's coming. So no, you can't ask me to sit by and do nothing. I considered telling her she was overreacting, but the seriousness in her eyes, the fear I sensed pouring off her was so strong, I felt I could reach out and touch it. You're sure? I asked, unable to think of anything else. Yes, otherwise I wouldn't be telling you this. I rubbed the back of my neck, wishing she hadn't killed the demon, so I had something to take my anxiety out on. Regardless of what's coming, I said slowly, you are not a soldier, Sabella, and I can't. I won't watch you get yourself killed. You won't have a choice. The hell I won't, I snarled, whirling back around to find her smiling at me. Smiling. As if we weren't talking about the potential end of our world. Damn it, will you just let me be mad at you? Only if you get over here and kiss me, she said, breathless. My arms were around her a second later, showing her without words what she was to me and why I couldn't lose her. Not after I just found her. She hugged me close and I simply held her, running my hands through her wild red hair and wishing we'd met at any other time. If that were the case, I might have had to wait another 100 years to find her. You're going to have to accept it at some point, she told me, her words muffled against my shoulder. Accept what exactly? That I'll be in danger, we're all going to be as soon as this wave hits. I hugged her tighter, kissing the top of her head. Well, it's not here yet, so will you please do as I say? I promise as soon as all hell breaks loose, I will stop watching you like a hawk. Maybe. Doubt it. She leaned back from me, glancing over my shoulder. What's that? What? I turned with her and saw the paper lying on the nightstand. It's what you were saying when we got to you down in the dungeon, after you used your godly powers to destroy the statue. Her eyes widened as she pulled away from me to look at her hands. Yeah, almost forgot I did that. Pretty neat, I think. Pretty neat, I repeated, shaking my head. You're going to drive me madder than you. I don't feel mad, she mused quietly as she went to grab the paper. Not around you. She picked it up, her lips moved over the words before she finally read it aloud. As shadows fall and monsters roam the realms of men again, 3 must rise, 3 rings abound. A beast so fierce with eyes of the skies, a secret hidden away from time, a guiding light at her prime, the 3 must join and bring to an end that which the darkness seeks to transcend. Well, if that isn't utterly unhelpful. I grunted in agreement. You said it over and over again, until we wrote it down. Any idea what it means? Yeah, she said, and I got excited until she shrugged, that I'm still crazy. Hopefully we have some time to figure it out. She nodded slowly, but I saw the doubt on her face. I wanted to ask how much time she thought we had when a knock came at my door. I growled, willing whoever it was to go away, when Boris called out. Sire, we have a bit of a situation. Come in, I yelled. What's happened now? His face was set in anger, and he stood as straight-backed as possible, his hand on the hilt of his sword. Word has spread, and I'm afraid, and we have guests. Guests? He bowed his head. The pack leaders have arrived, King Tristan. His eyes shot to Sabella, then back to me, regret on his face. They have come to challenge the Alpha for his right to rule.
Chapter 20. Sabella. Challenge? Why? How? I asked, alarmed, as Tristan stalked to his wardrobe and withdrew a sword and sheath he strapped around his waist. Tristan, please tell me this isn't what I think it is? He sighed as he reached me, cupping my cheek in his hand. I'm afraid that would be lying, and I never lie. But why? We're in the middle of a war. Baladin is coming. Why would they do this? He didn't answer, and Boris pointedly looked anywhere but at me. The damned curse, that's what they were so upset about. They found out their Alpha was going to be with a seer, and they were willing to rise up against him, all because of me. Would they even give me a chance to show I wasn't like the one who cursed them? I'd come here to help the shifters, help everyone, and I wasn't just a seer. This is all my fault, I whispered. No, Red, it's mine for not explaining to my people what was happening, he said quickly. Now they've let their fears and imaginations take hold. With any luck, I'll be able to sort this out, and there won't be a fight. Fight? Why would there be a fight? His brow rose, and he waited for me to figure it out for myself. Shit, I muttered. It's a real fight, like a fight to the death? When he didn't answer again, I immediately put myself between him and the door. No, you can't do this. I don't have a choice. I'm the alpha, and I have to meet every challenge. Otherwise, I will be seen as weak. And how long until they raise an army and rebel against me and the others here? I won't put their lives at risk. This is how the pack works, Sabella. You have to accept it. Let me talk to them, I urged. I can explain that I'm not a threat. They won't listen, trust me. He took my hand and kissed the back of it. I would ask you to stay here and out of sight, but I know you won't listen, so will you please at least remain with Boris? Just in case. In case of what? Tristan walked around me and out the door, leaving me and Boris to catch up. I wanted to ask him how this was going to work, but the words were stuck in my throat. In case of what? I glanced at Boris, and the way he shifted protectively closer to me had me staring straight ahead in shock. In case Tristan lost and the packs turned on me. I had to find a way to explain the situation and stop this before the fight even started, but we were walking too fast, and all I could picture was that scar on Tristan's shoulder and all the other scars I'd witnessed. All scars from previous challenges. How many had he killed to keep his throne? I'd seen him fight, but there was always a chance someone would get lucky. If he died, no, he just wouldn't die. He couldn't, and that was final. Tristan, Craig said as we reached the bottom of the stairs and turned toward the hall. Kate and Forrest were with him, all three wearing dour faces. You sure this is a good idea? Now? I don't have a choice, you know that, Tristan replied. It was bound to happen. Guilt shot through me and I hung my head until Kate slipped her hand into mine and squeezed it. He'll be fine, she assured me. He's a tough wolf. This is all my fault, I pointed out. If I hadn't come, if we weren't. In love, she supplied for me. You can't help it, Sabella. You two were meant to be together, and either the packs will accept it and get over it or they won't. Kind of how things seem to work around here. Trust me, I know all about it. What do you mean? When I first met Craig's and Forrest's dads, both kings at the time, they wanted to kill me on sight. What happened? She shrugged with a smile. I turned into a very scary dragon and threatened to eat them both. One of them accepted me once he learned that I was nothing like the previous Darras he'd met. And the other? The other was possessed and I killed him, Craig supplied with a grim smile. This isn't really making me feel better, I whispered to her as we reached the hall and came to a stop. I considered going to Tristan one more time, holding him close, kissing him, but he never looked back at me. Instead he squared his shoulders and held his chin high. Hank announced his entrance. The rest of us followed behind, but the second I stepped foot inside, the hall fell silent. Tristan continued through the hall, headed straight for the simple throne set on a dais. No one watched him though. Every single pair of glowing golden eyes was focused on me as I stood beside Kate and Boris, keeping near the doors. Craig and Forrest stood beside us, and without having to ask, I knew the four of them were ready to grab me and run if this turned ugly. I gulped, clinging to any bit of hope I could find that Tristan would be able to explain everything. The hall was filled with wolves and every face I chanced to glance at appeared furious. The tables had already been shoved to the sides of the room, leaving an empty space near the dais. A place for the challenger to take on the alpha. I understand there is one amongst you who wishes to challenge me, Tristan yelled out, and the faces turned immediately toward him. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, but every muscle looked tensed. Step forward. I expected one person to do so, but 4 men and 1 woman stepped toward the dais. The men were larger than Tristan in height and width, and packing solid muscle. I shook my head, horrified thinking of him fighting them all, but he hardly looked bothered by the idea. I wanted to smack him for trying to be so formal at a time like this, with an army of monsters barreling down at us at any second. "All 5 pack leaders," Tristan stated. "I must say I am disappointed and confused. What cause do you have to challenge me?" A blond man with a long braided and beaded beard stepped forward. "You know King Tristan," he spat. "You know exactly why we've all come here. You, a man who came from such honorable heritage, threaten all of us for her." He turned around and pointed directly at me, which of course caused everyone else in the room to turn and stare at me again. I did my best not to look terrified, but why shouldn't I be? An entire room filled with shifters looked ready to murder me. "They are blind fools," the sane voice in my head I'd come to believe was somehow a mix of Farah and Crane, said. "There is no time for this. You must make them see the truth of who you are to them." "And what the hell is that?" I muttered aloud. Kate shot me a worried look. "The daughter of a goddess, their goddess, and the one sent here to save them all." None of them appeared to be in an understanding mood. "Because of Sabella? That is why you have come?" Tristan asked. All 5 of the leaders nodded in unison. "We know what she is, and we know exactly what harm she will cause to our packs." "But," one of the other leaders said loudly when murmurings of agreement went up all around the room, "we have an offer to make you before we resort to a challenge for your throne and the title of Alpha." "I'm listening." The 5 shared a look before the dark-haired one stepped forward. "If you can prove to us this seer has not bewitched you by killing her here and now, we will allow you to continue as you are." "And if I don't?" Tristan growled, furious, his anger so palpable, several of the shifters near the front stepped backward. "If I refuse?" "Then I shall be your first challenger," the dark-haired shifter declared. "And if I fall, the others will take up the cause. We will not allow you to let our packs fall to ruin for this wretched woman. Not now, not ever." A chorus of howls and growls went up in agreement with his words. I was pissed at them for assuming I was like that horrible woman who cursed an entire race. How could they? None of them knew me, knew what I'd been through, or what I was capable of. Tristan stood on the dais, grinding his teeth, and though I couldn't hear it, I knew he was growling away at his pack for being so reluctant to see the bigger picture. His worried gaze landed on mine, then they narrowed, and he gave his head a subtle shake. "Too damned late. I did the only thing a crazy person like me would be expected to do." I laughed. It started softly at first, but then I cackled insanely, doubling over as tears streamed down my cheeks. Kate whispered my name, but I ignored her as the room quieted down, and the only sound I could hear was my own mad laughter. "Seriously?" I finally stated as I straightened, staring around the room as I approached the dais. The shifters moved out of the way as if worried I'd curse them if they came too close. "Sabella," Tristan said, annoyed. I waved my hand at him. "No, really, it's fine. I get it. They see a seer, and they think I'm the evilest person in the world. Really, totally understandable, except it's not." "You are a seer," the blond man snapped as he stomped into my path, stopping me from going further. "Your kind are nothing but a disease on this earth, and should all be wiped out. I have said so many times." "Yeah." I cut him off, planting my hands on my hips and standing toe-to-toe with him. "Then who would tell you about the war that's about to come, huh? Tell me that." I poked him in the chest with each word. He snarled at me, but I wasn't scared of him. I'd faced down far worse already. He was just an arrogant wolf who was looking for an excuse to claim the title of Alpha. "You think you can defeat me?" he snapped. Tristan made to move. He was pissed too, but I wasn't going to let these ogres stand here and accuse him of being bewitched. "I never said I wanted to," I shot back. "I'm here to save you, all of you, from the darkness that's waiting to crash down around us and swallow us whole. If you want to stand here bickering like children, please, but remember, there's far worse coming, and I know exactly what it is." "You will die, seer," he growled and grabbed my shoulders. Unhand her or lose them, Tristan snapped, his sword drawn and ready to slash through the man's arms. Now. The man did as he said, taking a large step away from me as Tristan moved in front of me. "What the hell are you doing?" he hissed at me over his shoulder. "Proving they're wrong. This is not the way to do it. I told you it was safer for you to stay back." "I won't let you face them down alone," I argued and stepped around him, ignoring his protests that I stand back. "I am a seer, it's true," I stated loudly, "however I am something else entirely." "Our enemy," the woman said, and spat at my feet. I glared at the wet spot on the stone, and time slowed around me. For so long I'd had no idea who or what I was, where I came from. I had no idea what I was capable of, or why I was forced to spend my life locked away from the world. Then I came here, and my destiny became clear. Whether these shifters liked it or not, I was their saving grace, and they would see the light. Voices yelled all around me as I came back to the moment. Tristan's the loudest, begging his people to give me a chance, trying to make them understand this war was real and if they were divided, they were all going to die. Still they refused to listen. I'd heard enough and closed my eyes, holding my hands palms to the ceiling. "Just breathe," the calming voice told me. "Just breathe and understand who you are, my daughter." I was the daughter of Farah, goddess of light, and these were my people as much as they were Tristan's. All the years of craziness fell away, and a warmth rose within me, bringing with it the light of my mother. Of me. A sudden hush fell, and when I opened my eyes and saw their glow reflected in Tristan's awestruck one, I smiled. Light flowed all around me like ribbons of never-ending streams of water. They coursed in and around me as the shifters stumbled over one another to get back. "I am Sabella, daughter of Farah. I come to you now to help aid you in this fight Baladin brings upon this realm." "Baladin?" The blond man shook his head. No, it's not possible." "She's telling you the truth," Tristan declared and sheathed his sword. "I've seen him, as have others. He's the one to blame for the deaths here, and for kidnapping King Craig and Queen Catherine." "He had me trapped in my own mind," Kate said loudly near the doors. "Sabella saved me at great risk to herself. She's suffered through terrible wounds, all to try and find a way to stop Baladin and his army from coming here. From hurting you." The pack leaders exchanged uncertain glances, but Tristan reached back and took my hand, showing them he wasn't afraid of me or my power. The light washed over him just as easily as it did me, and the connection between us grew. "I know we all hold a grudge for what that seer did to us," he said, "but times have changed, and Sabella is not that woman. If we continue down this path and divide the packs, Baladin and his army will march right through these lands and destroy everything we are. Is that what you want? Is that what shifters do?" 4 of the leaders stared at our clasped hands and seemed to come to a decision. The 5th burst out laughing, his back toward us. Tristan stepped out in front of me as the shifter wiped a tear from his eye, turning to face us. The second his eyes widened, they flared red. I cursed. "Baladin," I snapped, and the shifter bowed from the waist. "At your service, my dear sweet naive niece." He tapped his chin as he stared around the hall. "You know, those speeches were quite good. I must say I'm impressed. I even felt this one coming around, but I just couldn't let that happen." "What do you want?" Tristan snarled. "Such a temper you have. You might want to be careful with that." Tristan snarled louder, baring his teeth, but I held him back. "Get out of my realm before I tear your head off with my teeth." "Oh, I'm leaving, don't worry. I have something much bigger planned for my official grand entrance." A sound echoed. That sound, that horrible sound I never wanted to hear again. Bone scraping against stone. Impossible. Tristan shook his head fiercely. Sabella destroyed it. Did she now? Baladin sneered at me as he approached. Tristan tried to shove me further back, but he couldn't move, and I found myself stepping forward against my will. "You won't win this," I warned when I was only a few inches from him. He pinched my chin and sighed. "Such spirit, exactly like my sister. You know, she never saw me coming for her. And even after I had her in my grasp, the threats kept coming. As if the light could ever truly destroy the darkness." He leaned closer. I flinched when he breathed me in. Tristan roared in fury behind. Baladin threw him an annoyed look. Don't worry, Alpha, you can have her. For a while at least. Just don't get used to it. I'll be coming for her power. And yours, Vindicar. He yelled. You and I have unfinished business. Why not just do it now? I challenged. Tristan yelled at me to stop it. I was on a roll. Why wait? Baladin shoved me backward into Tristan's waiting arms. First, I have to see if you're worth my time. Until then, I leave you with a parting gift. Have fun. He snapped his fingers and disappeared as if he'd never been there in the first place. Boris! Tristan yelled as the scraping sounds grew closer. Close and bar the door. Wait, we have to get them out of here, I argued, motioning to the hall filled with innocent shifters. There's no time. Our best chance is to kill it again. Right, because that worked so well the first time. I stared at my hands as chaos ensued around me. The doors were slammed shut and locked, but that sound still reached my ears. My stomach filled with dread, and the courage I had to stand up before all these shifters vanished. So many were here, so many who didn't deserve to be attacked by that beast. I had to save them. Tristan was calling out orders, and Kate was busy with Hank and a few other of the guard who were ushering people toward the dais and as far away from the doors as they could get. My feet felt glued to the floor. A rush of power filled me and I felt the hall fall away. Really, right now? I snapped, staring around, trying to get my bearings. Nothing about this place looked familiar. The air even felt strange, heavy, and I struggled to breathe. I pressed a hand to my chest, and it was like I was drowning. A weight fell on my shoulders, dragging me down until my knees hit stone. The voices rushed back all at once, and I cringed as they swarmed me, worse than ever before, forcing tears from my eyes. This was who I was. The crazy girl from the asylum. I could never be anything more than that. I wanted it all to end. I never should have come here. It was a mistake, a horrible mistake. I was going to get all these people killed. And Tristan, he would never forgive me. So many doubts slammed into me as I saw myself failing over and over again. I'd failed to kill the statue. Now it was back, and there was no stopping it. Sabella. I paused, the voices quieted down but were still there. A figure passed in front of me, then crouched down, tilting my face up with gentle hands. I couldn't see who it was, but I knew him by his simple touch. Look at me, Sabella, you're not alone anymore. I'm right here with you. Tristan. His other hand reached for mine and held it securely in his. I need you to come back to me. I can't win this fight without you. The rest of the voices fell away, and when I blinked, I was back in the hall, and Tristan stood with me, holding my hand while his other cupped my cheek. There was a high probability we were going to die, but he was smiling at me. I stood on my toes and kissed him, wrapping my arms as tightly around his neck as I could, not wanting to let go, but we had a demon to destroy. This time I'd make sure it stuck. A thunderous boom had everyone screaming in panic, and the doors threatened to give under the weight of the statue. What's the plan? Forrest asked as he and Craig rushed over. Kate was a moment behind them, a wicked-looking gauntlet on her left arm. Another boom rocked the entire castle, and I swallowed down my fear. Dragonfire is useless, and swords didn't even scratch it, Tristan snarled. I don't know. No, I whispered and grabbed his arm as I grinned, but I do. What do you mean? He asked, already with a look of regret on his face. We need those crystals, the ones Lucy used to trap it. I don't think they actually trapped it last time, he muttered. He managed to pull you in, remember? I shook my head. Oh no, we're not going to trap it, I told him. We're going to blow it up.
Chapter 21. Tristan. I heard her wrong, I had to have, but then she was bouncing on her heels and her eyes flared white with those powers of hers. I'd have to get used to that power at some point in time. I'm sorry, did you say blow it up? I asked. Yeah, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with it? How are you going to get it to work? I demanded, even as Craig was nodding in full-on agreement. Stop encouraging her. Hey, I said it before, blowing it up is the best course of action. It won't work. Yes, it will, she assured me. But we need those crystals. Where's Lucy? Infirmary probably, Kate chimed in. We need to open the doors to get to her, which means we'll be letting the statue in. There's a back door out of here, I told her. Behind the throne. Trap door. It'll take you down to the dungeons, then back up and around. You'll have to run. Those doors won't hold forever, and gods, why am I even agreeing to this? I mumbled. Because it's going to work and it's our only chance. Sabella squeezed my hand. It'll work. Without you getting hurt, preferably. She kissed my cheek, and I wanted to hug her and find somewhere to keep her out of the way when this fight turned south, and it would, as soon as those doors burst open. Forrest agreed to get the stones. He was the fastest out of the three of them. The rest of my guard would stay here to hold the door and protect those amongst the gathered shifters who were not fighters. The 4 remaining pack leaders were huddled near the front line, and after leaving Sabella with Craig and Kate for a moment, I went to speak with them. We're going to need anyone who can fight, I told them. What's coming through that door? It's one of Baladin's demons. Do you have a plan? Alice asked. I ground my teeth as I glanced over my shoulder at Sabella. She does. King Tristan, Thompson, the large blonde pack leader, said as he stepped forward. This seer, how much do you truly trust her? And I ask for the sake of all the packs. I know you do, I told him sincerely. When we first found her, I used a truth spell on her. And, he urged. And I learned exactly who she is to us, to me. She is here to save us, and I trust her with my life. This may be hard for all of us to understand, but times have changed. And Sabella? She is mine from now until forever, I stated proudly. If you still don't agree with me, that is your right, but I will not let any harm come to her. The 4 of them exchanged a look and to my surprise bowed their heads to me. If she gets us through this, Thompson said as he held out his hand for mine, we'll trust her. I shook his hand and nodded firmly. Thank you, my friends. This war is just getting started. The doors cracked with the next hit and the 4 leaders turned to the shifters, calling for their guard and warriors to step forward. I ran back to Sabella, standing far too close to the damned doors that were ready to break. What do you need us to do? I asked her. Distract it as long as possible, she instructed, wringing her hands. I need to create a hole in its center, but it's going to take time. And you're sure this will work? She was going to use the crystals, but those crystals were nothing without power. Sabella? What is it you're not telling me? I demanded. She refused to look at me. I turned her around and gently moved her face until those stormy grey eyes had no choice but to see me. Explain right now. My light magic, if I can power the crystals to the point it overwhelms them, they'll explode. And how are you going to do that without standing right beside the demon? I asked through gritted teeth. She didn't answer. I saw the answer in the way she shifted closer to me, and I cursed, resting my forehead against hers. If you die, I will find a way to bring you back to me. Know that. I kissed her, but it was over too soon. Another hit by the demon, and part of the doors fell inward, leaving a gap for us to see out of. We backed further away, Kate jerked her left arm, and the shield of the Vindicar appeared. Craig held the executioner blade forged by the sorcerers, and I shifted, throwing my head back and howling the order for the others to do the same. Hank, I need you to start evacuating as many as you can through that rear door, I told him through the link. The second those doors open, you get them out. I can fight. You will do as I say and save them. That is your duty right now. He growled in argument but said nothing else. The 4 of us backed up, when it went completely silent on the other side of the doors. I glared through the opening, trying to see, when its arm burst through, trying to snatch at anyone too close. When it grabbed air, it roared in fury and rammed into the doors, sending them exploding inward in splinters and chunks of metal hinges and stone from the wall the hinges were attached to. When the dust cleared, the red-eyed demon stood in the opening, those whips back in its hands, and those eyes zeroed in on Sabella. "Shit," she muttered. The demon charged right for her. I shoved her out of the way, both of us hitting the floor as those whips sailed overhead, crashing into the floor right where we'd stood. Stones cracked beneath the attack, and then he was coming after us again. Kate rushed in this time, raising her shield to block the next attack. I waited for the whips to crack the glass and metal, but instead, a bright flash of light blinded me and sent us all flying backward. The demon was thrown into the nearest wall, and I grunted. Why did I bother repairing the castle, when it was just going to get destroyed again? I growled as I pushed to my feet, wobbly, and searched around for Sabella. She was getting back up too, her eyes glowing, and that white power swirling around her again. If I'd thought she was beautiful before, now she truly did look like the daughter of a goddess. "We got this furball," she told me, and I wished I felt so confident, but right now we were getting our asses kicked. The demon was slinging those whips around itself as it moved closer. I glanced around, praying for Forrest to return with the crystals. Hank was quickly getting the others out at least, and the shifters moved in closer to me, flanking me as I stared down the demon. "Those whips will kill you," I informed them. "Stay clear of them. Our game is to distract and not engage. We can't do any damage to this thing." Sabella moved toward it, and I was ready to bite the back of her shirt and drag her away, but when those whips lashed out, they connected with the streams of light and ricocheted back. She took another step, but when she went to attack as she had before, shooting those beams of pure white magic right at it, one of the whips vanished and a shield made of bone appeared, preventing the light from hitting its chest. "I have to get through to its chest," she told me. I howled and prayed to the gods we wouldn't lose too many, charging forward. I sprinted and slid right beneath the tail end of that whip, while the pack moved in a circle around it, slipping in when the coast was clear to bump into its legs, trying to throw it off balance. Sabella rushed to stay out of its sight, attacking its back with her power. The stone was singing, more than what happened when Forrest attacked with his dragon fire, but then it whipped around on her, and she flung herself out of the way just as a whip slashed toward her. I growled and launched myself through the air, landing on the statue's arm and clawing and biting at the hand with the whip. I did no damage, and it easily flung me off. "Are you insane?" Sabella yelled at me as I shook my head and got back to my feet. I winked at her, and she rolled her eyes, but then I was back at it. It was like a game of tag from hell. Get caught with a whip and you went down. A wolf yelped, and I saw him limp away, bleeding from a wound on his side. A few more followed as the whip cracked in the air, creating an explosion of air that sent us soaring away from him. But not Sabella. She'd flattened herself to the floor, and the second that whip fell, was back on her feet, focusing on that same spot. I started to worry she was overexerting herself as her eyes glowed even brighter, but when the demon turned its back to me, I saw the hole was getting larger. She was doing it a bit deeper, and she could shove the crystals in there and then power them up, while possibly getting herself killed in the process. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted Forrest rushing back to the hall, and a leather bag in his hand, and Lucy behind him. He waved, but Sabella didn't see him. She was too busy focusing on the hole in the demon's back, even as it continued to spin around, trying to snatch her up in its hands. I rushed to Forrest and took the bag from him, looking at Lucy. "I don't know," was all she said, but it would have to be good enough. With the bag securely in my jaws, I sprinted to Sabella's side and dropped it at her feet. The hole was nearly big enough, at least halfway through the demon's massive chest. I nudged her leg, and she looked down, grabbed the bag, and slung it over her body. "Get out of here," she ordered me, but I refused to leave her side. "Tristan, just go." "Look out," Kate bellowed. Too late. The demon had turned around and glared at the two of us. I threw myself in front of Sabella, but it slammed its shield into the floor. The blast was worse than the previous ones, and the entire hall filled with shadow. My feet left the floor, and all I heard were growls of pain and Sabella's scream before the sound of bodies being thrown into the walls and floor cut off all other noise. Stones crumbled around us, and I struggled to breathe, shifting back from the pain washing over me. "Sabella," I choked, squinting through the dizziness and the haze. I couldn't see her or hear anything else. I sat up, shoving stones off my body, and spotted Kate lying a few feet away. I crawled to her, tapping her cheeks until her eyes opened. "Tristan?" she groaned, pushing herself up. "Craig? Forrest?" "Here," I heard Craig reply and thought I saw a hand shoot up. Kate stumbled her way to them, as others started to call out in pain. "Sabella!" I had to find her. The shadows swarmed around the center of the room, blocking out any sign of the demon, but it was still here. I felt its evil presence. I stumbled forward few steps and saw a bright red head of hair. "No," I whispered, trying to run but was too weak from the blast. "Sabella, wait." She glanced back at me over her shoulder, her lips moving over words I couldn't hear, and then she was gone, sucked into the darkness.
Chapter 22. Sabella. The second I lost sight of Tristan, the voices rushed back. All around me was darkness. I couldn't see, and the voices drowned out anything beyond the shadows. But the crystals were still in the bag, and that was all I needed. I closed my eyes, grimacing each time the voices grew louder, but they weren't going to scare me away, not this time. I concentrated on the one thing keeping me sane. It took a few precious moments, but his face appeared in my mind. Tristan. Those hazel eyes that showed when he was happy or annoyed with me. Eyes that failed to hide how much he cared for me or about his pack. He was my center and the only one who could keep me grounded. I remembered our first kiss, and every kiss after. How he held me close and swore vengeance against anyone who hurt me. With each memory, the voices faded. I opened my eyes. The demon stood before me. I only had a few feet to go. The whip was gone from its hand, and instead it held a sword, one that could easily cleave me in two. But I wasn't alone. Tristan might be outside the shadows, but he was in my mind, a part of me, always. The demon raised that sword and swung it downward, but I easily stepped to the side. It spun, bringing the blade up again, but I ducked and rolled, letting my instincts take over, instincts that had been dormant from too many years of listening to the crazy in my head. My eyes glowed as power grew and expanded within me, pushing back against the darkness. The demon bellowed as it attacked again and again, but I moved too fast, ducking and spinning just out of reach of that blade. It brought the sword down again, but this time it was stuck in the stones. I rushed around behind it, climbed up its back as it fought to get the blade free. The second I laid the crystals inside its back, the demon spun around, trying to dislodge me and them, but I clung fiercely using its hair. I placed my hand on the crystals. "This time you're going to stay dead." I poured every ounce of power I had in me into those crystals, as the demon continued to fight. The shadows began to fade, and I caught glimpses of the others in the hall. I tried to look for Tristan, but the power leaving me made me dizzy. The crystals glowed under my hand until I couldn't see anymore, the light was too much. It burned my eyes and my hand screamed in sudden agony, but I didn't let go. I had to finish this to prove to Baladin I was strong enough. And that I'd be coming for him next. Just when I thought my power was tapped, the shadows cleared and my eyes locked onto Tristan's. He was holding his side, staring at me so intently, it was like he was holding me. Another burst of power shot from me into the crystals, and the demon bellowed one more time and then it exploded. I was thrown from the blast, consumed by white light, and everything went silent. I felt like I was floating. It was peaceful here. No voices, no visions, just nothing. I wondered what it would be like to stay, but something tugged on my hand. "Is she dead?" a voice said somewhere near me. "Dead? Who was dead?" "No, she's not dead, I won't let her be," a growl replied, and that tug came again. "You are not allowed to leave me, understand? Open your eyes, Sabella, I know you're still in there." "Look at her hand," another voice said. A different voice said, "We need the physicians for the wounded. Get them down here now." People were hurt. That was sad, I frowned. "She's alive," that same growl yelled, and the tugging on my hand intensified. "Look at me. Please just look at me. You know you belong here, right? We've still got a long life ahead of us, so don't you dare leave me." Warm lips pressed against mine, and I did the only thing I could think of. I kissed them back, wrapping my hand up into a head of soft hair. I blinked and the world came into sharp focus, including a pair of hazel eyes full of emotion. "Tristan," I whispered. He lifted me off the ground to hug me close. "Thank the gods," he said, his voice muffled against me. "Can you please stop scaring the piss out of me, Red? I can't take much more of this crap." "Just 'cause you're an old man," I teased, and he cupped my face in his hands, staring at me long and hard before I leaned in and kissed him again. I was rather enjoying the moment until my injuries caught up with me, and I was no longer numb to them. I gasped at the sight of my burnt hand, and then noticed the throbbing in my head and back. I managed to look around, but the demon was gone. Not even a pile of rubble was left this time. "It's dead?" Tristan nodded firmly, a rumbling growl issuing from his mouth as he glared at the burnt spot in the center of the hall. "It's dead." "How many did we lose?" I asked as he helped me to my feet. "4, but you saved so many more." He kept his arm around my waist as he helped me to where they were gathering the rest of the wounded to be treated. I waved off the physicians, telling them to help the others. Tristan scowled at me. "You're hurt too." "They hurt worse. I'll be fine for a few more minutes." I settled in with my back to the wall, watching Lucy and the physicians move among the wounded, using salves and magic to close wounds left by that whip and the blasts. Kate, Craig and Forrest stood huddled together, faces bruised and scraped but otherwise looking no worse for wear. Tristan dropped down beside me, holding his side, and I rested my head on his shoulder. "Not bad for our first fight, huh?" I mused. "First fight," he repeated. "I'm not sure how much more of this I can take, watching you nearly kill yourself." "That's what I'm here for, to save everyone, remember?" "It appears you are," the woman pack leader said as she came toward us. Tristan started to stand, but she shook her head and her, as well as the 3 others, knelt with her. "We owe you both an apology." "Sabella, these are the pack leaders, Alice, Thompson, Walt and Stewart." "Victor, sadly, was the one Baladin possessed," Tristan informed me. "His son will run the pack," Thompson said sadly. "He's of age and will be a good leader." "Just as you have proven once again you should be our alpha," Stewart added. "And it appears you have found your beta." Tristan glanced at me and smiled. "I think I have." "Wait, his what?" I asked, confused. "His soulmate and also our leader," Alice told me as she held out her hand. "May I?" I wasn't sure what was happening, but Tristan lifted my hand for Alice to take. She placed her lips against my knuckles, and each of the leaders followed suit. When they were finished, they stood, promising to lend whatever aid was necessary to fight in the war against Baladin. When they walked away, Tristan laughed quietly. "What's so amusing?" "You were just accepted by the packs," he told me, taking my hand and kissing it. "A seer. Funny how the world works." "What does this beta thing mean?" "It means if you're willing, you will become essentially my queen. Can you handle that?" "His queen." I let my head fall back to his shoulder, closing my eyes as my destiny became clearly laid out before me. "Yeah, think I can, Furball, think I can." We sat exactly how we were for a while, until Lucy eventually made her way to us. She bandaged my hand and checked Tristan's side. The wound had opened up, and she gave him a lecture about overexerting himself. He tried to get her to give me one too, but Lucy just shrugged before she moved on. Once we were on our feet, he took my hand and led me from the hall upstairs and through the castle. I wasn't sure where he was taking me until we reached a set of double doors, much like the ones leading to his room. "Welcome to your new home," he told me as he opened them and stepped aside. I walked in and my jaw dropped. "Wait, this is my room?" He nodded, leaning in the doorway. A room fit for a queen. The furniture was gorgeous, hand-carved solid wood. There was a large 4-poster bed, layered with soft furs I wanted to dive into. Richly colored rugs covered the floor and tapestries decorated the walls. Chandeliers made of antlers hung overhead, and 2 doors at the far end lead to a balcony. "This is incredible," I said in awe. "That door? Where does it lead?" I asked, pointing to a door on the left side of the room. "That takes you straight to my room," he explained with a wolfish grin. "I never saw another door in your room." It's behind a tapestry. I never thought I'd have a queen, he said roughly. So, I covered it up to stop reminding myself of the fact. I reached out for him and pulled him to me. 87 is pretty young for you to give up like that, I teased. I mean, even though you are old, you're not dead. He growled as he kissed me. I'm not that old. Just wait, you'll be 87 at 1.2. I really would be. I had no idea how long I'd live. Guessed it was just something we'd figure out as we went. He told me he would have fresh clothes brought to me before he went to change, explaining once everyone was patched up, they'd be sending off the dead, and then there would be a feast that would last probably all night. 4 dead. It wasn't a large number, but any loss was tragic, especially when I knew what was coming. After the clothes were brought to me, I washed up, trying to think of happier thoughts, but the tidal wave of darkness was coming closer. I didn't need a vision to tell me that. And what I'd said in the dungeon, the words toyed with me. I was fairly certain Kate was one of the warriors I had to find, but who else? I would have to figure out my own riddle if we stood a chance of surviving whatever Baladin threw at us next.
Chapter 23. Tristan. After the pyres were lit in the courtyard, and the bodies of our fallen burned, we gathered back in the hall for a feast of celebration for the lives lost and for those saved. Ale was served and meats were brought out, filling the tables as musicians picked up a lively tune. We hadn't seen a feast like this in years, and I gave myself over to the night. Sabella had been accepted by the packs, and I watched her mingle amongst them, talking and laughing with Alice, dancing with the other leaders. She might have grown up thinking she was mad, but she was made for this life. When's the wedding? Craig asked as he came up on my right. Probably tomorrow, Forrest said before I could answer, appearing on my left. You know, no need to rush or anything. We're about to be thrown into a war, I reminded them, smiling as Kate and Sabella danced with one another, laughing hysterically about something, probably me or Craig. I think a wedding can wait. And what if there is no tomorrow? Forrest said seriously. It'll happen when it needs to happen, I stated firmly. For tonight, can we just enjoy our small victories? I'll toast to that. Craig lifted his glass. Forrest and I clanked ours against his. I had much to be happy about. Setting my glass down, I excused myself and pushed through the crowd to where Sabella was dancing. She spun away from Kate and right into my arms. Her cheeks were flushed and she was laughing as I pulled her around with me. What are you thinking about? I asked when the music stopped for a few moments, and we walked toward the windows. Absolutely nothing, she replied. No voices? No visions? None. Her smile faltered. Tristan, if we're going to stop Baladin, we have to find where he's holding Farah and all the others. Tomorrow we'll start planning, but tonight I want you to enjoy yourself. You saved them all, Sabella, I said, turning her to face the room. You saved everyone here. Don't forget how strong you are. Baladin is a god. Yes, and you are quite powerful yourself if you hadn't noticed. I wrapped my arms around her waist and rested my chin atop her head. For one night, forget about what waits. I didn't say it, but I knew she understood the meaning of my request. Tonight may be one of the few nights we could have with laughter before everything changed. A few hours later, I left the hall and my pack to celebrate both victories, that of us joined together, stronger than ever, and the death of the red-eyed demon. I had searched the hall for Sabella, but after finding no sign of her, finally managed to pry myself away from my slightly drunken guard to track her down. She should still be celebrating with the rest of us, but I knew what bothered her. That damned riddle and the vision of Farah being tortured. Of all the others we needed to pry away from Baladin. I wanted a hot soak to ease my sore muscles from the fight that finally destroyed the statue, but I felt Sabella's anxiety, and it pulled me to her. Now that my pack backed me fully, as well as Sabella, we could throw all our focus into defeating Baladin and not having to face a civil war at the same time. Sabella. I paused on the stairs, the strong scent of lilac hitting me in the face. At the top I turned right, heading to her rooms. The rooms fit for a future queen. When I breathed in deeply again, the tang of fear made me run the rest of the way, bursting into her room, growling, fearing the worst. The room appeared empty, and my heart thudded as my panic rose, but then I sniffed the air again and followed her scent to the balcony. She stood against the stone railing, staring out over the river lands. Her wild hair whipped in the gusty breeze. Rain was coming. I sensed the storm, but when I reached out for Sabella's hand, she gave mine a death grip, and her head fell back against my shoulder. Her eyes were foggy, and I cursed. How long had she been here like this? Sabella? I tapped her cheeks, but there was no response. Her breathing was growing ragged, and I was ready to yell for help when her lips parted and words spilled out. They've come on the wave of darkness. They have come to do his bidding. The warriors must rise now or forever fall damned into eternity. She choked over the last word and blinked, sucking in a deep breath. Tristan? What did you see? I asked, still holding her as she got her bearings back. She started to tell me, eyes wide with fear, but then she turned back to the riverlands and pointed. See for yourself. I had to be imagining it, but dark clouds blacker than towering thunderheads rose up in the distance. They stretched higher and higher, and as they went, I held Sabella closer, every instinct telling me to run. Those were not clouds. The tidal wave of darkness Baladin promised us was here. The darkness spread across the sky, chasing what little light remained of the crescent moon and blotting out the stars. A chill came with it, and Sabella shivered. Tristan, she whispered. What's wrong? I'd gone rigid as those monstrous sounds met my ears, sounds she couldn't hear yet. Shrieks and roars, growls of creatures long extinct from our world, ever since Baladin had been banished. But now he had returned and brought them all back, opening the gates to the hellish kingdom he was forced to remain in. We need to warn the others, I told her, backing us inside as if we'd be safe in here. What do we do? I closed the balcony doors and locked them, leaning heavily on my hands. Why couldn't we have had more time? Just a month, a week even to have to ourselves before our world was thrown into chaos. Slowly I turned to face her and wished I could say everything was going to be fine. But she was a seer. She already knew the truth, I saw it clearly in her eyes. We get ready for war, I growled, because war has come for us.
I hope you've enjoyed this Kit Bladegrave book. Don't forget to subscribe and to ring the bell to be notified of new releases.